How the fuck I'm still up? Where am I at, boy? Got the New York hat on. Holy! Big act. What's cracking with y'all? What's cracking? What's cracking? What's cracking? Hop up in here. Everybody's online. No intro today. Live breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Ooh, what's that? I don't know what that is. Breaking news, niggas. Breaking news. Holy. They done got the diddler. God damn it. They took the diddler in custody. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Big Ack is here. We're locked in for the rest of the night. I'm hearing, if this is what I believe it is, I believe that the indictment should be unsealed in the morning. Matter of fact, by the way, all this is happening right now. I've been on the phone with a lot of people. This is very big breaking news right here. Number one, let me see, log in. Here we go. Here we go. How y'all doing? Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Unfortunately, we are here under very unfortunate circumstances. Give me 1 second. We're looking at this. We're looking at this. I'm just checking this federal database real quick to see if we have any indictments. The indictment is clearly sealed. By the way, breaking news, people. Sean Puff Daddy Combs has been taken into custody. Now, what custody seemingly means is that... Ooh, what's this? That's not it. What custody seemingly means is that he has been arrested on a federal indictment. Now, this is going to be very important. Also, to clarify, and by the way, we're going to be doing a whole bunch of things tonight. So, chat, you guys are going to want to stay tuned. Could y'all hear me? Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. I just want to make sure we're good. You guys want to make sure you're tuned in for the entirety of this stream. Once again, Sean Puff Daddy Combs has been taken into custody in New York. I did tell you it was something about Diddy not only putting up that property, and supposedly he's going to sell the property at the Homely Hills property in LA, but it appears that Sean Diddy Combs, we all saw him go to New York. I told y'all, something about this told me that he was getting prepared, right? I told you that I expected the indictment to come, or news of indictment or lack thereof to happen before the end of this month. And I only told you that about 4 or 5 days ago. And, from what I've learned about the feds, they might take you into custody on the weekend, but you only find out on Monday, okay? Obviously, we're hearing that it happened today. But regardless, maybe and possibly we will hear a possible arraignment tomorrow. But a lot of things to discuss, okay? A lot of things to discuss. Now, truth be told, and what we should be very aware of, and we're going to read some of these details. We're getting exclusively via TMZ, and they have actual sources, I noticed as a fact, with HSI and also with the Southern New York District. They work a lot there, getting tips, leads, this and third. So when they say something, it's official. There's two things to consider. First and foremost, if Diddy's taken into custody, that word custody is very loose. You could be taken into custody but not being arrested necessarily for these said crimes. Now, it's more likely that he's arrested and he's going to be charged officially for these crimes, which means the grand jury is over with, because as I've said before, Diddy, not only because he came back to New York, looked like he was tying up loose ends elsewhere, and he came to New York voluntarily. This also tells me that I believe, again, I'm telling you, the rumors are Diddy's paying him between $2 to $3 million per month on lawyers. It's a full court press, not only on a criminal level, but civilly as well. He's handling every and anything because he does realize that some of these civil cases turned into something that became a federal, investigation. So his lawyers are working around the clock. When he came to New York, it told me that, we're not talking about a public defender. We're not talking about some run-of-the-mill lawyer. We're not talking about some low level. We're talking about the best of the best. Diddy got the most money. Well, he has enough money to pay for any lawyer he needs. And those lawyers, the difference between $2 to $3 million a month and you paying your lawyer maybe $2,000 a month is the fact that they're going to be talking to the U.S. attorney directly. Okay? Not trying to torpedo the case. They can't call no favors like, nah, don't indict him. But what they could call in is some transparency on usually a process that's non-transparent, right? The grand jury process is non-transparent usually for a defendant. I told you guys before, it was possible that maybe Diddy was here to testify, which is usually unusual in a grand jury indictment proceeding. However, the reason why I thought he might have been involved is that his lawyers have been cooperative, okay? Even though Diddy's the subject of this investigation, your lawyers still got to cooperate, right? So, hey, again, maybe if they got some safes, hey, we'll just unlock them for you. Hey, you said you guys can't find what? We'll help you out. Now, again, this also is usually a sign of good faith, especially if you believe you're innocent, right? Hey, listen, we'll help you figure out and investigate because we know you're going to come to the conclusion we ain't do nothing, right? So, again, even if Diddy's guilty, if you got the best lawyers are going to talk to the U.S. attorney, right? The people who are presenting this to the grand jury. So I thought when he came to New York, maybe he would testify. It's very rare, but you got the best lawyers in the world that are probably friends with these guys. Maybe they could say, hey, could we have the grand jury consider Diddy's side of things? He's down to testify. You guys could, ask him certain questions unless he has to plead the fifth. And that was unlikely. And by the way, I'm still not sure if that happened. Regardless, if that didn't happen, the other thing happened. And it tells me that Diddy coming to New York, it was probably abundantly clear and it was sent a notice to his lawyers that, hey, brother, we're probably going to come to a decision soon within the next week or so. I've talked to a few people who said, damn, why Diddy ain't run? There ain't no running here, right? The reason why there ain't no running, yes, his passport isn't taken, but for you to leave legally the United States on any flight, private or commercial, there's something called a manifest. You have to register with the FAA with the location, the original location to the destination. And if they ever saw that Diddy was going to any place that could protect him from, extradition, Bali or something like that, they don't need to wait on the grand jury to arrest him, okay? It becomes a different process, but they could arrest him immediately. So I'm pretty sure it was like a handshake type of situation to say, we ain't going to lock you up while we go through this process because we want to make sure we make the right decision and pretty much ensuring that there's no police tainting this process, no detective, no elected official that's swaying this process. A grand jury is going to be a peer of Diddy. Like, it's going to be, people who are constituents of that particular district, which is the Southern District of New York. So, that is the preferred way to indict, especially for people who think that, for example, if you indict Diddy and Diddy beats the case, you're done. Like if you do it, so a DA could do it through, obviously what's called a complaint. If you indict Diddy through a complaint, which then goes to a judge, they're going to arrest him, but they're going to go to a judge for what's called a preliminary hearing. I showed you that that's what happened with A$AP Rocky. Let's say even if that goes through, the preliminary hearing and they do indict him, if Diddy beats that case, which you got to imagine, if Diddy's facing life, I don't care what charges we're going to see, he's going to be facing life, right? If Diddy beats and spanks that case, that DA is finished, right? Like, yo, you're overzealous DA trying to make a name by indicting a black man. Diddy could spin this all type of ways. If he gets indicted by a DA or a DA's office, that was just overzealous. And, he could even flip the narrative. Yo, you listen to a bunch of civil lawsuits which don't really account for the fact, and they're only complaints, at least the initial stages. So they wanted to cross their T's, dot their I's. The DA is not making a decision. The DA is offering up evidence that they've found through search warrants, interrogations, snitches, anything else, witnesses, victims, that they would have the grand jury to basically say, do we have probable cause to indict? And what happens at a point is that, remember I said when they start serving those subpoena, I said, oh, we're getting close. Because it feels like it was at the last part of validation, or not validation, but just checking a few things. And even then I thought it was for maybe additional charges. I think that they went through the brunt of the evidence already, and they were finalizing this whole thing. So they had to do a vote, right? Now, that vote would most likely have been done, I would think, last week. Again, I don't know exactly how, every grand jury proceeding works, but maybe it was done last week, maybe Friday. Could have been done today, right? The reason I would say Friday, if a grand jury's been held for months, because from we heard grand jury's been months now. So these people have been listening to this fucking probable cause case for months. I would imagine if they were going to vote, they would probably vote on the Friday, because why come back on the Monday to vote? Because today's Monday, right? So they probably voted then, and then what happens is there's the next step is a presentment, right? Now the presentment is where the grand jury, after their vote, presents it to the court what their findings are. Now, again, the difference between a grand jury and a jury in your criminal case, right? Your trial jury is that your trial jury has to go 12, if it's 12 jurors, 12-0. Everyone has to agree that you're guilty. In a grand jury hearing, usually they have 23 people, and they look for at least, 23 people, and they look for like 12, right? So if 12 people, so it would be 12 that say yes, and maybe 11 said no, they indict, right? So they're looking for majority. Majority rules at that point, okay? Remember, this is not to convict you. It's only to indict. Indicting someone means that there's probable cause that these charges should be listened to in a full court hearing, right? If you don't, so after they vote, clearly it seems like they would have gotten a positive vote. We don't know what that number is. Sometimes, and I don't think that usually they don't bar the people who are on grand juries from actually speaking out about the proceeding, but you never know. The judge might to say, hey, we don't want to taint this case. Don't say nothing about it. Or they might say you can't say anything about it until the case is done. But regardless, those people, we're probably going to hear some leaks on what that process was like and what the vote was like. Like, was it close? Was it 24 or 23-0? Was it 12-11? Who knows? Regardless, they do a presentment, and that's when they, the presentment is an official bill, which what they call, if there is no indictment, it's called a no bill. So they basically fill out a paper. They say it's a no bill indictment, which means we don't find probable cause that this potential defendant could be brought up on charges on any of the criminal charges that were presented to us. So they present the criminal charges the DA thinks could match the crimes, present the evidence of the crime. They get to look at the probable cause. And if there is probable cause, they vote yes. If there is none, they vote no. If the overall majority is no, they would say the no bill, we're giving a no bill, which means Diddy would be scot-free. Usually in cases where grand juries choose not to indict and they present a no bill, unless there's some drastic change or some nigga just like fucking confesses, the case is pretty much dead, right? Like, you know what I mean? You're not gonna bring another, usually detectives did the best job they could to fucking find all the evidence to bring to grand jury. If the grand jury can't indict, usually dead, right? Now, it doesn't mean you're indemnified. So if if you come back later, the difference between that and going to trial, say O.J. Simpson came out, right? And O.J. Simpson said, you know what? I did kill that bitch. Nothing could happen to him. He went through the trial of him being, charged criminally with murder, and he beat it. So even if he admits it, can't go back. That's called double jeopardy. With the grand jury, the case is usually just dead because there's no reason to ever bring it back to a grand jury if the evidence isn't there. But if that person comes out and says, oh yeah, I did do that shit, you're probably going to get indicted. That's just how it works. That rarely ever happens unless somebody's a fucking idiot, if they did the crime, whatever. But that wouldn't appear to be the situation here. This situation looks like they've voted and they've agreed with the U.S. Attorney Office basically saying, hey, there are probable cause. Now, we don't know if they're indicting on every count or every particular charge. We will see how many counts, what charges. What we do and should probably note about this whole situation is that if you listen to any lawyer, historically, a grand jury, they have a saying to say a grand jury could indict a ham sandwich, which means it doesn't take much to convince them because they only need probable cause, right? If you can make a good argument that seems to be the thing that happened, which most prosecutor could do the bare minimum. Like, think about Young Thug. Like, again, I think that did go through grand jury indictment, I believe. Actually, the first time there was 3 people charged with nuts murder. The first time they got grand jury indicted and they got found innocent. The case got dropped because they realized even after it got indicted, the case got dropped because they realized they had the wrong people. But the grand jury looked at it and said, well, it kind of makes sense, so we're going to indict them. But then as the case developed and other things kind of came out, the prosecutors realized this case was not going to go anywhere. So they dropped it, right? So again, a grand jury indictment, it's all about probable cause. They could also indict you for literally anything. The thing in Diddy's situation, and this is why I said this on Vlad, right? I did an interview on Vlad. Well, actually, I don't know if that came out yet. I definitely predicted that, Diddy would be indicted. I think many people did. Because here's the thing. It's one thing to indict someone on very specific crimes. Yo, did you shoot that person at that time on that street? Right? Now, if you have an alibi, well, at that time I was fucking my bitch in another state. Well, that kind of blows up the probable cause. Yeah, that's an alibi. You're not going to indict. Right? Like, again, this is if you're innocent, right? Like, obviously if you were chilling on the street, had a gun in your waist, like, you may get indicted because motherfucker, like, there's probable cause that you fit the description, had a gun, was on the same street that somebody got shot at the same time. Here's the point I'm trying to say. They hit Diddy not with specific charge, and we're going to see specific, allegations and charges. That's what I think, right? I'm guesstimating here. I do think that the indictment will be on seal tomorrow in the morning or maybe Wednesday. However, the reason why I always say when you get hit with a few charges, not only is it easy to indict, it's just hard to beat, period. RICO. Racketeering charges historically are hard to beat. Because while maybe one particular crime of being an organized criminal gang or whatever, or criminal organization might be hard to prove, like, hey, and I'm going, this is some state shit now, even though the feds have higher standards. Say for example, you know why Young Thug wasn't charged? Well, you got to prove that Young Thug, even though he rented the car that fit the description that did the drive-by, was Young Thug in the car? Did he give somebody else the car? Like, you can't just, did he know about someone else driving? Like, you can't just indict or just like bring somebody to trial for one thing because you kind of have a hunch, unless you have somebody who was in the car who did it, who may have, had some type of text message to Thug to say, Thug told me to do it. He gave me the gun here. Actually, he's caught on my Ring camera. I drove his car. That's called, like, yeah, Thug gets arrested. The easier way to get Thug to go down is you just file a RICO. So you put that allegation, right, which is kind of patchy without all those, details, with 5 other allegations. And it basically, you overwhelm the jury. Like I kind of have a mixed feeling about RICO cases because it's all about overwhelming the jury. Like, I know a lot of people like, nah, man, what do you got Young Thug off? Why do you think that? Like, they're presenting shit after shit after shit. Yeah, that might have been one of the main murders that he was supposedly be the main witness for, but they're presenting like 20 other different crimes. The point of a RICO is not to prove one crime, it's to prove that you guys had a operation that historically did multiple crimes, right? And also, by the way, obviously the feds specifically love it, but law enforcement loves this type of way of charging people because they, historically when the top guy would never touch the drugs or the gun to kill somebody or touch the money, so he would always look clean. He would have somebody else tell somebody else to tell somebody else to do it. How do you catch the guy who's making all the plays and financing and doing all the shit? You catch him with the RICO. So, it's popular for that reason. We see all our favorite, again, this is coming out of the Southern District, and I'm going to read this in a second. This is coming out of the Southern District of New York. Now, the Southern District of New York, I've told you, this is the, see? Okay, now TMZ just updated us. A law enforcement source confirms the arrest was scheduled for Tuesday, but something happened that caused the feds to move in a day earlier. Now, what this means is that they were watching him, most likely, not even most likely, 5,000,000%. Diddy's phone is tapped, his associates' phones are tapped, and they were sitting on it, and they were going to arrest him. Like, I'll give you the story on the 6ix9ine situation. I remember when 6ix9ine saw me or wanted to see me that Saturday. They were going to arrest him, I think, like 4 or 5 days later. Then they hear him on the phone. Also, they had trucks, like, I guess he realized after a while, they had trucks all lined up, like white trucks all lined up outside his building. Pretty much just surveillance shit, right? Like, this is why people be like, oh, Diddy should run to another country. You think the feds are just like over here watching him on Instagram, walking around Harlem? Or the feds is like literally there. Like, my nigga, they've spent so much money on this shit. They can't have this. Anyway, with 6ix9ine, when he was on the phone saying, oh yeah, I'm about to go to this casino, somehow Shotty and them found out, and they said, and that's when the Jim Jones thing come in, they'd be like, yo, y'all gotta go make an example out of him. They realize he's gonna be the main guy who we could possibly flip. We can't do with a dead snitch. By the way, 6ix9ine didn't snitch yet, but they knew he probably would. So they arrested him early. So they said, hell nah, nigga, we ain't gonna have you get shot, okay? So I'm pretty sure Diddy might have planned to, I don't know, maybe there was something on the itinerary. Maybe somebody was coming in town that they feel could, like, it have aided him to either do some shit to jeopardize their case. So they arrested him today, right? So if the arrest was meant for tomorrow, it probably means that the U.S. attorney was probably ready to unseal this case on Wednesday. So I'm still thinking Wednesday. So I think they're going to take him into custody. I would expect that whatever interrogation they would have wanted to do to Diddy, they would have probably ran it by his lawyers already. So they're not waiting till, like, broke niggas, if they collar you, they're going to be like, let me take it to the station and ask you some question. They probably already asked Diddy, like, hey, you and your lawyers want to come in? We do want to we got a question for you. Or maybe they even offered a proffer, right? So I'm pretty sure they're just going to keep Diddy in custody. And him being in custody, again, what we don't know yet or realize is that most likely, Diddy is not the only person charged. The thing with RICO cases, and we do believe he's getting hit with a few things. And let me backtrack again, too. So racketeering cases, hard to beat, easy to indict, especially if they have multiple isolated areas of criminal activity, which they obviously do with Diddy. So we think they're going to hit him with a RICO statute. And under RICO, you could put multiple things. So like the RICO is the big thing. So like you're a criminal organization. Now, what criminal organization acts did you habitually participate in? Sex trafficking is going to fall underneath that, right? There probably is going to be, I got to get my nigga Myron on here. But if you talk to like some people who are, familiar with the Fed system and how like the U.S. attorney usually get down, especially Southern District, they always throw drugs in it. Like for example, and I'm going to use 6ix9ine a lot as an example. It's the same people who charge 6ix9ine. When they charge 6ix9ine, they put that, he was selling drugs back on Locust Street back in the day. What the fuck does 6ix9ine sell drugs? It's not even a matter of him selling drugs. It makes the charges look more appealing, right? Also, if you're trying to map out an organization, you want to show that they're making money in illicit ways. They're blatantly just breaking the law by either doing violence, extreme violence, or just doing some really deviant behavior like sex trafficking. So I think we're going to see some drugs, and I think we're going to see something in terms of violence, okay? Now, the big thing, obviously, and I'm kind of getting ahead of myself here with a lot of things, they're probably, if they could tie him to Tupac, they're going to, right? If they could tie him to the 99 club shooting in New York, they're going to, right? By the way, all of these things have no statutes of limitation. Murder, attempted murder, these all are going to be, par for the course. Now, the drugs, that does have statute of limitation. I don't know what it is off the top of my head. Statute of limitations, drugs, federal. Yeah, federal drug crime. I think it's, drug crimes, usually it's around 5 years. Now, granted, the way how they write these because also the way how they write these two is that they could use 20 years ago as long as you kept doing it as long as it was continual and it kept going until 5 years ago. So that's also like a loophole. So they could charge you for selling drugs in the 1930s as long as you kept selling drugs until 2019. You get what I'm saying? Now, if you're 5 years out and you haven't done none of that shit, you're clear, right? But they could bring it all the way back up as long as you kept doing it. So again, they're going to try most likely, obviously they had arrested that guy who everybody called a drug mule, right? Remember this guy? Like, we haven't heard nothing from him since. Drug mule Diddy, right? Which I think we all probably feel like they probably flipped, right? This guy. So,
I firmly believe
if he goes in there and says, yes, Diddy had me transporting. By the way, he did do a plea as well too. He did do a plea. But if he goes in there and says, Diddy used to have me bring, drugs in my booty hole across all of the fucking country. You know what I mean? Like, I used to put the crack in my brack or whatever the fuck. I don't know what the fuck. You know what I mean? If he does that and I was doing it up till this point, this is 2024, those are drug charges that will probably go underneath it. So if you ask me, and by the way, I think I've been pretty accurate with the predictions. Sex trafficking, we're going to see 100%, I believe. I think we're going to see something with drugs and something with violence. Now, we might see on some other things like extortion, blackmail. We like, however they're gonna file those, but we're almost anticipating it's gonna be something to that extent. Yeah. Wow. Okay. All right. So yeah. So pretty much, I've told you like the worst. Anytime you see somebody get charged with these crimes, they're fucked. You got to just take a plea. Just do a couple years and hopefully a couple of years and get out. Sex trafficking, right? That's like a catch-all shit. Like, nigga, were you pimping this bitch? Like, yes, you got him. Because it's kind of weird how it's set up. It says, if you've moved a individual across state lines for the purpose of commercial sex acts that interfered with interstate commerce, which is like a really hazy way of saying if you fuck bitches and you got money, you could be sex trafficking depending how we want to see it, motherfucker. You get what I'm saying? At least for a charge. Obviously you got to really prove it, right? Obviously we heard the stories about Diddy, so we're not gonna be like, oh my God, no, how are you gonna prove it? Like, I mean, pretty much what Cassie's described as sex trafficking, pretty much when we're hearing that, oh, freak-offs, the freak-off sounds like sex trafficking, just to be honest. That's kind of the damn near definition of what sex trafficking would be legally almost, defined as. Other than that, so you never want to get a sex trafficking charge because it's just so hard to beat. And I'm talking just as, obviously I'm the ghetto lawyer because I'm not an official lawyer, by the way, clearly. Sex trafficking charge is hard to beat. RICO, obviously RICO could have sex trafficking underneath it, but anything RICO, they usually do that with gangs more. Usually do that with violence or murders, but like still, RICO, just hard to beat. Wire fraud. This is for all the scammers in the world, right? They can't catch you because you think you finesse Chase. Well, some way, somehow, you had to work through a bank, you're going to jail, right? Like, that's how they catch most of the people who, maybe they haven't been violent, but they think they're doing white-collar crime. They even capture a lot of these guys even on Wall Street, a lot of white-collar crime. You'll see the wire fraud. What else? I'm trying to think. What else? There's a few other ones. RICO, sex trafficking, wire fraud. Okay. I'll think of it later. Anyway, these pictures look like, these are old. Yeah, these are old. So this is from March 25th, 2024. This is when the feds appeared on the scene. It said he was taken into custody. We're going to have to learn more about this. Was he taken into custody by them showing up unannounced? Or, again, we have to believe, because we know Diddy's going to have to go through this case, go through this trial. He's well aware of it, right? I'm not defending him, chat, for anybody who thinks. I'm just, like, the guy got it. Even if he's guilty, he's not dumb, right? Like, you're not going to be like, this is not like, oh, my God, I'm running away. You can't. In a lot of these situations, they might have turned him over. They might have just got a call. Yo, yeah, we were going to do it tomorrow, but bring that nigga in. Or bring that nigga downstairs. Who knows? He might be in a penthouse somewhere. You know what I'm saying? They're not like fucking, you know what I mean? In some people's situation, they would be fucking kicking through the windows. But now that clearly Diddy knows that he was on an investigation, I'm pretty sure it was a very formal type of situation. Yo, we have a warrant for your client's arrest. And I'm pretty sure it was peaceful, right? I'm pretty sure it was peaceful. Apparently, okay, he swooped into so Diddy was just arrested and taken into federal custody in New York Monday night. TMZ has learned. Sources tell TMZ that Homeland Security swooped into a Midtown hotel late Monday. Now, you know what's funny? Homeland Security is, like, HSI works with FBI and local authorities, and then they also deputize a lot of, like, NYPD officers. They do a lot in the Southern District of New York. And it's funny because when you think of Homeland Security, you're like, God damn it, how much fucking is Diddy doing that? When you hear Homeland Security, you're like, God damn, that nigga's dick must be something. Yo, it must be, what they used to call it? a weapon of mass destruction. If Homeland Security is no, Homeland Security is just. I mean, obviously they do investigate up to that. I'm gonna see if I can get Myron on here, bro. Like he used to work for HSI, which is Homeland Security, and they do a lot. Like they do a lot of gang bust. They do a lot of shit like this. They're not necessarily only trying to prevent terrorists from knocking down a building or two, right? But anyway, Homeland Security swooped into a Midtown hotel late Monday where Diddy was staying and they arrested him. We have unconfirmed reports the feds are searching his hotel room. Okay, yeah, so basically they hit him with an arrest warrant and a search warrant. Again, we're told Diddy was taken into the FBI field offices in Manhattan. It appears that the action was taken in connection with the ongoing criminal investigation into alleged sex trafficking and other offenses that led to search warrants being issued being issued and executed at Diddy's homes in Beverly Hills and Miami. As we reported, a grand jury has been hearing testimony from various accusers over the last few months. Anything more to add? Okay, Diddy's attorney did speak. Let me see is there anything else? Okay. Ooh, here we go. Another update. Remember they were supposed to lock him up tomorrow, but here my boy Myron, just on time, my boy.
Yeah, I'll jump on your stream in a little bit to talk about this.
Okay, yeah. I'm in Discord, so just hit me anytime.
All right, bro. Let me log into my Discord and I'll find you. Can you text me your username and I'll jump on and we'll chop it up about this?
Yeah, you don't remember the Discord? Well, I see you on Discord. I could call you. So I don't know if you're on the same computer. Are you?
I'm gonna be on a different computer when I go live.
Okay.
You know what? Let me look at my Discord right now and see if I can find your account and just take a quick picture and have my guy add you from there.
Okay, perfect.
But yeah, give me a few minutes and I'll jump on and we can talk about this for sure.
Okay, perfect.
All right, bro. Bye.
All right. Again, Myron Gaines, if you guys don't know, co-host of the Fresh and Fit podcast, but he was a former federal agent, did tons of arrests. He worked for HSI around the border area, but he's very familiar with how these investigations are done, complaints are done, how they work in lieu with the U.S. attorney, and basically pretty much how these situations get handled when they have to take someone into custody. You know, I think he's taken a few, I don't know if it's like celebrities, but high-profile targets into custody. So we'll get like some insight from him in a little bit. Anyway, here we go. It says, so his arrest was scheduled for Tuesday, but something happened that caused the feds to move in. Hold on, let me take my phone off. Do not disturb. I always got this shit on there. All right. So it was scheduled for Tuesday, but something happened, so they had to move it a day earlier. However, U.S. Attorney Damian Williams, and this is probably interesting, right? Says federal agents took him in based on a sealed indictment filed by the Southern District of New York. I searched the indictments before I got on here that were all filed in Southern District of New York, and from what I could see, there is no indictment there, which is in line with exactly what that U.S. attorney said, that is sealed. So again, we're not hearing when he'll be brought into court. I would imagine that his lawyers wouldn't want him to be, I don't know where they would hold him. You know, I don't know where the federal holding facility is, even though I've heard that it's supposedly they'll lock up. I believe when Casanova was first locked up, they went through the New York intake system, which is like they went down to the Tombs. Like that's like a popular, jail for people in the New York City area. I think 6ix9ine did it as well. No, even though no, he didn't, because actually he did until he started cooperating and they got him through the rat hole. You feel me? Shout out to my boy. But yeah, so I would imagine that Diddy's attorneys don't want him just fucking sitting in jail, right? They want to get as quickly as possible to court to initiate what probably is going to have to be a bonding situation. Also, for anybody who was saying he was like, why don't he leave? If you know you're going to get indicted, he's not going to live in Bali, okay? Again, trust me. I don't care if they got to go kidnap his ass from Bali. They would have kidnapped his ass from Bali. He's not getting away, right? You don't want to act like you're running. You don't even want to act like you're planning to run. So if anything, you want to give the government the least amount of reason that whenever you get arraigned and you make a bond application, right? When it's considered, they're not looking at you as a flight risk. They want to be able to say, hey, Mr. Sean Puffy Combs knew that he was a subject of a investigation by the Southern District of New York for this amount of months. Ever since then, he's been communicating with the government and federal authorities about his whereabouts anytime he was boarding a plane, where he was going, because he looks forward to the day that he's going to be able to face these charges in court and clear his name, right? Like, that's going to be like, all right, bond, I don't know, who knows, $5 million, right? Like, cool. Get that nigga an ankle monitor and send him to the freak off penthouse back. You get what I'm saying? Like, but that's better than them saying, all right, this nigga was loading up a jet to fly to motherfucking North Korea. Like, he definitely not getting out. Like, come on, man. Did he even look like a nigga who would even do good, like, in jail, period? So I would have to imagine. Somebody said, act like what? Yeah, so, I would imagine that they have communicated with law enforcement for this exact reason, right? Like, yo, we weren't trying to run, none of that shit. We are definitely trying to cooperate. We're trying to make sure we get to a trial that we can either get this dismissed or we could beat it. And he's not a flight risk. And when you think about, we could Google this now, right? Federal guidelines for bail consideration, right? I mean, it's usually the same. I forgot what they call it. They usually consider a few things, and there's actually a name for that. In federal cases, they consider these things severity of the offense. Obviously, these are offenses that we believe, again, I'm not no lawyer, but we believe that this could be damn near a life sentence for Diddy. They're serious and heinous in nature. If they concern anything about shooting, maybe a murder, we don't know. But sexual assault, sex trafficking, these are pretty serious first degree offenses. And the severity of the offenses are going to be seen as high. The defendant's criminal history, I don't know what Diddy's criminal. We could probably Google that, right? Even though we might not know everything completely. And I don't know if they really, I mean, obviously if something that was expungible, like they want to give a fuck. But if he had prior felonies, I don't know if he was. Is Diddy a felon? Is Diddy a felon? Oh, here we go. So he was arrested in the lobby. God damn, my boy was probably going. Have y'all seen the video of Diddy, like, kind of outside? There's a video of Diddy in New York. And I think I even posted it yesterday. It was kind of an odd video because, like, Diddy's just there. And he's almost there like, it's like a mannequin. Like, he's just kind of there and he's just like a spectacle. Oh, shit, it's Diddy. He's not really reacting to people. He's not answering their questions. He's not saying, nah, everything's good, brother love. He's not doing that normal thing. He's just kind of there and allowing people to have almost just access to him, which is, still a little bit shocking. I guess not here. I will find it on Academics TV. DJ Academics TV. Sorry. Here we go. Is it this? No. SB. I know it's on the page somewhere. If it's not here, I'm going to go to Twitter with it, but I think we should have it here. Okay, so this is one of them.
Oh my God. Oh, that's crazy. I thought he saw him already. There's a war going on outside.
Now, if you guys don't know, I believe that's G Dep, right? Interesting story about G Dep, former Bad Boy artist. If I'm not incorrect, was it G Dep? G Dep, yeah. G-Dep, like in 2013, is it 2013 or 2010? I can't remember when. He basically got away with the murder like 15 years before, and he randomly just came out and said, yo, I got to get this off my conscience. I clapped the nigga, bro, back in the 90s. Like, he just literally confessed to murder randomly, okay? This is G-Dep, and by the way, I'm not trying to bring him down or whatever while we're talking about it.
He was on the verge of making it big.
But yeah, in the fall of 1993, a month before his 19th birthday, so apparently this was when he was 18, he did a murder which stayed on his conscience for a very, very long time. And when did he admit to it? Let's see. I can't remember when. He had admitted. Okay. Yeah, in 2010. In 2010, he confessed randomly. Like, I don't even know, maybe it was a video when he confessed. But he did like a video. He was just like, yeah, I killed somebody, which was kind of like so spooky about the 90s. Look, G-Dep confession. It's so spooky about the 90s that somebody could just fucking do a murder and get away with it, but he just kind of randomly came out and just.
So this night you were looking to get some money, you said.
Yeah, and I rode the bike over. I rode the bike in the neighborhood for a couple of minutes.
Hey, and by the way, I'm not judging this man who knows what was on his conscience and who knows how his life was being lived. I don't know what that feels like, where you did something and it's just fucking with you so much that, you know, years after. Remember, this is 1993. And in 1993, that would have been 17 years afterwards, right? So he did this at 18, 17. He pretty much lived a second life, but it was still on his conscience. And he admitted.
I just went towards Park Avenue, and I saw a guy standing there, smoking like he was smoking a cigarette or something like that. And I approached him. I got off the bike, and I approached him. He didn't seem like he saw me, so you know, I just approached him. And then when I approached him, I asked him where the money was. He didn't say anything. It's like he just really just like, you know, responded.
Yeah, I feel bad. You could say the way he's looking and just confessing, you could tell like this is played in his mind 15,000 times. And by the way, the only reason I'm playing this is one of Diddy's artists, a former Bad Boy artist. He recently just got out of jail. The video I just played is Diddy meeting up with him, and Diddy's, you know, dapping him up, and Diddy was just like, "Welcome home." Ironically, this guy confessed and did his jail time, which eventually got commuted. You know, obviously that would have been a cold case pretty much, but he admitted to it. So he did about 10 years. They commuted his sentence, or actually more than 10 years. They commuted his sentence. He did 13 years actually. They commuted his sentence. And they essentially granted him his freedom. And it's ironic. The irony here is that Diddy gets arrested today for, you know, crimes that he's definitely not admitting to. But, you know, I remember back then, I don't even know if Diddy spoke on him like admitting to that and then getting charged and confessing and then pleading guilty. But Diddy's in the position where he's potentially going to go to, you know, prison for things that, you know, obviously he's not confessing to. But, you know, there's a lot of smoke there, right? Anyway, let me just finish. It's only 2 more minutes. Listen to G-Dep, then I'll get back to the Diddy thing.
You know, facially, like, you know, but like he didn't say anything. So, you know, I asked him again, where's the money? And he put his hands up, and then he just, I don't know, we caught eye contact. Then he like grabbed the gun, and it was kind of like a struggle. And I pulled the gun back from him, And then I fired 3 times. And I didn't realize it was hitting him or anything. I just, cause I didn't see anything. You know, I just fired. I fired 3 times, and then I went after I fired the gun. I kind of just like ran back to the bicycle that I had on the side. And I got on it. He kind of came after me, and I rode off. And I rode up the block, then around the block. Then I came like back around the block on 112th at Park Avenue and looked up the block.
Wow, he remembers even the exact street names. Yeah, this was fucking with him. Like you could tell by this is zoned out look as he's doing his confession.
And I saw you know, like a scene. I saw like a police car. I don't know if I saw a car with the lights. The lights coming towards me the wrong way. You know, the wrong way on the block. And I saw an officer look like somebody kneeling over somebody on the floor. So I figured that's what it was. And then I just rolled the bike back around the opposite way. And then I went into my building.
Wow. But yeah, G-Dep is home. And Diddy, while in New York, looked like that security flanking him here.
Oh, that's crazy. I thought he saw him already. There's a war going on outside.
So ironic and interesting. Even the song in the background is a war going on outside. No man is safe. Now the other video that was in question that I was talking about was this video here. And I've been seeing these videos a lot because Diddy doesn't seem present in terms of he's not answering people. So people are just like recording him, and it's like he's a spectacle. It's almost like he's a zoo animal. Like, look at him. Oh my God, he's real. But he's not like answering people like, nah, baby, I'm innocent, girl. Like, obviously, that might be a bad look if he says that anyway. But like, he's not even like answering them and like being very present. Anyway,
That's really Diddy, bro.
Lying. Bitch, stop touching me. What are you talking about? Stop touching me.
Hey, yo, what's up?
That's crazy. Where Carisha? Where Carisha and them? No Diddy.
Did they say no Diddy to Diddy? Man, where's Christian? Yo, Christian Combs. This is where you gotta live these raps, Christian Combs. You say anybody who say no Diddy gonna get fucked up. Somebody get Christian Combs. Where is he? Now, here's the interesting part about it. I do believe that if we go by the civil suit, let me just finish playing this.
Yo, stop fucking playing with me. Back the fuck up. No, well, guess who's not? Watch how I won't.
Now, one of the interesting things about this is that, remember I'm telling y'all, this is a RICO case. Now, shout out to my man, and I don't know if I could get him on here. I'm gonna hit Kodak's lawyer. I'm gonna give me a second. I'm gonna try to see if I could get him on here because here's the thing too. As I said about if they're gonna hit him with a RICO, if you're gonna hit Diddy with a RICO, hold on one second. I'm tweeting out his damn link real quick. I don't know if I didn't tweet it out yet. Sorry. Okay. So anyway, here's the point I'm trying to say. So, if we're going to assume that there's going to be a racketeer and a RICO charge that's going to be levied against Diddy, if you're trying to paint a picture to either a grand jury or now clearly to a trial jury that Diddy is some mastermind that's had other people doing his bidding, whether it, obviously recruiting, because remember, a lot of these escorts and women were, they were ascertained by other people. So other people would, hey, I'm going to put you on a private jet. I'm going to send you there for Diddy to be used in some sexual, ritual or fucking freak off. It's very tough and very hard to say he's the only one you're going to charge. So what we're going to see is that there's going to be probably some other charges, right? And when I mean other charges, other people charged. Now, if we go by a lot of these civil suits, they were trying to throw a good damn lob to say Justin Combs should get charged as well. Basically saying he was doing a lot of the same things in terms of freak-offs and sex trafficking women. Again, those claims came from civil suits, though. But we all know the investigation of this arises from civil suits. So it's going to be important to see who gets charged as well. I don't think that Justin Combs will be charged. I don't think Christian Combs is going to be charged at all because we didn't really hear his name at all. Actually, we did hear his name in one of the joints. Somebody he drugged some girl. I just don't think he's going to be charged, honestly, personally. Justin Combs, I think he's a little bit closer to the situation if they were going to investigate it. I still don't think he gets charged. Quincy, I think he's, in the clear. Obviously, if we think about his beautiful daughters, I don't think they're good. But we'll find out soon. We'll probably find out before, I'm pretty sure if we watch, the mom of Justin Combs is Misa Hilton. That's her name, I believe. She'll say something shortly. And, usually the way how the feds work is that, any law enforcement entity, they like to do all the arrests at the same time. So if Diddy's in custody, and let's say he's been in custody for a few hours, they did a coordinated effort to get the others in custody if they were arresting other people, right? So we should probably shortly see, some type of update either from Misa's page, and, obviously she's probably going to react to either Diddy getting arrested, or if her son, Justin, gets arrested, she's definitely going to be saying something, right? We probably hope. So we'll see about that. Who else could be charged? I mean, there are certain people who probably worked with him that did his bidding, right? Allegedly. People who used to, remember the whole thing about the Cassie thing, right? One of the big, and this I was talking about getting Bradford Cohen on here, because Bradford Cohen eloquently put this on the record, which I thought was smart. He's a defense attorney that has, did his work in federal and state cases, and he's a brilliant attorney. He said, when the video leaked of Diddy giving Cassie the beats, when that video leaked, he said, hey, I'm not being an asshole. I know a lot of people are going to be shocked by what I'm saying, but I'm not being an asshole, right? What he did
Disturbing new video appear.
What he did say was, I think this video might have been leaked strategically. Well, what's the strategy? If it was leaked strategically, not by the feds, because the feds could have leaked it too. They believe Cassie's team may have already had this video, maybe have even threatened Diddy with the video. That probably led to Diddy settling in 24 hours. Historically, that's record time, right? But this video and it leaking could probably help drive the narrative, especially if the prosecutors or the investigators subpoenaed Cassie in for an interview. And in the interview, it wasn't clear if they were looking at her as just the victim or perhaps a madame. They were looking at her as Ghislaine Maxwell to Jeffrey Epstein. Hey, Cassie, yeah, I know he was abusive with you. Yeah, he used to give you the beats, but all of the people, the other victims that were sex trafficked around the time you were there, we heard you reached out to them. We heard you used to, sweet talk them, and you used to, when they were in distress, you used to calm them down. That sounds like somebody who's complicit. Again, I don't know this as a fact. I don't know this is a fact, but I'm going off Bradford Cohen's theory. It was a brilliant theory, and you got to think really strategically, right? So how do you, if you're Cassie, how do you clear yourself? Well, the way you clear yourself, you put the video out of this nigga giving you the beats. Hey, whatever y'all think I did, I ain't do it. If I did get like 15 bitches and 15 long dick niggas, pause. Pause, extra pause on that. It's because I had to. Diddy was beating my ass. So I'm not like a Ghislaine Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell was the person who would get the young girls for Epstein and would even tell them, hey, nah, maybe you should go topless. Maybe you should do this. Like basically almost coercing them, right? But she, was seen as more of a friendly face because she's a woman, right? But she kind of was doing the same bullshit, right? So if the feds are looking at this as a possibility, how does Cassie escape that? Because put it like this, if you think about just traditional pimping, the bottom bitch gets the beats too. Like, let's keep it a beat. The bottom bitch gets the beats too. Like, by the way, I'm going to talk, if you're new to my stream, and I know we do have, like, it looks like we have about almost 50,000 people in here. I'm not the guy you come to hear, like, fucking politically correct things. So we're going to talk, like, I'm not trying to disrespect either women or nobody, but we're going to talk a little bit, realistic. Because that's how investigators are going to be looking at it, at least before they file their charges or know where to go. Okay, yeah, maybe he was beating her ass because the nigga is a woman beater and he does all type of shit, but maybe she was with it. How do you help convince, maybe not the investigators, but you put it into the ecosphere that possibly could encourage the narrative that could affect a grand jury, or otherwise you leak the video. What video leaks? The video. Again, think about all the videos that could leak. Didn't 50 Cent Cassie say that he supposedly got sent footage about a freak off that Cassie was in and literally hit Diddy up and said, bro, hey, niggas think I'm beefing with you like this. It ain't that serious. And he basically said he tipped Diddy off that that video don't leak. The video of them in whatever freak off don't leak. Right? And that video was being sent around. What video leaks? It's the video of Cassie getting beat. You get what I'm saying? Now, apparently, let me play it that you guys know what I'm talking about. All right, here we go.
And you see,
he's everywhere, and determination, allegation, and everything been up to, injecting his signature sarcasm.
God, kick
what Kim Deal point.
I ain't gonna lie, Gene Deal finna make a bag. The amount of interviews my boy finna do. Wait, where is there's a 50.
Ain't nobody
thoroughly examined.
There's a 50 interview where he literally says it. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, here we go.
What up, guys? Your boy here for you guys.
Friend, you want to be the hot?
Here we go.
After the
whatever.
do you think that Diddy was coming at you though?
Who, Diddy?
Yeah, because he said some slick shit. Like,
really interesting because Puffy's like a bitch.
Oh shit, man! What'd he say?
To describe Puffy in one word is I know it sounds kind of harsh, but I'll explain my statement. See, you know how ugly always got like pretty friends? He want to be the hot in the group. He want to make sure he getting all the attention. He want to make sure the niggas want to holler at him.
Wow.
And it's the reality of the situation, man. Don't need me to tell you.
So
I mean, if he'll tell you himself what happened in Miami, stay in Miami. Well, it's not even open season on Diddy. I don't know who he's talking about because he didn't say my name.
Right, he didn't say your name, so.
Right, but I feel like that's the way I feel about him. I feel like he's, at the end of the day, whoever's around him, this is the final notice, the final note. because they'll suck the life out of him like everybody else that he's been around. Man, I don't know. I know. Check this out. On the up and up, the Puff, like he called, we should kick it on the telephone after the Mace. And matter of fact, they sent me the girl pictures, like pictures of this girl, like not the shit that y'all saw. Worse, way worse.
Wow. Oh, you kidding me, yo?
Like penetration pictures and
Nah, come on, man.
Yo.
What?
All right, we got Myron Gaines on the line.
Hey, what's up, bro? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, chat. As promised, you know, I have a former federal law enforcement agent, also a friend of mine, Myron Gaines from the, co-host of the Fresh and Fit podcast. He's here. I told you I was going to bring him on. He has additional insight, not only how these investigations are usually conducted. He could probably give us some more insight on not how these, obviously it's a high profile arrest, how these cases are presented to the U.S. attorney and such forth. Essentially, I was just talking about a not really unrelated point, but I was talking about this has been a lot of chess plays happening until this point. I want to give you some theories that I would love for you to react to, and then I want to give you the floor to kind of like break it down as you see fit. So I had said last week, once I seen two things. We seen the subpoena get fired off for Daphne Joy, which is 50 Cent's baby mama, and Diddy, for related to them at some Miami hotels. Also, simultaneously, we see Diddy go to New York. We haven't seen Diddy in New York without him being on a press run in years. We also see that house he had in Homely Hills in LA. It's officially like the realtors are taking care of that. I said I don't want to say the end is near, but essentially the end is near. I felt the decision from the grand jury was going to be very near. And I said within the month. Unfortunately, I was right 5-6 days afterwards. We're hearing this. We're getting some details that he was arrested in the lobby of an expensive high-rise, New York high-rise. And by the way, chat, I'll show you guys this afterwards, but the U.S. attorney is saying that the indictment they plan to unseal in the morning. Myron, what are your thoughts about all this?
I mean, there's a lot to unpack there, man. So what do you want to go into in particular as far as this case? Because this is a very complex situation with overall investigation. What do you want to go into particularly?
Perfect. So, I keep hearing this a lot that people are like, why didn't he run? Why didn't blah, blah, blah? What, like, in a situation where, like, just, go back to your HSI days, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if you guys are monitoring or had an active investigation / grand jury proceeding on a high profile target, how would that have taken place? And then how would potentially an arrest look like?
Okay, sure. So I think the number one thing here to keep note of is Diddy was cooperating with the authorities, right? Like his attorneys were pretty much talking to the United States Attorney's Office the whole time, trying to, hey, look, he's going to be traveling here, he's going to do this, etc. And I think the reason why he did that was he understood that indictment is imminent. He's going to get arrested at some point, and he looks at it like, look, the charges are coming down. We probably know what they're going to do, and we can talk about that next. So he's looking at it like, I need to be out on bond to fight this case, right?
Yep.
I don't want to be, in jail during the proceedings. So he wants to be out on bond. So I think the way his team angled it was they're going to be cooperative. Anytime you travel, they let him know, etc. Hey, we're intending to do this. We're intending to do that. Hey, a matter of fact, I'm going to be in New York so I can be close to you guys because it's HSI New York that did this in the Southern District of New York, which is one of the most aggressive prosecutorial offices in the country.
Hey, by the way, are they, I don't know how they score efficiency, but like it feels like that they almost get the most amount of cases or high profile cases, especially
some of the most high profile cases. They were responsible for indicting the mafia in the 1980s, right? With Paul Castellano and these guys back in the day, John Gotti, they went after them. Rudy Giuliani famously went after them. They did the 6ix9ine case. They did the Casanova case. A lot of the big hip hop cases out of New York, get indicted out of Southern District of New York. So it's a big district, and they're one of the most aggressive at USA's offices, one of the most prestigious. So he's like, look, I know the indictments are coming down. I'm going to go ahead and cooperate. And I'm going to put myself in New York. So if you guys have access to me, any questions, etc. And obviously they indicted him and he was right there. So I think the play from his legal team was, hey, we're going to make a case that when indictments do come down, when we go to your initial appearance and we try to get bond, they're going to give you out on bond because you've already shown that you're not a flight risk. The two biggest things that they look for whenever you're doing your bond hearing are you a danger to the community and are you a flight risk? Obviously, by him saying, yo, I'm cooperating and I'm doing whatever, he's going to probably surrender his passport. He's not going to be a flight risk. And then as far as like a danger to community, you know, he can make the argument, I'm not a danger to the community, etc. So more than likely, I predict he's probably going to get bond, which is why he's been so cooperative in the first place. And him and his legal team have probably been coordinating with the United States Attorney's Office.
Okay. All right. So, okay. Still a million things to unpack. First of all, we've seen even foreign criminals, El Chapo. We've seen those people being taken into custody. Obviously, that the level of the risk of, you know, flight risk clearly changes when you're an international, you know, suspect versus one like Diddy, who, as you said, is cooperating. But
yeah, if you're a foreign national, no status in the United States, it's an automatic detention. Okay. Every single time. Automatic detention. You don't get like you would need. The only way that you wouldn't get you would get bond as a foreign national with no status in the United States is the HSI agent would need to parole you, which wouldn't make sense. They would never do that. So, because that would mean that you're probably cooperating, but if you're in jail at some point, like it just wouldn't happen 9 out of 10 times. So, if you're an illegal alien with no status, automatic detention.
Okay, remember we're talking about Diddy.
Yeah, he's a U.S. citizen. So
okay, and but very high profile guy. What does a bond hearing even looks like? Or like, what's a bond package or a bail package that, and I know we're jumping the gun a little bit because we got to get into the indictment and what we probably think it is, but
right into it. So this is what's going to happen. He got arrested by HSI in New York, which for those that are wondering, I used to be an HSI agent out of Laredo, Texas. You know, I've been to the New York field office a couple of times. You know, I'm very familiar with that office. They're, you know, obviously a big office. They do a lot of big cases. They were intimately involved in the R. Kelly case. They actually were the ones that did the 6ix9ine case. So HSI New York is definitely a powerhouse, and so is that U.S. Attorney's Office. So I'm not surprised they aggressively pursued this. But this is what's going to happen. He got indicted. He got arrested, right? Mm-hmm. They probably got the true bill today, this afternoon sometime. They went to go pick him up at the hotel. What's going to happen is he's going to have his initial appearance in front of a magistrate judge tomorrow, probably in Manhattan. When he's there, they're going to unseal the indictment and they're going to hit him with the charges. I predict it's probably going to be sex trafficking and racketeering because, and I could talk about why it's going to be racketeering here in a second, but he's going to go to his initial appearance in front of a magistrate judge. That magistrate judge is going to assign him to a district judge because he's been indicted. So now his case is going to go to a district judge for his initial appearance because it's mandatory by law that you go see a judge within 24 to 72 hours of you being arrested. So he's going to get the charges read to him that are on the indictment. He's not going to actually enter a plea. It's an initial appearance only. They're going to tell him he has the right to remain silent, blah, blah, blah. And then they're going to ask, hey, what does the government want to do as far as like his bond, which I'm assuming him and his legal team are probably posturing to try to get him released on a bond tomorrow is what I'm assuming, which is why he's been so cooperative and flew up to New York and kind of made himself available to the feds because he knew that this indictment was imminent. Okay.
Do you believe that magistrate judge, which is going to be tasked with the initial appearance, do you think that, again, we're talking high profile case, it's a lot of man hours, a lot of money. Do you think that they are prepared to deal with a potential bond application or a bond, almost initial appearance to listening to bond tomorrow, or it's something that they will probably put off to another date?
I think they'll probably kind of figure it out tomorrow. I think the whole purpose of him cooperating with the government the way he has was for this very moment so that he can get bond. And if he doesn't get it on this one, there'll probably be a bond hearing shortly thereafter, maybe a couple days after, where they just will strictly have a bond hearing because he's not going to be entitled to what's called a preliminary hearing to establish probable cause because he's been indicted by a grand jury. So the next step is going to be the arraignment, which is where he's actually going to formally enter his plea. And obviously there's going to be a potential bond hearing if they need it. But I think more than likely he's either A, going to get the bond tomorrow, or B, there'll be a bond hearing specifically for that where, his attorneys are going to argue on his behalf and say that he's not a flight risk or a danger to the community, which are the two main prerequisites to, get yourself bond. He'll probably surrender his passport if he hasn't already. And yeah, but I predict he's probably going to get out on bond, which is why he's been so cooperative with them in the first place.
Okay. All right. So let's deal with some, minute details. And I know you've been there where you're the main case agent and you've gotten a case, you've presented it, and I don't know, maybe worked it up, maybe your chain of command, but eventually they got approved to go to the U.S. Attorney's Office. They say, yes, we're going to go with this. Somehow there is either an indictment or it's just written up in a complaint, and you now have to serve the arrest warrant. What do you think? So this what came down via TMZ today. They said they plan to arrest him tomorrow, but something came up. We don't know what. They haven't said. They had to do it today. In your experience, what was this like? Again, obviously you're saying that you believe that there was a presentment today, that the true bill of indictment came through. So they're aware of it. What do you think could have changed the circumstances? You just, again, we're spitballing. We don't know everything, but you're probably the best person we could ask.
So I can explain that. So, I guess I could talk about the case agent perspective, then we'll go into the indictment. So for the audience that's wondering, because they might not understand some of these terms. So guys, the case agent is the agent, or the special agent in this case, that's going to be responsible, that's running that investigation, right? He's running the case, he's coordinating directly with the U.S. attorney, right? The AUSA, Assistant United States Attorney, that's doing the case, and they're kind of working together. Now, the feds work a lot differently than the state, and what I mean by this is the special agent and the prosecutor are on the phone like almost every day. They become like best friends because you don't have the same level of authority, counter to, what people think, right? Common to belief, what people think is, people think, oh yeah, feds have all this power, etc. The reality is the feds don't have that much power. We don't have the same authority to do probable cause arrests like state and locals do. State and local finds you on the car, right? And you're drinking and driving, you got a DUI or whatever. They can just go ahead and make that probable cause arrest right there, or they catch you with drugs. They can make that arrest there. Feds don't work that way. They need to call a prosecutor, a federal prosecutor, and say, look, I got XYZ. I want to go ahead and prosecute this case, which rarely happens with probable cause arrest. Most cases at the federal level are done by indictment, as you guys are seeing here. And I can explain that whole process if you want me to. But regardless, Diddy in this case was indicted. So that means that this agent went in.
Hold on. You're giving some new information I didn't know. So
okay.
Yeah,
this is pretty extensive. So stop me wherever you need to.
Yeah. Okay. So you just explained what most people, because again, when we hear the feds, it's like the boogeyman, right? So like that's just super different, right? So for example, yeah, if a local police pulls you over this and third, and they have probable cause, they could just arrest you and hit you with the charges when they get to the station, whatever the case is, right? Yep. But you're 100%. Saying that the feds don't move like that.
No, they don't. And the reason why, right? So I'll give you guys a perfect example. When I was on the Southwest border, right? Mm-hmm. Someone comes in, tries to smuggle drugs through the port, Customs and Border Protection arrests them, right? Detain them because they got the drugs right then and there. They call HSI. I show up. I seize the drugs. I take the individual. I call the prosecutor. I say, look, we got him here with 10 kilos of coke at the bridge. He's confessed, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to write up a criminal complaint. Are you guys going to accept prosecution? Yeah, we got you. Boom. Okay. So I take him, drop him off at the jail, go back to the office, write up my criminal complaint, send it to the AUSA. He sends it to the judge. Next morning, I'm there, swear to it, sign it, blah, blah, blah. And then, that was a probable cause arrest in that case. That doesn't happen often at the federal level. Oh. Most of the time, you're doing a long-term investigation. You're working hand-in-hand with a prosecutor, which is why they're close, like I explained before. And you're building up a case that might take months, if not years, to build up. And on top of that, you had to go to the AUSA prior and say, look, I'm doing this investigation. This is the target. This is the organization, blah, blah, blah. You got to sell it because AUSAs have a lot of discretion which cases they take and which cases they don't take. They might say, hey, that's not good enough for us. Go ahead and take it to the state. We're not going to go ahead and take that. Wow. So probable cause arrests aren't as common at the federal level. You typically have to go through an AUSA and get indicted after a long-term investigation. That's why the feds don't have the same arrest authority as the state and locals do. State and locals can arrest you all day if they see you with drugs or they see that you're drunk or disorderly conduct, whatever the fuck it may be. They have a lot more power with probable cause arrest because district attorney's offices are a lot more flexible than United States attorney's offices. Does that make sense?
No, it makes absolute sense. And by the way, you're giving us information that we would have not known, because I think a lot of times when we think of law enforcement, we think, obviously we hear about 97% conviction rate when it comes to the feds, but we think pretty much law enforcement is law enforcement. We're just thinking that's the prosecutor's office. Okay, cool.
That's precisely why they win so many cases, because the AUSAs have such discretion. They don't take cases unless, like, put it this way, AUSA is not going to indict you 99% of the time unless they're not sure they're going to win at trial. Like when I used to come in with my grand jury packet to indict somebody, it wasn't just for indictment or probable cause. The AUSA was like, I need enough where if we went to trial tomorrow, we would win. So the feds don't mess around with that because they have such discretion. That's why they have such high conviction rates, is because when they indict you, they're already ready for trial, ready to go. So
Diddy's finished.
Yeah, dude, it's a wrap.
Okay. So let's, again, we don't know for sure, but again, this is the best source anyone could have it right now. And by the way, thank you, Myron. And by the way, Fresh, what up, my nigga?
What up, bro? Yeah, this is my office. Like, I worked out of the Miami field office, but the New York office, I'm very familiar with how they work. This is my agency, so I know exactly how they work. This was, a human trafficking 15 case. So,
Okay, so here's the question I have. So I want you to kind of walk me through. Okay, you were a case agent, right? And at what point do you pass it over to the U.S. Attorney's Office? And so how much of the work here is there like an agent or maybe a couple of agents doing versus, okay, this is when we definitely know this is in the U.S. Attorney's hands and they're making these plays. So you break it down from at least externally what we've seen.
So this is how I think. This is what I, speculate the investigation started to some degree. When Cassie first came out and said that she was being abused by him, etc., right? And they might have got tips and everything else like this from before, right? From the tip line or whatever. What I think more than likely happened was they started talking to a couple of people, going out, doing a couple knock and talks. Hey, this seems a little weird. These women keep coming forward and complaining about, nefarious sexual activity with Diddy from dating back from the 90s, whatever. This is a little weird. And at that point, especially if you're dealing with someone high profile, after the second or third or fourth interview where you might have a good witness or two, you're going to the United States Attorney's Office early on, right? And you're saying, look, this is the target. This is who he is. This is what we think we can build, etc. We talked to these people, whatever. And I think in a case like this, they more than likely had the U.S. Attorney's Office ear early on. And, I've always said this, the feds in the United States Attorney's Office, right? They like clout. They like the ability to prosecute high profile individuals. It's going to hit the news. It's going to be big, a big W for them, a big press release. So I'm assuming once they figured out who the guy was, right, Diddy, they probably were working with the United States Attorney's Office fairly early on this, is what I predict.
Okay.
Given the nature of who the individual was. And also keep in mind, there was a successful prosecution with R. Kelly prior to this. So then some of, if I'm not mistaken, some of the AUSAs that were on that case were also involved in this R. Kelly case.
All right, so
are involved in this Diddy case that were involved in the R. Kelly case. Sorry.
Yeah. So let me ask you this question, right? And you mentioned your prediction, and I guess you could expound on your prediction for charges, and I would love to hear you explain that before. But in following up to that, I also want you to, answer the question of, okay, if because you mentioned racketeering, and and usually when people are in a racket, it's more than one. It's just not a singular individual. And maybe I'm wrong, but do you believe that this indictment solely falls on Sean Diddy Combs, or maybe there are 3, 4, 5, 6, a dozen other people, maybe not charged with everything, but with kind of ancillary people who the prosecutor is going to try to dance along maybe in a trial and say, hey, these were the people that were doing his bidding, but he was making a call. What do you think?
Yeah, so the reason why they're going to have to use the racketeering statute, right, is because a lot of these crimes happened a long time ago, right? Like some of these crimes are beyond the statute of limitations. So in order for the prosecutors to kind of bring in some of those allegations that happened in the 90s or maybe even the 80s or early 2000s or whatever, they're going to need to go ahead and prove that he was committing these crimes for a period of time, right? Racketeering activity, right? And the criminal organization is ongoing, or the criminal enterprise is ongoing. So that is why they're going to have to do this under the auspice of RICO, so that they can go ahead and say, look, we're going to bring in all these other crimes, right, that were done decades ago, because he's been doing it for a while. So sex trafficking is considered a crime that falls under the RICO Act. right? There's drug trafficking, there's violence, witness intimidation, there's extortion, all these different types of crimes that they typically had there historically to go after organized crime like the mafia, whatever. As long as they can prove that he's still committing these crimes to some degree, they can bring in all those allegations from prior, but they need to do it under the RICO statute to be able to bring them in, so they get around this whole statute of limitations problem.
Oh wow, yeah, I spoke about that before too. Could you so sex trafficking, and I've heard a few, us YouTubers on here, obviously the 99.9, and you're obviously the 0.1% that has worked in law enforcement. We're either ghetto lawyers, or we're going off like what we either know from either our experience dealing with the criminal justice system, or just kind of like looking at these things a lot. Could you explain sex trafficking? Because I've heard, like, for example, like Whack 100 said, yo, well, if you fly a girl out and you fuck her, and if she alleges that there's an abuse there, well, the person crossed state lines, this and third, it's sex trafficking. And I'm like, damn, that's kind of like a very loose and broad, interpretation of what sex trafficking could be. What is sex trafficking? And where would a federal authority start to look at it in?
So I'm going to just kind of give the more practical agent side of it, right? So The thing with sex trafficking, and this is very contrary to what people think, it's not as common as people think it is, right? What people always conflate sex trafficking with is human smuggling, bringing in illegal aliens into the United States for a sum or a fee. Those individuals are brought into the United States. Their families are being extorted, etc. That's human smuggling. Now, does it lead to human trafficking later on when they get into the United States and they're forced to work jobs or whatever it may be? Of course, but people often conflate human smuggling with human trafficking, which are two completely different crimes. One is, AUSC 1324. The other one is a far more serious crime that's 18 USC, right? Which is the criminal code versus the immigration code. So that's number one. Number two, as far as sex trafficking goes, it's actually fairly hard to prove. A lot of the times when people think that they got a sex trafficking case, and I know this because I've been on so many of these different raids, is what ends up happening is you bust a prostitution ring, right? You thought, oh yeah, we had these girls are being trafficked, whatever. You talk to them and they all love their pimp. They don't want to cooperate. They don't want to say that they were being held or whatever. Some of them are lying to protect them. Some of them were trafficked or whatever. But the point is that it's very difficult to get witnesses because sometimes they don't want to necessarily cooperate. So what ends up happening is you just end up getting everyone arrested for solicitation charges, right? Ends up being just a prostitution ring bust. Now, the way to get around that though, right, which is how the feds come in a lot of the times, is if the girls are under 18, it's an automatic human trafficking charge.
Wow.
Automatic.
Why
so
automatic?
That's where they're going to get them. Is some of these girls, from what I understand, were under 18 at the time when Diddy was messing with them and bringing them around in different states.
Okay.
I think they're going to get them. I mean, I'll have to look at the indictment to see, but this is my prediction.
Okay, let me interject and add. So on one of the particular civil cases that he has is that there was a young woman who was 17 that was supposedly, she met someone that worked for his label. That person said, hey, I think Diddy would like you. They called Diddy. Diddy spoke to the girl, spoke to the person, and then within a matter of hours, the girl got on a private jet to fly to Diddy and allegedly was around him. By the way, this girl, I'll post it here. I'll send you a link if you want to show it on, your stream.
Yeah, please.
Or you could even Google 17-year-old Diddy. There's multiple like articles about it. Her face is blurred out. She was seen sitting on his lap. Okay, there's a New York Post. I'll post it in the chat here. I don't know if whoever.
Okay, yeah, because Bill's on the computer, so he could do it.
All right, so Bills, you could just click from the chat. It's a chat between me and Myron, and it's a New York Post thing. It says Sean Diddy Combs accused of drugging and gang R-wording a 17-year-old in a new suit. There's photos of this girl sitting on his lap. Obviously, she's not shown for obvious reasons. She was 17 at the time. Her lawsuit against him says she was gang R-worded, but what's also very important is she was 17. Here's the important part. I think she was in, I believe, let me make sure, Detroit, I believe. And then he was either in New York. And let me just make sure, chat. I'm sorry. Yes, the woman says she met Pierre, who was an executive at Bad Boys Entertainment. So she met one of his workers in Detroit at a lounge. And then essentially he called Sean Diddy Combs on the phone and convinced the teen to fly to New York City. Before leaving the lounge, they said the worker took her to the bathroom where he smoked crack with her and apparently had her have sex with him first. Then he put her in a private jet from Pontiac, Michigan. She landed in Teterboro, New Jersey, which this is where Jay-Z and everybody who got a private jet who goes to New York lands in Jersey at Teterboro. That's fact. And yeah, they drove to a studio, and she has pictures to prove she's with him. Would that be considered as sex trafficking?
Yeah, that's a cut and dry human trafficking right there at the federal level because she's not 18. He moved her in between states. That affects interstate commerce. So that's where they're going to get them. And I know some of the audience here might be shocked by me saying that human trafficking isn't as prevalent as people think, but it really isn't. It's really the human smuggling that is the extremely common thing that people tend to conflate because they're two completely different crimes. But the big way, and I know this from being on human trafficking task forces and working with these guys closely, a lot of the times when they do these busts, what ends up happening is it's prostitution ring and they don't want to cooperate against a pimp. They're not really being abused. They're doing it willingly and they're of age. However, if they catch a girl there that's underage, then it morphs into human trafficking automatically because that woman can't consent.
I have a question.
That's how they get the nexus.
If the girl lied about her age, does that matter?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So if she's 17 and she was being and there was a pimp and she was being prostituted, it's automatic human trafficking charge, and the feds will take that almost always. And the two biggest agencies that investigate human trafficking are Homeland Security Investigation, HSI, and the FBI.
Okay. Also, what about this? In different states, there's different ages of consent.
Yeah.
So on a state level, I believe, and we could Google it for New York age of consent
might be 17.
That is 17. Now, that's statewide. Obviously, the national age of consent federally is 18. Could Diddy have an argument to say, well, she came here willingly and the age of consent in New York is 17?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if his legal team doesn't try it. But they're going to say, hey, federally it's 18. So we'll see what happens. And I think that's where he's going to have to pay his defense team the big bucks to make that argument in court for him.
Wow. Okay, so all right, we get sex trafficking. So I think everybody who's spoken about this, and I've spoken to you, I've spoken to Bradford Cohen. Yo, I gotta get you with Bradford Cohen. Like, I'm telling you, like he's an invaluable mind that everything he's predicted when it comes to these proceedings have always been correct. And I think you and him, you guys are like, it would be like a power couple. Pause. Anyway.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
But wait, she came from Michigan, you said, right?
Yes, she came from Detroit, Michigan.
Consent, 16 in Michigan? Okay, all right. I was just looking to see what the age of consent is in Michigan. But sorry, what was the next thing you wanted to hit?
So I guess we're looking at the litany of charges he could face. It appears that sex trafficking is going to be on the bill, right? There's been rumors about, the 1999 shooting, the club shooting, that supposedly, the woman who was shot in the face, who believes that Diddy was the one who pulled the trigger, but New York State did not charge Diddy with that crime. Instead, they blame it on Shine. That particular situation, we're hearing about the Tupac situation. We're hearing about maybe other, and I had said this earlier, but I want to get your take on it. Remember the first person when they did the raid that was arrested, the only person that was, arrested, not detained, was supposedly the drug mule. Do you see maybe, and we hear a lot of drugs, do we see maybe some drug charges kind of mixed into it? It kind of gives it some color. No, unfortunately, I'm not trying to just content this out, but just like, it kind of makes it seem like, hey, it's not only sex trafficking, this is a drug-fueled environment. And then maybe you could add some violence in with, either
to pad up the racketeering, right? So when you're hitting people with RICO, right? Like you have certain crimes in there that you want to show to establish that it's a criminal enterprise and they're committing crimes in furtherance of the organization, right? So, like I said, there's a couple different crimes that fall under the racketeering, right? Vehicle theft, extortion, murder, kidnapping, drug trafficking, etc. So what I predict is, right, we don't know the indictment yet. We'll see it tomorrow probably when it's unsealed, when he goes in front of the judge. They might put that in there to kind of pad that this is a component to the criminal organization, because some of these women that are victims, complained and said, oh yeah, I was under the influence of drugs. They were readily available to me, etc. So they can use that to kind of substantiate and prop up this RICO charge, because the reason why they're using the RICO is because the RICO allows them to bring in all these other cases in that might have been kind of fallen by the wayside due to statute of limitations. RICO allows them to bring it back in. It's kind of like the glue that holds everything together, if that makes sense.
Okay. Do you think that there will be any specific charges of, sexual assault?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, for sure. Because the thing is that they've had this grand jury convened for a very long time. I remember reading about this originally, like almost 2 to 3 months ago, that they started doing these grand jury things. So that tells me the fact that they're indicting him now.
Is that unusual? Is that unusual? Like again, we have no idea about federal grand juries. It feels like they've presented this case for 2 months.
Okay, let me explain how grand jury works to the federal level. Give me 1 second. Hold on. So, because a lot of people, so the grand jury is nothing more than a group of your peers that sit in a room and deliberate on cases based on probable cause, right? So, not to be confused with a trial jury, right, where it's like, 12, 6 or 12, whatever that may be, right? 12 people. So, a grand jury, right? The AUSA convene, and they typically serve for 3 months, 6 months, whatever it may be, and they'll sit there, and the grand jury typically convenes once a week, depending on how busy the United States Attorney's Office is, how often they're indicting cases, whatever it may be. So what ends up happening is the AUSA comes in with their case agent, and the AUSA asks the case agent questions, right? And the case agent presents evidence to the case. Now, keep in mind, I want to make this very clear. It's just to establish probable cause, guys. Probable cause is not that high of a threshold, right? But like I said before, when you're indicting, the AUSA pretty much is ready to go to trial. So it's probable cause just to get the indictment, but obviously the AUSA is looking long-term to win a trial. So you go in there, and I've testified literally hundreds of times. You go in there, they sit you down, they swear you in, and they ask you questions, right? The AUSA asks you questions on the case, you explain the case, then they open it up for a Q&A for the grand jury to ask you questions. You answer any questions in there about the case, anything that wasn't clear. You walk out the grand jury room, you and the AUSA, you give them some time to deliberate, depending on how complex the case is, that will dictate how long it takes them to deliberate, and then you get something called a true bill of indictment after the fact. That true bill of indictment is filed with the clerk, and then you go ahead and you get an arrest warrant from the judge. And that's to answer your question that you mentioned before, hey, why did they pick him up tonight versus tomorrow? What I'm assuming is, since they had the grand jury convening, right, and they knew that he was going to be indicted today, I guarantee they had probably agents watching him the whole time, and they saw he was at the hotel lobby. They're like, bro, we got eyes on him. It's safe to do it. We technically have an arrest warrant for him now, and in the arrest warrant, if you look at any federal arrest warrant, it says at the bottom, you are hereby commanded to arrest XYZ, right? So if you got him in plain sight and it's easy, it's safe to effect the arrest, you kind of have to arrest him because you've been commanded by a magistrate judge now that you have that arrest warrant, or a district judge, depending on whatever it is. But regardless, you got an arrest warrant from the judge. So they probably had eyes on him the whole time. They saw he was in the hotel lobby. Arrest warrant was signed by the judge. They just picked him up right then and there. That's why I predict why they picked him up this evening.
So you're not thinking that maybe, even though he seems like he has to be cooperative, you don't think that maybe, I don't know, he was like, oh, I got to go back to Miami, and maybe like he hit like his plane guy, like, hey, let's go back to Miami, because I don't know if he would know when the indictment would be coming down, and they're like, no, fuck that. We're not gonna wait till he gets on another plane.
That could have been a reason too. I mean, I'm thinking, typically the most simple answer tends to be the answer. What I'm predicting is they probably have been having him. They've had him under surveillance for a few days now, especially knowing that the grand jury convened and it was going to indict him today, kind of to see if he was going to run or see what would happen. And at this point, with the way his attorney
tapped or no?
What was that?
Do you think that maybe they have his phone tapped? Like, what's the surveillance like at this point? Like I use 6ix9ine as an example. Basically, like 6ix9ine said, like, I remember him explain to me in depth. He said, "Yo, I knew what it was every time I went outside. There was always a car that drove right by. It was always unmarked. There was always like this one car up there. Like it was basically." He said he kind of knew, but not really knew that he was being definitely heavily surveilled, and also, essentially his phones were also being tapped as well. Do you think they tap his phone just for this purpose or no?
No, I'm pretty certain that they did. Because here's the thing. So another common misconception: people think that tapping a phone is very easy. Getting a federal Title III, which is what it means to get live communication, guys, is extremely fucking difficult. And I can tell you guys, because I've written an affidavit and gotten a Title III before. It's very fucking hard to get one because here's the thing. When you write search warrants, right, a phone tap is the most intrusive, almost one of the most intrusive law enforcement techniques that you can use. So typically the more intrusive the search, the more probable cause you need to conduct that search. And I've said this before, I'll say it again. You need more probable cause to listen to someone's phone than to fucking arrest them. And the reason why is because you're not only infringing on that individual's, privacy, right, or violating the Fourth Amendment to a degree, while you're doing it legally. You're also listening into the private conversations of other individuals that may or may not be subjects of investigation. So when you're listening to their phone, it's one of the highest standards of getting a search warrant because you're listening in, and it has to go through a bunch of different people. A district judge has to sign it. It needs to go through something called OEO at the U.S. Department of Justice. It's very difficult to get a wiretap. So what I predict is, since this crime was a crime of things that occurred years ago, it wouldn't make sense. And I actually doubt that they would have the probable cause required to get a phone line tapped to actually listen to stuff, because I don't know if you want me to go into this, but to get an actual Title III, you need dirty phone calls, you need informants, you need a pen register, which this is all, if you really want me to go into this, how a phone tap works, I can, but because I've done it, but I'm 99% sure that they didn't do any Title III intercepts on this investigation, because this is a more historical investigation where you're interviewing witnesses of crimes that occurred in the past, which is why they're using the racketeering statute, because they're trying to bring in these crimes to kind of save them from statute of limitations problems.
Wow. No, again, I'm so thankful to have you on here. It's like invaluable information.
We'll say this. What they could have been doing, though, instead of a phone tap, right? Because I want to be very clear here. There's different ways to exploit telephones from a law enforcement perspective, right? There's different thresholds. There's something called a ping warrant, right? Which I've done this a million times when I would follow drug traffickers around, where you're able to track the phone, right, and get an update. It's up to you how you want to do it, but you can get it 30 minutes, hour, etc. And you basically know where the guy is going, right? Now, with that said, they would have to prove that the telephone and his travel was involved in some type of criminal activity. So for drug traffickers, it's easy, because you could be like, look, this guy's going to be having a pattern of behavior where he's going to be picking up drugs from individuals and meeting at stash houses, etc. We need to know where he's going, right? Or you can use this to put a tracker on a vehicle too, where you're, hey, he's involved in this type of crime. I need to know where he's going, etc. So they could do what's called a ping warrant on him to know where he's going at all times. That might not be needed, though, because obviously his defense team was cooperating with him. So that could be a play as well, but I kind of doubt it in this situation since he was cooperating. Then you have something called a pen register. And a pen register, aka a trap and trace, is where so they basically will get every single person calling you, right, and every single phone call that you make. Now, it doesn't show the contents of the conversation or what's being said, but it just shows frequency. So I'll give you an example. Let's say I'm watching a drug trafficker and I know that he's involved in dealing cocaine or methamphetamine, whatever, right? And I see that he calls this one certain phone number the most. I'm going to do a subpoena on that phone number, identify who that individual is, and I find out, oh, this guy has a criminal history for trafficking drugs, boom. And I start to identify the organization, right? And then that's how you kind of build it out. That's another way to exploit the telephones. I doubt that they're doing that, though, because this isn't a drug trafficking investigation. He's not actively involved in the crimes anymore. If anything, he's probably, trying to avoid it. So I doubt that they did a pen register too. I think in this case, they just had good old-fashioned, eye surveillance. His legal team was cooperating, and then this is a historical case anyway. So this is strictly based on witness testimony. It's going to be a witness testimony-heavy investigation.
Okay. Now, again, and I feel like I'm almost dick riding, pause. But you're the perfect person to have on at this moment. But I do have to ask this question because, again, I keep saying Bradford Cohen. He's also like kind of analyzed this point, but I want to hear your analysis of it.
Yeah.
So it made the news. It made TMZ that one of the last things, and you tell me where you think this came from. Do you think this came from the U.S. Attorney's Office or the grand jury? But there was subpoenas sent out to Miami hotels that had to do with the whereabouts and also activity of not only Diddy, but 50 Cent's baby mama, Daphne Joy. Does that, number one, I want you to analyze that, but then second of all, does that make it almost seem like Daphne Joy might be either potentially a target or maybe she's someone that was cooperating, that they're just validating what the fuck she's told them? Because that's...
Okay. Cool. So I can answer that. And then the other thing I want to say too, because some people are saying they always tap the phones. I also want to be clear here that a Title III wire intercept to listen to phones through the regular court system is much different than a FISA wiretap where you're basically doing on national security grounds. If you're doing a FISA phone tap, obviously the threshold is not as high as a regular Title III because you have national security implications, so you're able to get it much easier. So if you're a spy or trying to do anything against the United States that affects national security, they're going to be able to wiretap your phone way easier. Now, to answer your question as far as subpoenas go, so here's the thing. So every agency operates differently here, but when it comes to HSI has something called admin subpoena power. And what that means is you can go into a business or you can go ahead and serve a phone company or whatever it may be, and you can say, look, I need information on XYZ, and you serve them a subpoena on, maybe it's an immigration case, a customs case, a drug case, whatever it may be. They have different statutes that they can use to gain information via subpoena. Then you also have something called a grand jury subpoena. I'll give you an example of what the two mean, right? So let's say I have a target of investigation and they have a Google account, right?
Okay.
And I want to figure out who is the subscriber to that Google account. I send an administrative subpoena to Google to tell me who the user is on that account. Google will furnish me the information because I gave them a legal document. However, after 30, 60, 90 days, they will notify the subscriber, look, the feds asked us about your account. And they can go ahead and disclose that to their customer, right? Banks do this, phone companies will do this, etc., right? Now, if I hand them a grand jury subpoena, now they can't say shit, right? So think of it as a grand jury subpoena as a more powerful way to get information, right? It's a little bit more of a pain in the ass to get one, but you typically want to use grand jury subpoenas, especially for banks, because if you give a bank an admin subpoena, some of them might not honor it, or they'll say, well, we're going to notify our account holder like within a month or whatever. Obviously, you don't want them to find out that they're the subject of investigation, so you want to give them a grand jury subpoena. Admin subpoenas are typically reserved for phone companies. Phone companies typically will, they won't tell the subscriber. They'll just give you the phone number, who it belongs to, address, that type of shit, basic stuff. So with all that said, the fact that we know that there were subpoenas sent to these hotels leads me to believe that they probably served them with administrative subpoenas, right? Which is, they work, but you deal with the issues where it's not necessarily kept to the same level of secrecy as a grand jury subpoena. Because if you go ahead and you talk about the grand jury subpoena being served on you, well, now you can go to jail for that.
Really?
Does that make sense?
No. I hear you. I said I had no idea you could potentially, if you bring that to light, you could be facing arrest. Wow. Okay.
Jury subpoena, yes. For admin, no. And only some agencies have admin subpoena power. I know DEA has it, HSI has it, FBI has it. I don't think ATF has it. They got to do everything through grand jury subpoena, and it depends on the agency and their administrative powers. But yeah, giving an admin subpoena will get you the information sometimes, but you have to deal with the risk. As a case agent, you got to make this decision. It's more of a pain in the ass to get a grand jury subpoena, but you'll be protected. However, you can do an admin subpoena and get it quickly and maybe potentially deal with them disclosing it to the subscriber. That's why I would only use admin subpoenas for phone stuff. I would never use it for anything else because a company like a hotel could potentially disclose that after a period of time.
Wow. Okay, so are you in the belief, and I guess this is what I was trying to get to, so it was interesting that Daphne Joy's name was kind of tied to Diddy in that particular situation. Do you think that means that she's either a potential witness or a potential person being investigated?
What's this? You said that's Diddy, like not Diddy. It's
Baby Mama,
50 Cent's baby mama, right?
Yeah,
she used to have a relationship with Diddy, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
that's correct.
Let me I want to read the exact. I want to read you the exact thing that we saw it at. Okay. Here we go. So this is, and by the way, this was 8/31, which is obviously August 31st, 2024. I want to read you this, and then you can interpret it. It says the federal authorities investigating Diddy to possibly get a criminal indictment against the music mogul are chugging along, issuing a new grand jury subpoena related to a hotel in Florida. According to new legal docs obtained by TMZ, which you obviously have to know, they have their sources. They're the first ones.
They did a grand jury subpoena. Okay.
Yeah. TMZ is the first one also figured out that Diddy's in custody. You know, they have a source in the Southern District. Trust me.
Yeah, they got.
The federal prosecutors from the Southern District of New York got a subpoena requiring the Fancy Miami Hotel to cough up documents and other evidence related to Diddy. Here's where we get a little further. Diddy and his ex, Daphne Joy, which is 50 Cent's ex, or 50 Cent's baby mama, are both named in the subpoena. The subpoena calls for the hotel to hand over reservation records involving Diddy and Daphne and other associates of Bad Boy Entertainment CEO. The subpoena names the period of January 1st, 2008 to present, asking for check-ins and check-out dates, room numbers, guest preferences, requests, billing information, and also room service. Federal prosecutors are also requesting emails and mailing address and phone numbers along with forms of payments such as cash and credit cards. Okay. They also ask for computer IP address, logins of individuals, as well as copies of their identification and vehicle information. What's more, the feds inquired about surveillance footage at the hotel. The new subpoena was only issued a couple weeks ago, so it looked like they found out about it afterwards. Clearly, so it looks like the authorities are still hard at work on the Diddy probe.
Yeah, so I can answer that. That's just like that's what you would call like kind of a catch-all subpoena, where you're not just going to subpoena every room that was under his name, but you're going to subpoena all the rooms that were under associates, girlfriends, employees, etc., so that you kind of have a broad scale and you know exactly every room that was rented. And the reason why they probably are doing that is because they probably heard testimony from one of the witnesses that said, "Hey, I was assaulted at this hotel during this time, blah, blah, blah." So they're like, all right, cool. For us to cover our bases so we can corroborate, right? Because the thing is with witness testimony is you need to be able to corroborate it with actual real facts, right? So if one of the witnesses says, "Hey, I was sexually assaulted at this hotel on this, on or about this day or month or year," right? What they're going to do is they're going to say, okay, cool, we need to be able to confirm that. So they're going to go back at those hotel records, show that Diddy did indeed have a room at this hotel at that specified period of time. And what that will do is that will beef up that witness's credibility in court. So your whole job whenever you're an agent, right, and you're doing these cases is when you have a witness, you need to be able to independently corroborate everything they tell you through outside pieces of evidence that kind of stand on their own. And hotel reservations is a great way to do that. That's why I'm assuming they probably went ahead and did the grand jury subpoenas, and they did it through a grand jury subpoena to make sure that it can come into court. So I think them putting her on the grand jury subpoenas is just to make sure that they get everything and they don't miss any rooms.
Okay.
Because if nefarious activity did occur, right, if Diddy has half a brain, he's not going to put it under his name. He's going to put it under the people that work for him or people that were with him.
That's wild.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a very difficult question, which again, you may not be able to answer with facts at this moment because this is super preliminary. But, 50 Cent accused Daphne Joy of being like a sex worker. A whore. He says a little sex worker, that like you used to say.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. you know, again, going off what Bradford Cohen said, he feels like maybe Cassie's team leaked that footage of Diddy beating her, that maybe potentially the feds couldn't look at, her to be like, hey, well, okay, I know he was abusive to you, but look like you were the person who was hitting up all the escorts and flying the girls in. Diddy didn't do that. You did that. So maybe you're a co-conspirator. When you hear Daphne Joy's name being mentioned in a subpoena, is it possible that there could be maybe women, maybe managers, maybe assistants that get charged along with Diddy, or at least were investigated to say, hey, this guy didn't do it by himself. You guys helped. You put the girls in your rooms. They weren't staying in Diddy's room. They stayed under your name, in rooms under your name. Is that possible?
Yeah, absolutely. And they're going to use that as a bargaining chip to ensure that all of them cooperate against Diddy. Because obviously, so Diddy is going to be looked at as like kind of the head of the organization, and maybe his assistant is the number two. So they're going to do everything in their power to ensure that they get successful prosecution against him. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if they haven't already either A, brought her in, or B, made her a target in the investigation to some degree where she's cooperating, or they're letting her know that you can be charged too. So they're definitely going to have these people ready to go and testify in this situation.
Yo, can you imagine how 50 Cent feels about this? His baby mama is helping Diddy do his dirt, bro. That's some messed up shit, bro. That's your baby mama. That's wow.
Well, Fresh, here's the thing, though. If I'm 50, we have to remember the timeline of things. So 50 goes on his rant after it's being known that she's mentioned in a lawsuit. What does she do? She actually accuses 50 Cent of R-wording her.
Yep.
Like, let's be clear. What 50 does? Okay. He files a lawsuit. At first, she didn't delete it. Then she deletes the post. Supposedly, and I could Google it, I think 50 is not going forward with the lawsuit, particularly for defamation, which we all know, if anybody knows 50 Cent history, if you lie about him, he's going for that money. But here's the bigger plight that 50 might have to play, and I guess this is where I would ask Myron. Well, if she's either a witness or a potential part of this Diddy investigation / indictment, I think what Diddy and most men would find the biggest win is not suing your baby mama who's broke without you paying her for defamation. The best thing would be showing to family court, hey, maybe I deserve custody.
Damn.
My baby mama is a sex worker who's named in this indictment federally. And no, is that a play?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, we all know that it's a lot harder for men to get custody of their children in family court, but showing that she's being a subject of or indicted in a federal sex trafficking case is absolutely going to swing it in the father's favor, especially someone like Diddy who has the resources to take care of the kid. So, yeah, I mean, 50, that's definitely a play.
50,
for 50.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Clever.
Man, yo, listen, so they're saying tomorrow. Yo, I'm wondering what this So I also threw this into the air. I want you to react to it. So if you listen to some of the other lawsuits, they tried to say, like, even, a few lawsuits, they were like, oh, the apple didn't fall too far from the tree. But they were trying to bring in Justin Combs into it. Is it possible? And what do you think the odds are that any maybe additional indicted people end up being family, as opposed to, I could see like maybe a worker like, hey, your job was to, get the bitches here or whatever. But if his sons, even one of them, I don't think, even though, Christian Combs is a civil case, but if any of them gets caught up in the criminal case, how does that look?
I mean, it's possible if they assisted their father in any way. I mean, some of these charges seem to be kind of old, so they might have been children when it went down. But it's definitely possible that his kids can get wrapped up in the indictment as well. What I predict is more than likely, Diddy and probably some of his closest associates were indicted in this one. We'll have to see if any of them are taken into custody. but obviously he was the main guy that they were focused on getting, arrested right away. So, we'll only know until tomorrow. I mean, he's going to have initial appearance in front of a magistrate tomorrow morning at some point, whenever, depending on whenever they have wherever they do the initial appearances or whatever time they do them. But typically, a lot of places it's in the morning, at the district court.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What if Diddy's, well, this is what I've kind of heard out and about, but what if Diddy's son invited girls over to the crib that were underage? And when they were over there, maybe after a couple of days, things happened. Would they be considered accomplices at that point?
Yeah. Yeah, if they're inviting underage girls over?
Because I know a girl that talks about being there for a couple days. She's over the age though. But I'm just saying, like,
then that's gonna be a lot
girls
harder.
were not.
Yeah, I mean, if the thing is with the feds and human trafficking, when the kid is under 18, it's automatic. It's like a slam dunk. It's easy. Once they're of age, then it becomes tougher because now you got to prove certain things.
But what if Diddy's kids are underage too? Like, is that okay?
Oh, you're saying like his kids being underage and helping him?
Yes.
Oh, that's a good question. So would he'd get in trouble for that?
Yeah, would they get in trouble with the kids if they're underage too as well?
I mean, there's probably a state charge for that, like child neglect or something like that. But at a federal level, I don't think the kids, if they're underage, like they're not. The feds really stay away from prosecuting juveniles.
Okay.
They try their best not to. It's very difficult to prosecute a juvenile, at the federal level at least.
Wow.
All right.
Yeah.
That's tough though.
Wow. This is it's clear. It's clear. Cassie's
you should go to New York tomorrow and like go sit in the courtroom if you can. His initial appearance.
You should.
Well, here's the thing. So you tell me. So this is a sealed case. Is it possibly that is it going to be in an open courtroom? Like we don't know. Like I mean,
it is. So everything in federal court is open unless it's like a FISA court. No, it's going to be open. We just got to figure out. I'm going to look right now on Pacer and see. Obviously the case is sealed right now, but they're going to unseal it. It's just a matter of like figuring out when they do initial appearance.
I looked on Pacer. The case isn't there, which I'm guessing if the initial indictment isn't there, you just can't find the case. But I'm pretty sure it'll appear in the morning. But there isn't a case that originates in the last like week for Diddy.
Yo, can you dispel this myth, bro? They're saying that we went to the Diddy party, which we did not. Please tell them, bro.
Who, me? Hell nah, nigga. The fuck? No. And I'm gonna be honest with you, is like this is where we're gonna get like so much more information from this indictment. All right, but by the way, and still continuing off what you're saying, Fresh. But I also want to ask Myron is like this, and we see all the time in like these gang or sometimes RICO cases with gangs. Obviously, we see maybe sometimes an indictment, then we see a superseding indictment. Sometimes they'll bring more shit into it. Do we think that whatever indictment that get unsealed tomorrow, that's it? What he's facing, like, right? Or are they still maybe trying to cook up something? That they could try to hit him with, or whatever we see unsealed tomorrow, that's gonna be the mountain that he has to climb.
Yeah, no, they can absolutely do a superseding indictment. They did it for R. Kelly.
Did
and
they?
They did a superseding indictment from, I think, later on. And for the audience that's wondering, a superseding indictment, guys, is nothing more than you get them indicted right by the grand jury the first time, and then you can come back. And I know 6ix9ine, they did a superseding indictment. Let's say during the course of the investigation,
yeah, they added the niggas who kidnapped him.
Exactly. So you can come back and you can do a superseding indictment and charge other conspirators or add charges to it. You convene with the grand jury again. They do another meeting. You indict them again, and you add more charges or add more targets.
Hey, this is gonna sound like a ridiculous question. How, like,
yeah,
ballpark me on this. Me, classic pocket watcher. Listen, I'm the best when it comes to pocket watching. I love doing it. What are we thinking of? Like, I look at the raids. We got to think the manpower. We're convening a grand jury for like 3 months. This is Diddy. What do you think the feds are in terms, obviously, like, we're talking about budget here and resources, but how much you think they have put behind this case so far?
Couple million easily, bro.
Really?
I mean, to do a wiretap, to give you guys kind of an idea, to do a wiretap for a month, right, cost about $50,000.
Really?
So, damn. And that's just a wiretap, right? But like, but it's very expensive to run an investigation between, you know, surveillance, doing warrants, going out and interviewing a lot of these witnesses that probably aren't in New York City. You have to go out to other places to interview them. And obviously, with a case like this, as a case agent, I want to make sure that I'm out there to do some of these interviews. Yeah, they've spent, you know, doing surveillance, tracking his assets. That's the other thing too, is they're probably going to try to identify someone like this. They're going to identify his real assets for forfeiture, right? What they can and can't take. Doing the search warrants where they did a multiple search warrants. They did one in Miami and they did one at LA at the same time, simultaneous search warrants. The amount of coordinating between 2 different field offices to do it, actually 3 field offices, because New York ran the investigation. You have to send a collateral case to Miami, then you got to send a collateral case to LA. So off rip, I already know that they got 3 open investigations on Diddy in 3 different jurisdictions and 3 different field offices, and that's 3 different USA's offices that are dealing with it as well, because you have to get search warrants in those jurisdictions, which means you have to go through the United States Attorney's offices in those different jurisdictions. You can't write a judge can't give you a search warrant in the Southern District of New York for a house that's in the Southern District of Florida. You need to go to a judge in the Southern District of Florida to get that warrant signed. So that means more than likely a Miami agent had to swear out the affidavit down here, unless the case agent flew down, but he probably did. So yeah, man, we're millions of dollars.
Probably a lot of
easily
flights and shit, right?
What was that? Sorry?
I said it's probably a lot of flights and shit, right? Wow.
Oh yeah, dude. For a case like this, they were probably flying all over the country to interview witnesses and everything like this, because this case is what I would call like more of a historical case. So it's going to be heavily reliant upon witness testimony, which means you got to track these motherfuckers down, find out where they're at, interview them, do multiple interviews, make sure you get the story straight. You know, you're preparing them and everything else like that. So, you know, it's going to be tough. And then obviously they've had the grand jury convened for months now for this particular investigation, bringing witnesses in, right? Because we know that they've had this grand jury open now for a few months. Yeah. And I assume that was predominantly to get a lot of these witnesses in to give their testimony so that they can get a true bill of indictment.
Hey, humor me for a second, and I'm going to be a little bit into the conspiracy theory lane, but I'll just ask a question that I've seen people ask before. What is the possibility that, you know, okay, Diddy could possibly, you know, okay, he's taken into custody, but he could probably wiggle and squeeze his way out of this by saying, hey, I got a bigger fish for y'all to fry. Hey, have y'all heard about my boy Sean Carter, Jay-Z, Jigga Man, or I'm not saying that him, but anybody, like just somebody else that y'all could be like, I could throw somebody else under the bus for you to get me out of this shit. Hey, you ever heard of Clive David? Like, do you think that possibly the feds will be down to say, hey, Diddy, I think you could give us a bigger fish? Or are we saying, nah, Diddy's a big fish enough? It will look crazy if they gave him a deal to give up somebody else.
Sure. And I can explain this because this is kind of a more nuanced question when it comes to informants and, you know, hierarchy and stuff like that. So typically when you open up a case, right, you open up a case under what's called a file title, right? It's going to be your main target and then et al., right? Which means basically him and whoever else is involved. Guaranteed this case is probably Sean Combs et al. He's the main guy, and then everyone falls underneath him, right? If you look at the 6ix9ine case, it was Mel Murda was the top guy.
Oh yeah, no, actually you're right. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
His real name, I forget his real name, Jamel or something like that. Mel Murda was his name, but the case title in 6ix9ine's case was Mel Murda. So here, this is how it works when it comes to informants. So I'll give you guys kind of a thing for your audience here. If you're going to cooperate with the government, if you're going to cooperate, you're going to be an informant, etc. You better not be the fucking top guy, because more than likely when you're the top guy, they're not going to cut you a deal because you're the file title, you're the main dude, unless you have some crazy fucking person that you're going to give up. Maybe it's a dirty cop, a dirty agent, some shit like that, not a dirty politician. It's very unlikely that you're going to get time off when you're the file title. Now, what I will say is, and this is why 6ix9ine got such a great deal, 6ix9ine was what I would call like the sweet spot, right? He was in a position of power, but he wasn't so high up where he couldn't necessarily work a deal, but he was also not so low where he didn't know the inner workings of the gang. Since he was the rapper and the guy that made the money, he was in the right smack dab in the middle where he was rubbing elbows with all the top dudes, so he knew what was going on at the upper echelon, but at the same time, he knew the guys on the lower level, and he was able to give information on them. That's why he was able to give information on, was it Kuda? Right, Kuda B, and get time off despite him giving an order for him to go shoot at Chief Keef. And he was also able to give information on the guys that were above him, and that knocked off his sentence significantly because he was in the perfect position since he dealt with the money. And this is typically winds up happening whenever you're doing a criminal investigation. The guys that deal with the money almost always are some of the best informants because they're dealing with all different components of the organization, because when you're the financier, you got to deal with everybody. So he was in that great spot to give people above him and below him. But when you're the top guy, it's very difficult to get a deal and get cooperation points because you're the file title. Unless you're able to give like some extraordinary target, a corrupt individual who's in a position of public trust, it's going to be very difficult for you to get time off.
Wow. And by the way, chat, you guys see as posted on DJ Academics TV, the Instagram and the Twitter account says USA Damian Williams, which is the U.S. attorney. He said earlier this evening, federal agents arrested Sean Combs based on a sealed indictment filed by the Southern District of New York. We expect to move to unseal the indictment in the morning, and we'll have more to say at that time. By the way, here's the thing. I don't know if you've seen this, and shout out to my boy Aiden. I know Aiden's probably hitting my phone right now, but he's live right now with Sneeko. I think this is Convy, Cuffham, and Fousey. And Fousey supposedly said that one of his boys went to a Diddy party, and they invited him to Diddy's room, where I guess Fousey's friend claimed that, and I'm sorry to be bringing other people's names into this, but it says Trigger Trey, a.k.a. Trey Songz, was straddling and sitting on Diddy's lap, making out with him. Let me just play this real quick. I think you guys should be able to hear it.
I could say something about a Diddy party right now, but I don't know the rules of the game if I'm allowed to say it.
Say it. You'll be okay.
One of my boys, a social media influencer, this was early back in like 2018.
What's one of your boys?
I'm not gonna expose him because he said some viable shit, but he was at a Diddy party and they invited him to Diddy's room. He walks in, Trey Songz was sitting on Diddy's lap making out with him, and they asked him if he wanted to join.
What the fuck?
That gotta be ain't no way. Ain't no way.
They're all gay. They're all undercover gays. I promise you that.
Yo, that's crazy.
I promise you that.
That is crazy.
I could say something.
Wait.
That is crazy, bro.
Oh my god.
Yeah, what the fuck?
I don't know what the hell's going on anymore.
Not Trigger Trey, man.
Yo,
not Trigger Trey, bro.
Okay. So how do you draw the line? And I want you to keep your investigator hat on.
Sure.
How do you draw the line between, okay, this is industry? Because here's the thing. There's been a lot of, it's so funny that half of these niggas love Diddy parties. And then you hear something like, oh, we just never seen that, whatever. But it's like, Diddy party is like a spectacle. It's always been in hip hop. If you're an investigator, how do you draw the line between, oh, okay, this is just some harmless fun shit, or maybe not harmless fun shit, but shit we shouldn't, spend time or expend our energy into or resources trying to like hunt down, versus this is the true crime that's happening here? Like, how do you pick that out? Because it appears that Diddy was, he was nonstop. Like, he was on some take that shit.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I think the biggest thing, right, and I'll tell you this from me wearing that hat, like you asked before, keep your investigator hat on. And this is gonna sound very fucked up, but I would only go after shit that matter from a prosecutorial standpoint, what I can actually prove, right? And some people might say, oh, well, that's messed up, man. But the reality is, at the federal level, you have a higher threshold to prove a case and get prosecution and prove it guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Like, the feds don't lose for a reason, because they take their time and they go after the things that they can actually prove. So in this situation, some dudes, doing some questionable activities, etc., is that going to be as sexy to an AUSA a lot of the times? Probably not. But if you got a female victim who's underage and she's saying that, hey, I was assaulted and I was GR'd, right, by a group of men, well, that's going to be a lot easier to sell to the U.S. Attorney's Office for a prosecution. And at the end of the day, guys, right, getting your case accepted by the AUSA's office for prosecution is not as easy to do as people think it is, because they have a lot of discretion what they take and what they don't take. So you need to go after the things that are tangible, the things that you can prove, and the things that is going to get their attention.
Yo, ain't no way you believe that, bro.
What?
You believe that?
Believe what?
Trey Songz that? No way, bro. You don't believe that, do you?
I mean, I'm not getting charged, but I think I do have the right to be silent. Anything, I'm gonna just.
Yeah.
No.
And
The only reason why, and by the way, I want to expound before anybody say some weird shit like, "Oh, Atkinson." No, I'm gonna be honest with you. Sexually, I've heard many things about many people in this industry. Some, and a lot of them happen to be sex symbols. So there's, I never want to throw nobody under the bus because I don't never want nobody to do that to me. But Trey Songz is a very, very, there are conversations about him. I won't say illegal, but conversations about him into different things. And I'm not saying he's homosexual. I'm not saying anything else. What I'm saying is that when I hear sexually explorative conversations and it mentions Trey Songz or Diddy, I'm not gonna be like, this is the first time I've ever heard it. So right. I can't jump out and be like, oh, I don't know what to believe, truth be told.
Okay.
Yeah. Real quick, I just want to tell my people we got like 13K on YouTube. Guys, come on over on Twitch, twitch.tv/FreshFit. We're trying to build that thing up, as y'all know. Twitch.tv/FreshFit Podcast. We're having a discussion with Ak, obviously, on this situation, which, Ak, you're asking some really good questions here. You're like really making me kind of go back in time, like, okay, what would we do in this situation? But I think it's very important for the audience to know, like my prediction here is that they wouldn't have pursued this case so aggressively and done the multiple state search warrants, seize all the items, convene the grand jury. I predict that they're probably going to have anywhere between 10 to 30 different witnesses. They wouldn't have done all this and then go ahead and use the RICO statute, which I predict is what we're going to see in a grand jury indictment tomorrow, had they not been sure that they got this guy dead to rights. I predict that Diddy's going to have to probably take a plea deal. I know that he's, liquidated a lot of his assets so that he can go ahead and fight this case, because not only does he have this criminal case, but he also has a multitude of civil cases going against him. I think this Danny DeCane chick just literally did a civil case against him recently for sexual assault. So,
and by the way, I also, and I don't want, I'm hoping, because this is like the high price you pay of being in media.
Yeah.
There is 2 individuals that sent over documents to me, and I'm not going to publish them or give them any light, but other than this potential mention right here, they have served Diddy, 2 other individuals, with notice to file lawsuit. It's like hey, we're going to file a lawsuit, but we can start settling. And there's there's 2 individuals currently who are at that point, and he has about like 20 cases now, like on a civil level.
And everyone's gonna come because they notice now, especially now that he's gotten arrested. I would not be surprised if he doesn't get served with a few more of these, because what they're gonna look at it like, okay, he's not in a position to fight these cases because he's gonna obviously allocate most of his resources to his criminal defense team. So he's going to be more than likely willing to kind of play ball and give us what we want, $1 million here, $2 million here, blah, blah, blah. So I definitely predict that he's going to, even more people are going to kind of come out the woodwork and try to sue him civilly so they can get a quick payout, because he's not going to have the time or the ability or even resources to fight this stuff in court in a civil case.
Okay, let me give you 2 scenarios. First scenario, if you're Diddy at this point, and obviously this goes into, criminal law, so, obviously you have your experience there, but like maybe not be your forte. Is it something where you might be like, hey, listen, for all the civil cases, you guys get pushed to the back burner. Everything focuses on the criminal. And at worst, if it gets to be too overwhelming, as long as we potentially beat or at least try to neutralize as much as possible the criminal elements. Remember, these are civil cases. You could always file bankruptcy.
Yeah. So you're asking me, like, as a former investigator, like, what would we focus on the criminal case?
No.
Is that what you're asking?
Well, that's why I said I'm asking you to get into almost maybe a defense attorney or a civil defense attorney had, like a strategist had. If you're Diddy, what do you do? Do you be like, hey, fuck the civil cases, let's focus on
by far to the criminal defense case. I would allocate all my resources to that, because if you go to jail, you're fucked, right? And he's looking at very serious time here, guys. Like, he could die in prison if he's convicted of this stuff. I know they gave R. Kelly 30.
Okay. Oh, by the way, could you break that down, because that was a question being asked to me a lot. What is he facing? And I said essentially a life sentence. I'll Google his age now. You could tell me, I don't know if you know off the top of your head what some of these things that we've predicted like hold in terms of potential penalty, but Diddy age, he's currently 54 years of age. He's going to turn 55 in literally 2 weeks. So 2 weeks from now, or actually 2.5 weeks, he's going to be 55. No. Actually, no, I'm wrong. Whoa, I'm definitely wrong. It's a month and 2 weeks. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I predict that he's going to be facing a significant amount of time here where he can die in prison, man, easily.
Really?
Like, they gave
over
our
10. Let's go ballpark. I know we're spitballing here, and I know you love being on.
I predict if he's found guilty. Let's go with two scenarios. Let's go. He goes to trial.
Yes.
He goes to trial. Now, for those that are unaware, when you go to trial, 95% of cases, right, almost always plead out. You almost never go to trial. But if you go to trial and you force the government to prepare for a trial, you're going to probably deal with the higher end of whatever sentence, the charges that you're getting hit with come with. So if he goes to trial and loses, there's a very high likelihood he'll get easily somewhere between 20 to 40 years, right?
Wow.
If he goes to trial for this. If it's what I'm thinking, racketeering, sex trafficking, etc., yes, low end 15, higher end 40, easily, right? If he goes to trial. If he pleads guilty, 10 to 30, in that range, if he pleads guilty. And cooperates.
Wow. I'm looking at some of these things. Hold on.
For him to get any less time than 10, he'd have to give up a fucking dirty NYPD officer or a public official or somebody big for him to get less time, because he's the main target. So anytime you're the main target of investigation, it's very difficult for you to get time reduced, because you get hit with a sentencing enhancement called leader organizer of the organization.
What about Jay-Z?
I mean, he would have to give like significant stuff that leads to an actual indictment.
So
he'd have to real evidence.
From what we know, in the federal, and by the way, correct me, you can jump in at any time. You're more well versed than me. When it comes to federal, charges and going through the federal process, they have these mandatory minimums that's unlike any other state, where the only way, at least from my knowledge, they could go below would be if you have usually a 5K1 letter. And that's the snitch scarlet letter, which means
proper letter. Yep.
Yes, a queen for a day, whatever the case is. 6ix9ine had a 5K1 letter that allowed the judge to go beyond, because 6ix9ine was facing, if we're thinking about consecutive on some of these things, he was facing like 46 years.
Let's explain what a proffer is and a 5K is, right? Please. So I've done a million of these, right? So a proffer, for you guys that are wondering, or safety, it's also known as a safety valve in drug investigations. Basically, the individual's typically been charged or whatever it may be, and they have information that can be beneficial to your investigation that can, lead to other arrests, whatever. You bring the individual in, they sign a proffer letter with their defense attorney, and what happens is they can give you information where it can incriminate them, but it can't be used against them. So they can totally tell you whatever they need to tell you, unless it's like a very, very serious crime of violence or whatever it may be. But most of the time, everything is kind of, on the table. You're protected. You get almost full immunity for a day. And you're able to kind of just say whatever you got to say.
By the way, it's called queen for a day. Usually, like, on a layman's terms type of thing.
Some people call it queen for a day, king for a day. That's also another term for it. But it's all, 5K, proffer, safety valve, all generally the same thing with little nuanced differences. You come in, you sit with the agent and the prosecutor, and then you're there with your defense attorney, and you provide this information. You sign a proffer letter. However, the deal goes out the window if you do one of two things. A, you lie, right? that will mean that it's defunct, and then they can actually charge you for those crimes. And then B, you need to provide substantial assistance. They use the term substantial assistance to the government in the course of the investigation. I'll just spell it out for you guys. You pretty much need to fucking help them get other arrests, and put other people in jail. So, can Diddy get a 5K letter and a proffer if he has information on other individuals? Absolutely, but the government's got to agree to even do it. So he's got to have information on something that they give a shit about, where they feel that it's worthy to give him a proffer. Because if they give him a proffer, he can kind of say things and they can't do anything about it.
Hey, by the way, I wanted to throw this to you. I got to see if he authorized me to kind of, I'm not necessarily fully doxing him here, but okay. This is my man, and I don't know if you want me to say his name, but he's you guys would probably know who he is. This is 6ix9ine, and by the way, he's a chat nigga too. Like, this is my guy. I think he's in the Discord. I treat my boy right, man. This is 6ix9ine head security during when everything happened. He says, "Yo, bro, I was there when all the trucks were surveilling us. They followed us everywhere." He said they basically stalked us. By the way, keep in mind, this is the time where the feds had picked 6ix9ine up first. They pulled him into a meeting. They say, "Hey, listen, we have information that you might be targeted and you might be possibly attacked by other members of the gang. Do you want us to give you protection?" And that was almost like a soft way of trying to see
So here's the thing. I actually did a whole talk on this.
Go ahead.
On my Fed reaction, and actually I'll give it to you even so.
Oh, and by the way, the last thing, and I'll throw it over to you after. The last thing he said I was there during the hits and everything, and he says he knows for a fact they tapped his phone too. All
right,
go ahead.
So let's go ahead and go through this, right? So I actually know this very intimately, right? Because at the time, right, when I was working for the agency, I had a Chinese organized crime case, and I went up to New York, and I actually met with some of the agents from the HSI New York office case, HSI New York, and this was right after they had picked up 6ix9ine, and I kind of figured this out from talking to them, and then also I worked in the HSI New Haven office, and I knew agents there as well. So here's a story with this situation. 6ix9ine was going to go to the casinos in Connecticut. For those that are unaware, we got Foxwoods and Mohegan, right, which is over on Eastern Connecticut, right? And at the time, the feds were listening to, or HSI, they were listening to, if I'm not mistaken, Mel Murder's phone or Jim Jones. They were listening to somebody.
Yeah, I think it was Mel Murder who spoke to Jim Jones. Yes, go ahead.
There you go. So they were listening to Mel Murder's phone, and and I know this from doing Title IIIs. One of the things that you must do if you hear this on a Title III, if you hear violence gonna occur, you have to notify the individuals whose life is threatened if you listen to it on the phone. Now, obviously, this sucks because now you're kind of disclosing that you might be having a wiretap, right? So you have to kind of go about it in a creative way to not disclose it. So what happened?
Wait, hold on. So, and by the way, that infamous call, it was a conversation, and I won't play it here, not to bore the audience, but the conversation, Jim Jones, I believe, told Mel Murder, you have to supervise. So as a federal agent, how do you know that means kill? Because super violate means what?
Yeah, I mean, you super violate. You already know. You're listening to that on a wiretap. You're like, okay, this is a threat against his life. Because at this point, 6ix9ine was kind of on the outs with them. I think he had just
all
done
the way
that
on the outs. He just did a Breakfast Club interview saying that he's by himself. He re-recorded lyrics saying he don't need nobody. Yes.
So he said he fired his whole crew, etc. Now, what a lot of people don't know was he was actually planning to go to Connecticut, right, and go gamble at the casinos. Now, from an agent's perspective, this is a fucking nightmare, right? Because on one end, you're listening to Mel Murder's phone, the main target of your investigation, and you literally heard a credible threat against Tekashi's life. So you have to go notify him. So what do? They go tell him, look, bro, there's a threat against your life. I doubt that they told him that we're on a wiretap or any of the other shit. They're just like, look, we got information that there's a threat on your life. We need you to do X, Y, Z. 6ix9ine, being the rambunctious person he is, he says, no, fuck that shit. I don't need job protection. Like, fuck that. I'm a rapper. Like, I can't be seen with y'all. This is a career ender. Fuck that. Right? And obviously he had a plan to go to Connecticut to gamble at the casino. Now, from an agent perspective, there's two things you can do. A, you find a way to get him arrested to protect himself from himself, or B, right, you let him go to Connecticut and you have to maintain surveillance on him the whole time to make sure he doesn't get fucking killed. Well, for those that are unaware, in Connecticut, Mohegan and Foxwoods, it's on sovereign Native American territory. So now...
Wow, what does that mean?
So it's run by the tribal police. They have their own like law enforcement there.
Does the Fed supersede that?
Well, this is where it gets this. So this is the thing. You can go in there, of course. You can obviously you're a federal agent, but you now have to notify the tribal police that you're going to be there. You're going to be conducting surveillance, etc., and kind of the situation. Feds don't like to notify the state and locals if they don't need to, especially on a high-profile case like this. Now, what makes this even more of a nightmare is the New York field office now has to go into what's called a different area of responsibility. Mohegan is going to be considered, Mohegan Sun and Foxwoods, etc. That's going to be covered by HSI New Haven and HSI Hartford. Well, I'll tell y'all right now, those are two small field offices, maybe 20, 30 agents total in the state, right? They're not going to be able to effectively cover this guy on surveillance, and you got to take HSI New York agents and follow him as well. So that's a fucking logistical nightmare to not only follow 6ix9ine all the way to Connecticut and make sure that he's safe, but now you got to notify the tribal police and let them know, yo, we're going to be in your AOR doing surveillance on this individual, blah, blah, blah. They're like, man, fuck this shit. This is a nightmare. And if something happens, God forbid, there is a shootout, some bloods or anything else like that, follow him to the casino, and there's a shooting and anyone gets hurt, and the feds knew about it, bro, that's a fucking PR nightmare. So they're like, you know what? Fuck this shit. We're just going to arrest them. That's why if you look at the indictment, it's kind of rushed. When they went ahead and picked up 6ix9ine and all these other guys, I think they kind of picked them up to, well, obviously he was involved in criminal activity, but I think what their strategy was to arrest him later on.
Yeah,
but they had to avoid the violence. To save himself. They had to save him from himself.
Hey,
that's my question.
So, okay. Wow.
Yeah, you got some insight there.
No. Hey, we love the insight. I want to ask you this question. And I think this is probably on the minds of everybody watching, and to the tens of thousands watching you and even watching me. And by the way, if you guys don't know, I'm live, with my guys from Fresh and Fish. Shout out to my man Fresh, and also of course shout out to Myron Gaines. If you guys don't know, Myron Gaines is a former law enforcement officer that worked with the federal government in the exact roles of the agents who are now investigating and subsequently have arrested Sean P. Diddy Combs tonight. What do you think tonight? Because here's the thing. We think of Diddy as the take that toothpick in the mouth, bougie. Like, yo, he got the Star Island crib. He got the $60 million crib in motherfucking LA. He has the private jet. What is tonight like? And again, I don't know if you're familiar with like the intake system necessarily in New York, but like, what is it like having somebody who, the media is clamoring to know details, but he's gonna be probably spending, I would hope, or not hope, but I would probably guess he's gonna spend the night tonight in jail. What's tonight like? As an agent, what's tonight like for him? What conditions is he in? Is he actually in a cell? Is he handcuffed? Or is he chilling in a room just kind of eating, potato chips and just kind of watching this while his lawyers are kind of hammering out the details? What's tonight like for him?
This is what I think. Okay, so this is what happened. I guarantee you this will happen. He gets arrested, right? Either by the case agent or people that are watching him on surveillance. They take him to the New York HSI office, bring him into the interview room. The case agent walks in, hey, look, these are your rights, blah, blah, blah. Do you want to talk? More than likely, I'm willing to bet he's going to say, no, I'm not talking without an attorney present. At that point, the case agent can kind of decide if he wants to let the attorney come in and they can have that discussion, or he says, you know what, fuck it. We're going to book him in. They probably took him to one of the federal facilities. I think there's one in Brooklyn, if I'm not mistaken, FDC Brooklyn or something like that. Drop him off there. They're probably going to put him in protective custody for obvious reasons. He's going to be by himself. The case agent is going to probably get all his stuff together and be in court tomorrow morning.
Cuffs? I'm sorry to cut you off, because like these details matter, because sometimes we think, like for example, when we seen Trump, right? like there's no proof that Trump actually got put in cuffs, right? He takes like it's almost like a selfie, like it's a mugshot. Like what's happening? Is Diddy getting treated like the rest of these motherfucking citizens in New York? Is he getting cuffed in the front? Is he get cuffed in the back? Is he getting put in a car? Is he getting put in a paddy wagon? Is he just getting put in a plane in an unmarked car? Like, what do you think this is looking like? What's the privilege like for a billionaire?
I'll tell you exactly how this went down. So they arrested him at the lobby. Hey, look, man, we got a warrant for your arrest, etc.
Cuffs?
Probably cuffed him in the front, walk him out quietly.
Okay.
Right? They're gonna have an unmarked parked out there, ready to go. They put him in the back of the car, drive him over to the New York office in New York City, for HSI. Obviously, I'm assuming the case.
And I hate to cut you up, but I like to get to the nitty gritties. Okay, we know Diddy's being flanked by security. This and third. Are they showing up with a little bit of force? Because you never know. He might have two armed.
Fuck off! They're telling security, fuck off. We got an arrest warrant for him right here. Get the fuck out of here.
Okay.
His security can't do shit.
So security can't follow. It's going to be a stand down. Let's do this quietly, or this could be embarrassing.
Exactly right, and I'm assuming that's how you would go about it if you want him to cooperate and talk to you. That's why I'm saying, like me, right? If I'm the case agent, I'm gonna have my guys approach nice and quiet. Hey, look, bro, because they're in plain clothes. Keep in mind, these are special agents. These are federal agents. They're in plain fucking clothes. Go up to them. Look, man, we got a warrant for your arrest. HSI. Boom. Look, let's just do this quietly. We'll cuff you in the front, or you just walk out with us. We'll cuff you right by the car. Tell the security to stand down, put him in the vehicle. Case agent's probably either there on scene when he's getting arrested, right, to see if they can get any spontaneous utterances, which is spontaneous utterance is where they say something, right, spontaneously that can be used in court, right, without the Miranda rights being read, which the Miranda rights is you have the right to remain silent, blah, 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 all this other shit, which you have to read to them when they're being arrested. So he might make a spontaneous utterance, whatever. Oh, fuck, man, they got me, some other bullshit like that. You can use that, right? So they put him in the car. Case agent's probably there asking him questions. Hey,
wait,
blah, blah, blah.
wait, hold on. Chat, I know y'all hate with me cutting him off. Wait, you could use a spontaneous utterance without reading the Miranda rights?
Yeah, so like when you arrest somebody, and this happens all the time when I was on the job, you arrest somebody, right? And they're like, fuck, I knew this fucking asshole got me jammed up. Or, oh, fuck, this fucking dude lied to me. Or like whatever. Like when you get him picked up, you can use that because he said a spontaneous utterance and you didn't ask him no questions.
Oh.
Wow. I don't think that's well known. Oh wow, that's very interesting. Okay,
you can. I've gotten people all the time with that where you're going to go arrest them and they'll make some comments like this fucking asshole set me up.
Like fuck, they snitched on me. Like you can use that.
Yeah, yeah, you can use. You can absolutely use that, man. Yeah. And then obviously you read them his rights after the fact before you ask any questions, but you can absolutely use spontaneous utterances when they're being arrested. So as the case agent, you'd want to be there when that happens, or you send two of your guys that you really trust to effect the arrest, and then you ask him, hey, did he say anything when you picked him up? So they probably bring him out to the car. They want him to cooperate, right? And a lot of the time, federal agents are going to be really cool with you because they want to get a statement, right? They're not going to fucking throw you to the floor and all the other bullshit. They're going to do it nice and quietly, not try to embarrass you, right? Their job is to take away your freedom, not your dignity, right? Especially if they want to get a statement from you. So they put you in the car. Case agent's probably there. Reads him his Miranda real quick. Asks him some questions. Maybe make some small talk, whatever it may be. Then they get him back to the office. Hey, you want to talk? No, I want a lawyer. Okay, no problem. We're going to start getting you ready for the U.S. Marshals, right? Because the way it works in the federal system is when you have someone arrested federally, right? Sometimes and we're really getting in the weeds here, but I'll explain it anyway. So the U.S. Marshals a lot of times have contracts with local jails to hold bodies for them that are federal custody. Now, in a place like New York City, which is big, they might not necessarily need that. So you might just take them right to the federal detention center, right? And there's going to be marshals there that will book them, fingerprint them, put them into NCIC, all that other stuff, right? And then they'll put them in there. And then the next morning, right? Sometimes there'll be an arrangement with the marshals or the agent himself. You got to go pick them up and then take them to court in front of the magistrate. But in this case, a big city like that, more than likely, they probably have a streamlined system. The marshals probably bring them to the courthouse for you, and then you're just there for the initial appearance.
Okay. Two questions. Oh, go ahead, Fresh.
Real quick. So our guy is here, David Green. Mm-hmm. He's a real estate expert. So we're thinking about buying Diddy's mansion. It's for sale right now, bro. It's on the market right now for sale, brother. What you want, nigga? You want to buy this house or not?
Well, Okay, all right. I got to get like a notepad, like Myron, because you just brought up another point, which I think is a great point to bring up. So, by the way, there was an erroneous, I think it's erroneous, lawsuit filed, and even there was a, what do you call it again? It was a it was an order that was actually signed by a judge. Basically, it was like an injunctive order, like basically, saying that, hey, his properties are subject to maybe the worth of what he has that could be the subject of a civil suit, and some inmate, which I think this is bullshit, but this inmate filed two things. He filed a lawsuit against Diddy, which, by the way, he got a do you guys know what I'm talking about or not? Because I could bring it up. Inmate.
I'm not familiar with this.
Yes, so an inmate got a default judgment, right, of $100 million in Michigan. Some random inmate. So he got $100 million judgment in Michigan. Obviously, now his lawyer, I guess his lawyers didn't know about it. Somehow they finessed it where they convinced the court that it was served properly. Diddy never heard of it. Now Diddy's lawyers saying they're gonna, contest it. But not only did they get the default judgment, which obviously Diddy's lawyers are gonna go to vacate, they went to go get like an injunctive order from that judge to say his property, the Homely Hills one that he's trying to sell for like 60 or 70 million, cannot be sold because that will be the subject of compensation, barring the result of this case, which the guy already got a judgment for, which is $100 million. So basically saying until further proceedings, they wanted the judge to block that sale or any potential sale. Obviously,
I'm not familiar with that. I know you said you had two questions though from before. I know Fresh literally detracted from what you were trying to ask. What was the two questions you were asking?
Yeah, I should have wrote it down. Okay.
I was describing to you how the marshals take the guys, how the feds would pick him up, try to get an interview.
Perfect.
Drag him off to the marshals, and then you said you had two questions, and Fresh totally derailed everything.
No, but he's asking a good question too. But okay, so I think
that's real estate question. What the hell?
Thanks,
nothing to do with the marshals, man.
My boy.
This guy, man.
Yo, I think a lot of people, even me, I promise you, I'm having just even thinking about the situation, the way we look at Diddy and how powerful he is, we almost want to see, even when they raided his crib when he was in Miami, they met him at, I forgot the private airport. We never seen him in cuffs. We never seen him treated, even like how we seen his sons or maybe like the workers at his crib being treated. And a lot of people think this is billionaire privilege. So I guess it goes to two questions. How certain are you tonight that Diddy is actually in a jail cell?
Right? 1,000%. He's probably marshal custody right now when we speak, or he's talking with the feds if he's cooperating.
So you think 100% he is in some jail cell in New York City like any other inmate?
Guaranteed. I mean, hell, we might even be able to, I don't know if the BOP website might not have it, but yeah, he's definitely either A, cooperating and talking with the feds right now, or B, he's in a jail cell in New York City somewhere, probably maybe FDC Brooklyn or some shit like that, or in Manhattan, depending on wherever the marshals have their contract with holding federal prisoners.
Okay, and by the way, I'm looking that up as we speak. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. I will ask you this, and by the way, I just looked it up. It says no records found. I just looked up the.
He hasn't been committed to Bureau of Prisons yet. He's in marshal custody.
Okay, yeah, I looked up through the.
After you've been sentenced.
Yeah, I looked up through the New York City Department of Corrections. Usually, even if they're in, so the popular intake place in New York is what's called the Tombs, especially Manhattan. And usually, you would see that person in there, and we figure out where they go from there.
Even federal, right? Because they probably have a contract with the marshals.
Yes, because Casanova used to be able to at a certain point. I'm not saying initially. At a certain point, you could be able to find him through there, but we can't find anything with Diddy yet. Second of all, here's the second question. You spoke about how the arrest probably went down. Now, you being an agent and kind of like mapping out these things, Diddy's obviously cooperating to a certain extent. He comes to a New York City high rise. What level of force do you go in with? Because
very little.
The level of force we saw in Miami and even LA, it looked like they were ready for, and obviously they defended that. We seen Diddy's baby mama said, "Hey, why'd you need all that? Why'd you have the gun to, my son's head or this and third?" And basically they said, "Well, we hear there's a lot of weapons and we had to whatever." In this situation, you're planning the arrest. How much force are you going in with? And how do you determine?
Little to none. And the reason why is because if you want them to cooperate and talk to you, you can't go in and fuck them up and expect them to talk to you. So for the arrest, you're going to go in very quietly, very covertly, especially someone like this that has a public image. You don't want to embarrass them. You want to kind of hey, man, we're going to do you solid. We're not going to cuff you up in front of everybody, right? Maybe they did. Who knows? It depends on how the interaction went. But if I'm the case agent and I want to get cooperation, I'm not going to go in there and arrest the guy crazy because that could really mess things up. Now, as far as the search warrant goes, because you said that they went and used. So, okay, let me explain this because people kind of understand. When you're conducting a search warrant, right, and you're looking for evidence of a crime in a house, right, depending on the individual, that's going to kind of dictate how you proceed with doing the search warrant. Now, when you're doing a search warrant, the number one thing that you need to do is you need to clear the house first. Then you get agents in there to actually search, right? So first you got to do the sweep, make sure there's nobody in there. Anybody that is in there, you zip time, get them the hell out the house, make sure it's completely safe. Then you bring the agents in that are a part of the investigative team to do it. But the people that are going to go in and clear the house is, in this case, it was the SRT, Special Response Team, right? That's their SWAT team. So if I'm the case agent, I'm not going to do I prefer to let the SRT handle it, clear the house, especially a big structure like that, make sure it's safe. Then I send the guys in my group that are helping me with this investigation and know what to look for. Then they go in and start searching it. So it's two different teams of agents kind of that are dealing with the search warrant. So first is the clearing from the tactical side. Once that's done, then you get the actual agents that are involved in the case and have a stake in the case to go in and actually search. So, that's just kind of how search warrants are done, right? And then if you know that the individual might have guns in the house, there's going to be certain people there, whatever it may be, you're going to actually, you're going to operate with a certain level of, carefulness to make sure that no one's hurt. But after it's clear, you're good to go. So that's what ends up happening. It's always where you want to use a strong use of force to kind of disincentivize anyone to do anything stupid. If you go in there with the SRT team, they're going to be like, oh yeah, fuck that. I'm not going to fight these guys.
So it was reported on TMZ that not only did they arrest him, but they also went in and they are executing a search. Well, they didn't say search warrant, but they're searching the hotel room he was in. What do you think? Do they really believe that maybe he has some incriminating evidence in his hotel room, or is that just standard procedure?
Yeah, I mean, they probably got a consent to search, right? Since he's at that hotel, I doubt that they actually cut paper on a search warrant to go in there. They probably said, hey, look, man, up in your room, do you need anything that you need to get with you, personal belongings, whatever? He might have said, yeah, I do. They escort him up there. Maybe they ask him, hey, do you mind if we search, make sure it's safe, like no one's in here hiding? And they could go ahead and do a search. So, I'm assuming it's a consent to search or search incident to arrest, bringing him up there to get any belongings you might want.
Wow. So in the morning, this indictment is going to be,
it'll be unsealed, and we'll see exactly what he's looking at. I predict it's going to be sex trafficking with racketeering, but they can add other stuff. We'll see what happens.
Is it a possibility that he gets out tomorrow?
Yeah, I think it's a possibility. I think him and his legal team have planned for this. I think that's why they've been cooperating with the feds. Actually, as a matter of fact, I'll take it a step further. I think that's why he's even in New York right now. We know that he spends most of his time in Miami. His main home is here. So I think a whole part of him even being in New York in the first place was he knew that these charges were going to come down. There was probably some type of communication between the AUSA and his defense team, and he said, I'm going to make it easier for y'all. I'm here. And this is all to lead up to this arrest so that he can go ahead and argue in court and say, look, I've been nothing but cooperative. The feds have known where I was the whole time. My legal team has been in close communication with the United States Attorney's Office. I am not a flight risk. I'm not a danger to society. I want to be out on bond fighting this case. And I think he's going to have a good chance of getting bond.
All right. So Two things. And I'll give you guys an update if you guys don't know. So, one of his, I'll call her girlfriend. I'll be nice today. Young Miami, Carisha. She hit me up. She said, "Hey, we should have a conversation." She said she wants to talk about everything, no holds bar, about her career, everything I've said about her. I've had a lot of commentary about what I thought about her music career and maybe some sacrifices that she made for her music career because she wanted to be in a relationship with a guy who could be seen as a sugar daddy, right?
City Girls.
We were gonna plan a time to do a Carisha Please episode, which I talked to Fresh about. Fresh was like, "Ak, you sure you good?" I said, "Listen, I've walked into the Lions Den many times. I have no problems." By the way, to her credit, she said, "All right, we're gonna touch back up on this. I'm still waiting for the date. I'm down to show up anytime." She did do an interview though, or did do a episode of her show where she did it with her homosexual best friend, Saucy Santana. And he asked her some questions about this whole thing. And what she basically said was, "Hey, listen, I don't know too much of anything, blah, 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 this and third." However, there is a huge overlap with her and Diddy in the last, I want to say 3 years, to be generous. Is it possible that maybe this indictment comes out and is just all legacy things that has nothing to do with anything that happened in the last couple of years? Or do you think they still try to tie at least some recent stuff into what he was doing in terms of his behavior?
Yeah, I could definitely answer that. Real quick, I just want to tell my audience this. Guys, we're going to switch on over to Twitch, so come on over to Twitch, twitch.tv/Fresh and Fit Podcast. We're going to go on Twitch. We're on YouTube right now and Rumble, but come on over to Twitch, guys. If you're watching on YouTube, we'll drop the link in there. We're going to switch right now, but I'll answer this question. So the question is, are there going to be recent events with potentially Young Miami or any other co-conspirators or any other witnesses in this indictment? I think so, yeah, for sure. They're going to have something in there recent that at least kind of aligns with the statute of limitations because they're going to need to prove that the criminal activity is still going on. That's a very important part of RICO, is establishing that it's an ongoing criminal enterprise. If you look at any RICO indictment, right, whether you look at the 691, you look at the Casanova one, etc., the first paragraph almost always is them talking about the organization being defined as a criminal enterprise, right? So whether it was the Nine Trey Gangsta Bloods or the Gorilla Stone Bloods from the Casanova situation, they're going to, define Diddy's organization as an enterprise first. Then they're going to show, look, this is an enterprise. They've been doing this since the 80s or the 90s. And then they're going to start displaying all the racketeering activities or criminal activities that have been going on since then all the way up until now. And then there'll be something probably recent within the last 5 to 10 years in the indictment. That's the most recent. But that's the whole, they're going to definitely have something in there that's somewhat recent so that they can establish that this has been a pattern of criminal activity.
Okay. We're jumping ahead a little bit ahead here, but obviously, again, for anybody who's watching, this is pretty much, it's not ground zero, but moment zero. If we hear about the arrest, we don't know what's in the indictment. We're gonna hear about that in the morning. We'll have a fully unsealed indictment. We hope that we could break down. So we're just going off what we think. At what point, when a suspect is taken into custody, does conversation about maybe a potential plea start?
It can be immediately, depending on the individual, how much they're cooperating, how much their defense team is involved in a situation like this, where it seems that Diddy's had defense from the beginning and they've been coordinating with the prosecution and the AUSA. These are conversations that can be had almost immediately, especially if the person's cooperative. When you see people being charged with something called an information versus an indictment, 9 out of 10 times that's because they've already kind of ironed out a plea deal and the person is cooperating with the government, which is why they got hit with the information versus a formal indictment. But I predict that there's already been talks of them potentially pleading out to something. So we'll only see, right? But we'll have to see. We'll see how fast the case kind of moves along in Pacer. But I wouldn't be surprised if there wasn't a deal already worked out of him pleading to something.
Really? So you don't think this is going to be a long knock him down type of case where they're like, hey, let's spend the first 3 months hammering out discovery. Let's then angle towards what we're gonna do. Let's take some additional time. Let's figure out a trial date. You don't think it's gonna be that slow?
Well, here's the thing. So good question. If he gets bond, they're gonna drag their feet. Right? If he gets bond, there's no reason to make it a speedy trial. They don't need to do that because he's out and he's free, so there's no need to do that. But if he doesn't get bond, which I do think he'll get bond.
House
then
arrest or no house arrest?
They're gonna. What was that?
Okay, let's say he gets bond. What does that look like? He could go and be like, hey, listen, I was flying around the United States and I still came here for the indictment and I turned myself in. Yeah. I want to be able to travel for work. Okay? I'll have an ankle monitor on, but I could travel for work. Do you think that's a possibility, or they're like, yo, fuck out of here. You're going to stay your ass in a penthouse or that goddamn Star Island spot in Miami?
Yeah,
and
no, I
does
think
he have to stay in New York? Sorry.
I think it's very probable that he'll get, access to be able to travel for work. Given the nature of his work and being a businessman and a musician, I don't think that they would. Maybe they'll put him on an ankle monitor. Maybe they'll give him house arrest if he, if it's really strict. But I don't foresee them saying like, no, you can't travel, especially since his defense team has been so cooperative. I think the whole strategy for them was being cooperative from the beginning because they knew this was coming. So they're going to say, look, we've been cooperative with y'all. We tell you guys everywhere we're traveling. You guys have the flight logs. We tell you guys where we're going ahead of time. Like, obviously, he's a businessman. He's got to generate money, etc. Let him travel. And I think the judge might say, and the AUSA is probably not going to object to that. Probably not going to object.
Real quick, Hype Train Level 5 on Twitch. I just gave away 10 subs. Hop on the Twitch, man. We're going viral right now. Show Academics, man. Let's get it.
Yeah, come on over to Twitch, guys. We're transitioning. No more live streaming on YouTube, so we're slowly doing it. But does that answer that, though, Act? Like, that's what I predict is going to happen with that.
Do you see, obviously we're talking about cooperating, and obviously that's different from snitching or whatever. But just hey, we're accommodating the investigation. We're trying to help because we are quote unquote seemingly innocent. Do you see this get to a point where maybe Diddy's legal team takes the angle that, hey, my client has been attacked, and meaning more combative, like, hey, the AUSAs are targeting my client because of erroneous false civil lawsuits filed by money-hungry people who I've worked with who have just not done well in life, and the AUSA believes these stuff, and they're prosecuting on a very, they're using malintent to try to get at me, and maybe it's just not as, okay, handshaky where, okay, you're working with the AUSA and their office to.
I think what will happen is that's a really good question. So basically, the question is like, how long are they going to play ball for and kind of be nice?
Yeah.
What I predict here is if he gets bond, they're going to, so here's the thing, right? So obviously there's going to be the discovery process, right? Where the government is going to turn everything over to Diddy's legal team that they got.
Is
right?
there a time limit on that?
Legal team doesn't know what they have yet.
Is there a time limit on that? I'm sorry.
Typically it's within a couple of, the discovery process, it's an ever-flowing situation because, as the investigation is ongoing, things come up. It's up to the AUSA to get that stuff out immediately. But the evidence that they have that led to the indictment, they're going to hand that over probably tomorrow, right? It's probably on a thumb drive. AUSA is probably ready to go to court tomorrow. Give it to the defense attorney. Here you go. Here's a thumb drive with all the stuff. Go through it, right? So what I predict is after Diddy gets that bond, because they got to play nice with the government so that they can get this bond. Once he's out and he's, on bond, and the defense has the discovery, that's where I think, okay, now it's kind of an adversarial situation now. Let's go through this discovery, see what they got, try to find holes in this. And then that's when they're going to really start formulating their game plan once they have the discovery and see what the feds actually have on Diddy. But I think they'll play ball until he gets the bond. And then from that point, it's going to be a little bit more of a Cold War type situation.
Okay, and again, forgive me for some of the questions I'm asking because they might just seem left field.
These are good questions.
At what point, if I'm Diddy and now I need to be prepared with my legal team, at what point could I probably identify, oh, this person in my organization or this former person I used to be cool with is a snitch? Who's the cooperatives? Would that be probably abundantly clear off of the indictment being unsealed, or do you have to wait for discovery to be like, wait, the only person that would know this was the engineer who was in the studio, so that person must be snitching, or so that might be discovery, or maybe you could read the complaint and be like, how the fuck they know that shit?
No, good question. So indictments are almost always more broadly written than criminal complaints are, and for the audience, just so they kind of know, a criminal complaint is affidavit written by this special agent, which literally outlines the case that and the facts that lead to probable cause. They're far more detailed than indictments are, right? And just so you guys know, a criminal complaint, you still have to indict the individual. So the criminal complaint typically is done with a probable cause. Like the example I gave earlier, I catch someone at the border. He has 10 kilos, customs caught him with 10 kilos of coke. I respond to the scene. Obviously we have the evidence right there. I write up a criminal complaint, arrest him, and then within 2 weeks we have to indict him. In indictment, you kind of skip that whole affidavit thing, and then you just go right to the grand jury, indict it, and then you get an arrest warrant and go get him, right? So everyone has to be indicted at some point at the federal level if you're going to be criminally charged. So, shit. What was it?
The question is, how do we find the snitches? Because we know they're cooperants.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So with the affidavit, that's why I was explaining this. In the affidavit, it's a lot easier to identify cooperators and informants because the agent himself is outlining the probable cause in his affidavit, and a lot of the times it's very difficult for you to shield that. You have to disclose informants to some degree unless you got an overwhelming amount of evidence where you didn't even need to put the informant stuff in. But typically the informant stuff is what leads to a probable cause. So the affidavit will be able to reveal it. Now in this case with the indictment, the indictments are typically more broadly written. So he could go ahead and read it, right, and kind of connect some dots here or there. But it's not going to be as easy to tell with an indictment. However, when they get the discovery, all of the HSI reports are going to be in there. Then that's when he'll be able to know who's who and who said what, etc. Because when they get those reports, because the agents have to disclose all the ROIs, HSI calls them ROIs, reports of investigation, that's where Diddy and his team will be able to read those HSI reports, and they'll see all the witness interviews, and they'll know who is who, and that's going to come from the discovery.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting.
So he'll know who turned on him within the first month or so, easily.
Wow. But you do think he's going to get some type of, at least initial bond?
Yeah, I predict he'll get bond. I do predict he'll get bond. I think his legal team is going to fight like hell for it. It might be an ankle monitor, like you mentioned, where he can't leave his house or whatever, but I don't think they're going to put him in jail. And then another argument they're probably going to make is his life is in danger, safety issues. He's a celebrity. It's going to cause stress to the jail, to put him in private custody the whole time. It just works out better for everyone to have him just be on house arrest or to be out on bond. And I think he has a very good chance of doing that.
Speaking of which,
it might not tomorrow necessarily, but I think if he doesn't get it tomorrow, he'll probably have an official bond hearing within a few days. And I think at that bond hearing, assuming he doesn't get out tomorrow, he'll be able to get out.
Speaking of which, back in November, right, the NYPD claimed they had no knowledge of any. This was after I think someone erroneously said that, the NYPD's investigating it. They came out and said, we have no knowledge of any investigation going on against Diddy. Mm-hmm. Clearly, the NYPD, I would imagine, and you could tell me if you know, they probably work a little bit in line with the Southern District of New York and Homeland Security and FBI or whoever else. Do you think they just lied to the public? Because they said they had no investigation. 2 months later, the investigation started, and 2 months after that, so 4 months after, Diddy's house is getting raided. You think they lied?
Technically, no, and I'll tell you why. I guess I'll explain this whole concept. So, when you do criminal investigations, there's a state level and there's a federal level, right? And NYPD is going to have detectives assigned to federal agencies under task forces. And these detectives are going to be deputized as what's called a TFO or a task force officer. And what that basically means is, let's say I'm an NYPD detective, right? And I have state authority, but I get assigned to a Joint Terrorism Task Force, FBI task force, right? I get a set of FBI credentials. I am now not only a state detective, but now I am effectively a federal agent. So I have all the same authorities as the FBI special agent. I have the authorities to conduct investigations federally. I can carry my firearm on planes. I can travel interstate because I'm working with the FBI as a task force officer. So not only can I do a traffic stop if I fucking wanted to and put on a uniform and charge you for state charges, I can also conduct federal investigations, right? Same thing with DEA, same thing with HSI. So HSI has task force officers that are from NYPD, from New York State Police, from fire marshal, like for all different places, right? And these guys have not only Customs authority, right, with which HSI gives them because HSI is legacy U.S. Customs and Immigration. They also have their state authority. So what? And I say all this to say, the highest levels of brass, right, know and at the NYPD know that they have detectives that work on these federal law enforcement task forces, but they're not privy to all the investigations that they're involved in, right, for obviously security purposes. So the only person a lot of times that knows what that detective is involved in is probably maybe his direct chain of command, right? His sergeant that's over him or his lieutenant will know he's assigned to the FBI JTTF or Joint Terrorism Task Force. He's involved with this stuff. Sometimes they might not even know everything that he's involved in. So because that detective is reporting to an FBI special agent, supervisory special agent, and that's effectively his supervisor over at the FBI. His other supervisor over at the NYPD kind of just like signs his time cards and shit like that, but he might not necessarily know what he's doing because when you're on a federal task force, the rules kind of change. So in a way, the NYPD isn't lying by saying we don't have an active investigation because that is true. There's an active investigation at the feds, but the brass a lot of times doesn't even know this stuff. Does that make sense?
No, absolutely. And I guess a joint question. And I know I'm throwing a lot. At you. I appreciate.
A lot of people have these questions, so it's the first time I think, because there ain't nobody on YouTube that's done the shit that I've done. Not to sound cocky or anything like that, but you know, when it comes to the federal stuff, I know exactly how every agency works. Because I've worked with all of them very closely. Pause.
Level 8 hype train on Twitch right now. Let's go, baby.
All right, we lit. We definitely lit.
Hey, you can't beat me, bro. Black Panther, you can't beat me.
Okay, so
all right, go back. Sorry.
I'm just trying to think here. So if we're dealing with, so two things come to mind, and I want you to try to compare it. I don't know how much you're well versed in these other cases. We obviously seen the R. Kelly situation.
Yep.
We also seen Harvey Weinstein. So Harvey Weinstein, I believe he had either got one case like overturned or dismissed. I don't know if it was in New York. But what happened is they came back with another grand jury indictment for his ass. It's like almost they're like, no, nigga. You're not getting out of this one. You're going to spend the rest of your life in jail. Obviously for obvious reasons, we get why these are heinous crimes. These are crimes that, the public has a significant interest in. They're making sure that these individuals, if we think about R. Kelly, he was charged in just multiple precincts and districts and places in the country where like he's serving multiple times. He won't be out for a very long time. Harvey Weinstein is a person who, based on how he was charged and even criminally convicted, at least initially, he was never supposed to get out. And even when he had maybe a slight victory, the Southern District of New York, they indicted him again, I believe, like very shortly. I think they're about to hit him with the arraignment and the unsealing of the new indictment. But basically, they're trying to tell him, you're never getting out. How much would you think, obviously we talked about the amount of money they spent in terms of the Diddy situation and how they investigated it. How much do you think that they're hell-bent on saying, Diddy, you're fucking done? You're gonna just spend the rest of your time in jail, hiding the honey bun. You know what I mean? Like you're done, gang. Like it's over. Like, because they definitely felt that way about Harvey Weinstein. And by the way, I don't think this is a black or white thing. I think they're just like, yo, this is a matter of public interest. People want to see this motherfucker in jail. We're a failure if we allow this person to beat us at all.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're always, these are cases that kind of like, tug at the heartstrings, right? So people are going to be like, oh yeah, sex trafficking, etc., or crimes against women. They're always going to be looked at pretty seriously. And then as far as like R. Kelly goes, he was actually, I just double checked it, he actually got indicted by the Eastern District of New York, which they're also very aggressive because they compete with the Southern District of New York. They're based out of Brooklyn. I've worked with them before as well. They're also a good United States Attorney's Office. But yeah, man, I mean, at the federal level, especially when they come after you for anything, especially like a human trafficking case or a RICO or any of this other stuff, they're looking to put you away for a very long time. These are very serious charges. The fact that they convened the grand jury for as long as they did, the fact that they did this investigation as long as they did, the fact that they're using racketeering to bring in some of these allegations from the fucking 90s and early 2000s, I think that goes to show how serious they are as far as like pursuing this investigation. So they're looking at it like, look, Diddy, we got you so debts are rights. You're going to have to come to the table and plead guilty to something here that's still going to give you a significant amount of time.
By the way, for people who are wondering what the cases I referenced, so, Harvey Weinstein, historical creep, he was initially found guilty of, he had an R-word conviction, but it got overturned by the New York Court of Appeal. The reason being is that they said that his trial was unfair because there were women who testified about their dealings with him, but some of the dealings that they were testifying to were never criminally charged or never, litigated in any court of law. So they believe that gave a unfair advantage to the prosecutor. So they threw out his conviction. And, Myron can speak to this after I'm done. Like, hey, a lot of times if you get the appeal court throws your shit out, like throws out a conviction, it takes money to convict the shit. They might be like, all right, fuck it. At least you serve some time, whatever. They convened a grand jury for Harvey Weinstein mid-August, and they got a goddamn another indictment for his ass by the end of August. So, again, that shows that they're determined to make sure, at least, and by the way, he has other convictions, but in New York, they want people to know we're not letting this fucking creep off the goddamn hook. And I'm wondering how they're going to treat Diddy related to that aspect.
Yeah, no, I think they're going to go hard on him. And the fact that it's federal is going to be even worse. And keep in mind, the whole Weinstein thing was only state.
Yep.
So
Facts. Yep.
that was them just aggressively pursuing him at the state level, right? So at the federal level, it's a wrap, man. And like I said before, like going out whenever they go after famous people or people that have status or whatever it may be, they know that these individuals have the capability of paying for a good defense team. They have the resources, etc. So they're going to cross their T's and dot their I's a lot of the times, especially at the federal level. So, yeah, no, I mean, this situation with Diddy, and I mean, me and you predicted this a couple months back. I remember when we first spoke about this, when he first got raided back in like March or something. Like I literally predicted, last quarter of the year or early 2025, look for the indictment. They're gonna arrest him, and boom, here we are, right? Mid-September, and he's getting arrested sooner than I ever predicted. But yeah, man, it's just they're absolutely gonna make an example out of him in this situation. Anytime you got a celebrity or a rapper or something like that, Southern District of New York, they love these big high-profile cases. I mean, keep in mind, this is the U.S. Attorney's Office that famously prosecuted La Cosa Nostra, right? When they were untouchable at the time. Rudy Giuliani famously, and was one of the first prosecutors to successfully use RICO. The Southern District of New York is what kind of pioneered that. So this is an office that has a lot of prestige, has a lot of image. HSI New York, from the agency standpoint, that's one of our busiest field offices, man. They're a very proud office. For funny story, the agent that was in charge of HSI New York when 6ix9ine got arrested used to be the special agent in charge of Puerto Rico, which was the busiest field office in the country. So they're a very go-getter active office, HSI New York, and then you combine that with a very go-getter active United States Attorney's Office, which, like I told you before, some of the historical cases they've done, it's not looking good for Diddy, man. This is probably the worst U.S. Attorney's Office to take your case, and one of the worst agencies to be investigating you, for sure.
Okay, I might sound a little bit cynical, but what is the potential chance of maybe Diddy going in either with his lawyer or however it is and says, hey, listen, keep my kids out of it. Keep any woman I've dealt with out of it. Hey, listen, just put it all on me. Not saying he's admitting guilt, but he tries to protect other people, because I'm right now monitoring everyone's socials. I'm trying to see, is anyone going to comment on this? Are they in custody? We don't know. And I'm looking kind of at his sons a little bit too, right? Like, not necessarily do I think that they were with all the fuckery that he was in, but of recent times we hear the stories that he was sharing women with his kids. You know what I mean? Which is like, goddamn. You know what I mean? Like if you and your son got to smash the same girl, fuck it, right? But
yeah, that's definitely on some weirdo shit. Is
it a possibility to say? It's like, imagine we're in a car, right? And I'm like the criminal of the bunch, and I'm like, nah, it's my guns. All 3 guns is my guns. Don't charge nobody. Do you think Diddy is the person to be like, yo, listen, whatever it is, put it on me. Leave my sons alone.
I mean, the thing is that he could do that, but like the feds are going to be the ones to decide what they do and don't do. Like, you don't have as much like wiggle room and leverage to kind of dictate these terms with them. Like, they're going to prosecute who they want to prosecute, right? So that's kind of what it is. I predict that, he's their main guy. So he's who they want to go after. He's going to have to give up someone incredibly famous and powerful for them to even give him any type of, give him a break on this case. Which, by the way, we're level 11 hype train, guys. Twitch.tv/Frustrated Podcast. Open up a tab while you're watching Academics if you don't mind.
Yeah, please. Go support my guys. If you don't know, man, my guys, Fresh and Fit, they're my boys. And, of course, support my man, Myron. A guy who's just super talented, multifaceted, not only when it comes to dating, obviously fitness, but he is a wizard when it comes to speaking about, I believe, politics and also anything that constitutes the law. So, wow. We've talked about this a bunch, bro. We've talked about this a bunch.
This guy in Twitch, right?
Yeah.
Blackest Panther, is trying to outdo me. I just give 90 subs on Twitch, right?
Yeah.
He gave 100 subs. But you know what I'm gonna do right now? I'm gonna get 50 subs right now on stream. 150 subs on Twitch.
Oh shit.
Wait, hold on. Y'all having a sub battle?
Yes, bro. It's black for black. I'm black for black. He's black too. I'm black too. I'll black him, bro. Watch this.
That's what's up, man. Yeah, because now we're transitioning right now from YouTube live streaming to Twitch, so that's kind of what it is. But no, I mean, now I used to breed this stuff, bro. Like I was an agent for 7 years, and I did all types of investigations. Like I truly used to love this shit. So, the reason why I know so much is because I would purposely work with other agencies. I was always fascinated to see how the DEA works versus the FBI, or how the FBI works differently than ATF. How FBI agents write their 302s versus DEA agents write their DEA 6s, right? So I was always very interested in how different agencies work and working with different agencies and kind of leveraging and using different agencies' strengths, right? I used to do something called OCDF cases, Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Forces cases, right? Where you would work with other agencies and you would get a special designated congressional number for your case, right, from the Department of Justice, and you would get more funding where you can, do a big case like this, which I don't anticipate that this is an OCDF case on this Diddy case, but I think the 6ix9ine case was an OCDF, and I think also the Casanova case was an OCDF. But yeah, man, so this stuff is something that I literally lived and breathed for a very long time. I had the number 1 arrest in 2016 when I was on the southwest border, one of the busiest offices in Laredo, Texas. So when it comes to this stuff, man, I could talk all day. Any question that you got when it comes to how cases are done at a federal level, even at a state level, or prosecutors, all this other stuff, man, this is what I used to do, or how to exploit phones, Title IIIs, pen register, trace and traps, ping warrants, all this shit.
Yeah, no, this is so fascinating just based on, who I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I think in hip hop wise, we all believe that this is Mr. Untouchable. This is Mr. Untouchable, right? Let me ask you a question, and I'm really treading into the weeds right here. It's cool. You could be like, don't get into cynical land because this is definitely cynical land. Some people would believe this, and again, I'm warning you. I'm warning your audience. I'm warning my audience. This is cynicism, just up front. So, if we think about the election year of 2008, Diddy was probably the most important person. He started the vote or die movement.
Yeah.
Again,
Obama.
Yeah, of course. That replicated itself in 2012. 2016, he was important, but he didn't do too much, but still, obviously, that was when we saw Donald Trump take office in 2016, and then obviously the subsequent election, we saw then Joe Biden take office. This sounds crazy for me to say because like I'm a rational person most of the time, but do you think that maybe Diddy could have maybe leveraged this ongoing federal shit by maybe being either a little bit more involved or maybe offering up his services to like, hey, listen, Biden, at least Biden at the time, I'm going to go hard for to get this black community to, put their vote down for the Democratic Party. And maybe not, I'm not saying it's going to indemnify him of his crimes, but maybe the timing would be a little bit different, right? Because that would be crazy, right? Like if the number one black person that's like, we're going Biden, and subsequently Harris, if that person is fucking getting indicted, that looks crazy, right? Do you think that could potentially have changed anything? Or do you believe that maybe, the advisors for these people just knew down the pipeline, hey, Diddy's fucked. Don't touch him. Don't go near him. Because I'm going to be honest with you, it's been a little bit alarming. He just hasn't been in front of any of these movements. And we're talking before the lawsuit.
No, that's a good question. I think the important thing here, so I'm going to answer your question, but I'm also going to give the audience something to kind of think about. So I want everybody to know, like when it comes to the federal level, right? Every United States Attorney's Office, Special Agent in Charge, etc., they want to be able to go to Congress at the end of the year and be like, my agency did X, Y, Z. We arrested this many people. We took this much drugs off the street. We seized this much money from illicit activity, etc. They want to be able to go and lobby to get more money for the next fiscal year to continue to have their agency operate, right? And the only way they do that is by showing stats. Law enforcement is dictated by stats, right? And same thing with the United States Attorney's offices. How many cases did you take on? How many cases did you prosecute? How many cases did you get the guys to plead guilty, right? Very important. What's the conviction rate, right? Mm-hmm. Now, with that said, knowing that everything is driven by stats and, and affluence and your ability to, arrest big targets and everything else like that, I think if anything, Diddy posturing himself from a political standpoint and saying, I'm going to go ahead and align myself with Biden or whatever, I don't think it would have protected him that much. I think if anything, the more clout and fame you have and the higher up you are, it puts a bigger target on you for the feds to come after you. Because they want to be able to get those headlines and be like, we were the office that successfully indicted XYZ or did 1, 2, 3, whatever it may be. Now, and I know people have their conspiracy theories and everything else like that, which I totally understand and respect, right? But what I will say is, ask yourself this question. Does the government benefit and get clout from putting this guy behind bars and prosecuting him? If the answer is yes, more than likely they're going to actually go for it. That's why they went after Trump. That's why they went after Hunter Biden on the other side. That's why if you look at this assassin that they got that tried to kill Trump yesterday, I think the FBI is going to try to go after him and build a federal case. Right now he's being held in state custody, but I predict that they're going to try to build a federal case in the next 72 hours. And the reason why is because the FBI has a lot of egg on their face right now from the failed prosecutions of Trump, from the failed Matthew Crooks investigation from Butler, Pennsylvania, where they still can't find a motive or whatever. So they're going to try to make an example of this guy. And if it allows them to get more clout, more notoriety, and kind of repair the public distrust for the federal government right now, they're going to try to do it because it will benefit them and allow them to be able to get more funding in the future. So you always got to ask, what's the bottom line? What's their incentive to get this done? And if the answer is they get more clout, more fame, more notoriety, and they're able to obviously use that to lobby for more funding in the future, then they are probably going to do it. Now, does that mean that there aren't corrupt agents that don't do bullshit? Of course there are. Absolutely there are. That are politically motivated? Of course. But I think that agencies are always going to do what's in their best interest to get more money and to get more notoriety. And a lot of times that means taking down the biggest people that they can or unraveling the biggest conspiracies that they can.
Okay. I'm still having my tinfoil hat on, and it's fine if you're like, yo,
it's good to question it, man, because a lot of it is bullshit. I agree with you.
Now, I've heard this from so many people. Like, this is a point that I've heard so many times. They said, by the way, I think Reggie Wright even said this. They said Diddy is not a type of person that will tolerate being in a jail cell for the rest of his life. And they said if it ever came down to it, and I think you know where I'm going, he might seek certain type of alternative measures to, for lack of a better term, he ain't staying in that cell alive. Yeah. You tell me when you arrest, anyone, a suspect who's probably facing significant time, maybe the majority of their life if they're convicted, because we're still wondering how the fuck did that happen to Epstein? Like, I thought, like that shit was still crazy. It's still crazy to me.
Yeah.
Is it a situation where they're definitely making sure, hey, you're gonna be wherever he's at now, you're watched 24/7. We got to make sure everything's on the up and up.
I think for now, they won't have to cross that bridge because I do genuinely believe he's going to get bond. I'd be shocked if he didn't get it. I do genuinely think that they're going to give him bond, even if it's a house arrest. Just with the level of cooperation that his defense team has exhibited with working with the prosecution, I would be shocked if the AUSA kind of like double crossed the attorney and said, nah, fuck that. We're going to push for him to be held. Because the thing is like these attorneys, they know each other, man. A lot of the time they went to the same law schools. They've worked together maybe at an ADA's office or a private law firm, right? And then, they went on to did different things. So these attorneys all know each other. They're all part of the bar. So what I predict is there's probably maybe an agreement that was made. Look, bro, he's going to cooperate. He's not going to give you guys a hard time. We're going to let you guys know what's going on. The arrest will be simple and smooth. You will have no issues. We'll cooperate. But do me a solid. Let my guy get out on bond. Okay. AUSA says, look, all right, we'll play ball. We're not going to object to him being out on bond. That's fine. And that's really it. Because if the government doesn't object to him being out on bond, because the defense is going to say, Your Honor, I want my client to be out on bond. He's not a danger to community. He has children. He has a business. He has employees. Blah 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 blah. So they're going to kind of list out their case as to why he needs to be out. The government is not going to object to that. That's strong for the judge because he's going to look at it like, okay, government, you're not objecting to him being released on bond. Nope, government doesn't have any objections. Cool. They're going to probably release him. That's what I predict is going to happen.
Hey, okay, so TMZ has a bunch of photos of Diddy literally walking around as early as 8 p.m. Eastern time. And he's walking around, he's taking pictures, he's posing with people, he's with his son.
Yeah.
Do you believe the feds were like, just keeping a close eye on him if they're going to arrest him pretty much like maybe an hour afterwards? Like, if he's taking a stroll in New York City, because it says just a couple hours before Diddy got busted, he was confidently strolling around New York City with his son, King Combs. He even stopped to greet some fans, take some selfies.
Yep.
What does the feds do then? They're like, yo, he's leaving the hotel. He's just walking around. What do you do?
No, I mean, he's a famous guy. They've probably observed this multiple times while doing surveillance on him, that he kind of just walks around and is living his life. I will say that I've noticed that since Diddy's kind of like had these looming charges on him, he's done a very good job of like maintaining public, how do I say this? Seeming pretty positive publicly.
Being outside. Yeah.
Being pretty positive, taking pictures with fans, not being like, negative or hateful or angry or, full of despair. I'm sure it probably weighs on him when he goes home, but I think he's done a good job of publicly seeming like he's fine and cheerful. So I think the agents are probably used to that at this point. That he's kind of been keeping up this thing, this facade going for the past few months while he was.
Because if I was his lawyer, I would tell him to like look happy when you're outside, just so it looks good on the case. That's what I would say if I was his lawyer.
I'll tell you this though, he's probably going to have one of the deepest sleeps that he's had in months. Anytime that you know that you're going to get indicted with criminals, they knock out right away after they're arrested. It's interesting.
Damn.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many times it happens because they're stressed for months knowing that they're going to get arrested by the Fed. So when they finally do get arrested that first night, they pass out, man. It's actually interesting. Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they pass out in the car a lot of times while you're driving into jail.
Yo, I can't see. Yo, I gotta see Diddy in cuffs. I don't believe this shit is like again, and it's not because I don't like I know I asked a couple cynical questions, but like Diddy just seems like above this shit. I'm gonna be honest with you, like he's just
it's crazy.
Like we've never seen a guy this powerful in hip hop. Think about all the most powerful guys in hip hop that we've seen arrested. Suge Knight. This is like Suge Knight got knocked out by a barber. Like he lost pretty much death row. Like he was not the same guy. Didn't have power, influence. Didn't even have respect at that point. No disrespect to him or his son. I know his son watching me from time to time. But Suge Knight was a former shell of himself. R. Kelly. Prestige was pretty much in the dirt. Like, he wasn't doing these big tours. We all know him for having a lot of talent. But we weren't seeing this guy. Like, we were seeing him, like, pop up. He was getting a lot of love in Chicago. Like, he was doing, like, these shows. Like, we would see, like, these older women, like, say, we don't give a fuck. We love him. But culturally, he was still shamed. And he was kind of almost ostracized. So by the time he did get arrested, there's no one like, oh my God, like, it's kind of like everyone's like, all right, good. I'm just trying to think of powerful people, like, chat, you guys could help me name, because we're only in shock. And I imagine this happened to the movie industry with Harvey Weinstein as well, right? Because nobody thought Harvey Weinstein could ever be, arrested, and then it happened. Who else?
No, I mean, it's it's always like, and this is what the feds like to do, man. They like to go after people that are untouchable, right? So, I'm not surprised that Diddy was a target of this investigation. Obviously, they put a lot of money and resources in it because of who he is and how big he is and how untouchable he is. The one thing I will say though that's kind of surprised me is I have not seen anyone come out to Diddy's defense and say he's innocent or say that they support him or anything. I haven't seen anyone publicly do that, which is very strange.
Well, academics, question for your brother. We know the music industry is very political, right? And in the industry, I'm sure Diddy has info on people, like some dirt on them. I guarantee you, like he has maybe like video of them doing some stuff behind the scenes, or maybe like hear some rumors about people. So he has a lot of things he could expose about people in the industry, right? You think he's gonna say that now that he's being locked up? What do you think?
That is a good question. Here's the thing. If you have a video of motherfucking, like, no disrespect to him, like White Kill Cyrus sucking your cock, nobody gives a fuck. Like, whether it's true or not, right? It's just based on who we're talking about, right? Like, you're Diddy, that's White Kill Cyrus. And again, I'm not throwing him under the bus. I don't think he's gay at all, but still, like, okay, think about Trey Songz. Okay, we don't give a fuck. So the only person he could have something on that we would give a fuck, and I guess I was gonna ask Myron this too, is like there's this Jay-Z element that everyone has been skating around, right? And it's very interesting, right? Because we just seen Foxy Brown commented about this. She put like the startled eyed emojis. Then she says shit about to get really crazy. Now she's more synonymous with her time or her her association with Jay, as maybe you could say Lil' Kim is more associated with her time or association with Diddy. And when you hear Foxy say this, you start to kind of like think like what was up. Now obviously, I don't want to get into some of the weeds here, and I know I've done it before, but they do say things about Jay-Z, except I do think Jay-Z is just way more shrewd. I've heard this from a few people in the game, and, it kind of goes to Myron's point about continued, behavior. They said, hey, nobody's saying Jay-Z was as wild a boy as Diddy, but they said for any fuck shit that Jay-Z ever did, he cleaned his act up over 10 years ago. So he just ain't been the same person. And when you're not doing those actions continually, you know, it kind of probably doesn't stoke the same fire under investigators to come get you when literally they would only be investigating stuff that's, you know, the more we go in time, you get further from that behavior. It's not like, yo, Diddy was still throwing parties last year. Like, literally. Diddy was throwing parties last year. Like, he didn't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Like, people were telling, yo, Diddy went to the Breakfast Club. They literally said, Diddy, you're 50-something. When you gonna slow down? And he said, age ain't nothing but a number. I feel young. He said he was basically giving niggas reasons why he still felt he could have all these crazy freak-offs. You know,
yo, bro,
it appears that Jay may have retired from any fuckery if he did do it.
He was performing in a club live in Miami, right, bro?
Mm-hmm.
Guess what happened? After the club, there's an after party. Guess where it's at? This was like a couple months ago. Diddy's house. Nigga, you still living the same lifestyle. So it was like, I get what you're saying, 100%. So.
Oh, boy, man. Sad shit, man. Sad shit. No, now, I'm going to be honest with you. I expect Jay-Z to go in hiding. And when I mean hiding, not actual hiding. I do think, you know, with recently, we're talking about the Super Bowl, Wayne, Drake, Kendrick. I think that Jay-Z is going to, again, just be absent of comment and conversation. So he's not hiding literally, but he knows when the block is hot and he knows when to fucking switch it up. And I think the block is hot now because after Diddy, there ain't no other bigger wig to get than him. And it's time for him to go again. By the way, I want to give Jay-Z credit. I'm not saying Jay-Z was guilty of anything, but Jay-Z definitely knew the right time to stop doing Made in America, Rock Nation brunches, all the fuck shit that y'all used to associate him with. He stopped. Well, not saying those were fuck shit, but just like all those public things. He knew when to scale it back and lay low. Diddy just never knew when to lay low.
Yeah, I mean, he's been womanizing for a long ass time, man. And the thing also with Diddy that people don't know is like he's had serious problems with like drugs and alcohol. And obviously that clouds your judgment. You do stupid ass shit. And you know, now he's kind of dealing with the consequences of it, man. I mean, the dude's been on top and owning shit since the 90s, 30 years plus.
Hey, by the way,
if you live in Miami, you heard stories about his parties for days, bro. Everyone knows the lifestyle here in Miami, and he's been living it, bro. It's just part of the culture.
And by the way, I interviewed Hitmaker. Shout out to my man Hitmaker. And he said something very interesting, not only about Diddy, but he said about Drake. He says Drake needs to learn from Diddy and Jay because Drake is like 38 now. And you know when Kendrick says watch the party, you got to stop the party after a while. Like if you don't stop the party and keep it till 50, you see where Diddy's at. At some point, we ain't saying get married and have kids, but just exit stage left. I'm gonna catch you niggas later. Okay, I'm gonna catch all y'all niggas later. Obviously, I don't think, and I hope Drake don't have any type of issues compared to these other people we're talking about. But you know, what do you think about, you know, maybe some of the behavior and, you know, obviously for fresh nose and sees when it comes to like, if you've been around these celebrity rappers or people who have money and a lot of power, it kind of rolls into these sexual escapades and these wild parties and these other things. Is that a valid thing where it's like, yo, you gotta check out of that system or that game, or else you might get fucked?
I'll say this. I've been to quite a few parties. Drake's parties are always fun, and the girls speak positive about Drake all the time. They're like, Drake is respectful, he's nice, he makes sure everything's paid for, open bar.
Yo, I'm not really saying this for Drake, because here's the thing. I'm pretty sure the bitches and I'm saying bitches respectfully, if there's such a thing. The bitches at Diddy party in the 90s were speaking respectfully till it got disrespectful. You feel me? Like, again, we have to realize the time we're in, right? Like I'm pretty sure the people who are suing him in the 90s, maybe in the 90s, they were like, oh, no, this is normal. Then later.
But, to your point, you open yourself up to like cases because I'm not gonna lie, people's opinions can change. They might need some money. They might say, you know what, fuck this guy, I don't like him more. So you're right, this can change over time. So yeah, you're right. Hosting these parties could open you up to like.
Not only that, you're like drunk and fucked up. Like when Diddy was beating Cassie in that video, like he was drunk at the time.
You think it was all that Ciroc?
Yeah, he was drunk as hell. Like when he attacked her at the hotel, like, and then we all saw that footage.
That's fucked up,
He was drunk as hell. But you do crazy shit like that when you're drunk and high, man. Like, yo, bro, this is why I thank God that I don't drink or do drugs, bro.
Yeah.
Real talk, man. That shit will set you up for failure, man.
Yo, Act. Keep it a bean.
Yeah.
If Drake held a party and invited you, will you pull up? Don't cap, bro.
No, of course I would. Yeah, no, I would. No,
we're
going,
right?
Yeah, here's the thing. I think my commentary about the Drake thing is this. And it's gonna be a little bit nuanced. I know my audience is gonna hate me for saying this because they want me just to be like, yo, monsters are monsters. What I think is that hip hop culture glorifies and allows certain shit that is sometimes super gray area. And the more you indulge in some of those things that you might think like again, and you know, I'm not trying to jump on no fucking sword for this guy Diddy, but like, I don't know if Diddy thought what he was doing was like super evil, or he thought that, oh, that's what we do, I'm just kind of a little bit extreme.
A lot of this stuff was consensual with these bitches. I have no doubt that a lot of it was.
Yo, you know what I realized, Act, with some people that are high status? It's almost like they get bored of regular fun and excitement, and that was up the ante. So, for example, in his case, I don't know if it was in malintent or not, but for him, it's like, yo, fuck this shit. I'm done doing the regular. I want to get bitches and have fun and do drugs. Dude, it's almost like if like you have to up the ante each time, and it's like it doesn't end until it's too late.
My personal thought is this: I don't think Diddy probably cognizantly realized that what he did over the years were super evil until maybe a year or two ago, when he realized that. And he probably got people hitting him up saying, hey, yo, remember what you did back then? Like, yo, that shit was fucked up. I'm about to sue you. And that's when he started being brother love. I think that's when he realized. I think all he thought he was a crazy party animal that was doing what everybody else was doing, right? Yo, I'm having these wild parties, like, you know, and by the way, it's also him thinking, again, I could be wrong. This is me, like, projecting what I think he might be, you know, going through or thinking. I think he thought, you know, him pushing the boundary a little bit more every time was normal, right? So it's like, all right, tonight we have a party. Everybody's fucked up. All right, shit. People go on their own accord and they do whatever. Now I'm like, all right, well, what if I have rooms for y'all to go do it in? Then he's like, shit, what about if, all right, man, how about if I just bring over the bitch? I'm going to bring over some prostitutes. Oh, shit. All right, bet. Matter of fact, and like keep pushing it to the point where, like, obviously now when we look at it, this shit's just clearly disgusting and just out of bounds. But from when I hear the story of Diddy, a guy who was, you know, like he was basically this young guy getting into the industry who got fired, then got another opportunity, and then made his way. I don't think he was. Actually, let me stop because I watched one documentary. They say he was beating bitches from college. Yeah, my bad. Never mind, Chad. I was trying because I know how people could sometimes start pushing the limit. And by the time you've done it over 20 years, you've just pushed the limit a lot. I don't know about the sex stuff, but because I've just always heard Diddy's gay. I'm gonna just keep it a beat with you. That's the only thing. Like the moment I knew I was in quote unquote the music industry is when people told me, hey, you can never repeat this, but we all think Diddy's gay. And I was like, what the fuck do you mean we all think that Diddy's gay? They was just like, yeah, he's gay. Like, yo, he tried to fuck him. I'm like, no, he didn't. They're like, don't ever say this, but we all think so. So that's when I realized I was in the industry, quote unquote. But
we gotta ask Freak Mill. You tell us the truth, right? You tell us the truth.
Yo, but in reality, that's the point. Is like, bro, I think one thing we can say, Diddy has been always abusive, right? Because they got stories of Diddy just beating a chick. They said Diddy beat up a bitch like in front of the whole school in college. This is before he had money, before anything. I think his sexual deviancy, this is probably the wrong venue to speak about this, but it goes into when you have an insatiable appetite for sex, right? I think for the normal man, okay, cool, you would love to have multiple women or different women. Then it might get to a point you're like, well, maybe I can have different women at the same time. I want to have threesomes. Maybe you want to do an orgy. Diddy got to another level where he said, fuck my dick even working. I want to see another man dick fucking my chick. He got too far, brother. That's all I can say.
Yo.
I mean, it always happens where, when is, how much is enough? And like, the more you're involved in it, the more you do it, the easier it is to get bored. The easier it is to get bored, the more stimuli you need to get to that same level. It's like a drug, man. So yeah, sexual deviancy always progresses. It doesn't stay stagnant. It gets worse and worse and worse because you need more and more to get, off. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't start getting into this weirdo stuff from like just doing whatever. And here's the thing, you're a celebrity, A-list, you got some of the hottest chicks that you've in the world. You had J-Lo at one point, have some of these bad chicks, you could get any woman that you want. I guess you would look at it like it's a game. Let me see if I can get a dude now. I don't fucking know. Like, people, the sexual degeneracy never stops evolving. It just keeps getting worse and worse and worse.
Yo, if he did the crime, man, lock him up though, bro. For real, dog. Real talk, lock him up, bro. That's some weirdo shit.
Well,
just saying.
Well, here's the thing. I don't think it's if he did the crime. I think it's very clear that he potentially committed some crimes, right? Like we see him on video giving a woman the beats, right? Now, the punishment for that, and not saying whether rightly or wrongly, the punishment for that wouldn't be spending the rest of his life in jail, I think. But the punishment for sex trafficking, if that's what the crime is, which I think that's where we're trying to either process that, because even like Myron said, Myron is like, yo, I think some of these girls were down with it. Okay, well, that becomes multifaceted. Are they down with it, or did he coerce them with money, lifestyle? Did he coerce them with, hey, this is, like I think one woman who filed a lawsuit said he controlled our financial future, so we had to do this shit. Or were they down with it? Like, yo, salute to my boy Vlad, but Vlad said he interviewed a few people who knew Cassie, and they said, yo, and again, these feel like wrong conversations to have because, especially us even discussing this, like, we're not bad people. Like, we're not trying to like be on the wrong side of history. But like Vlad said that he spoke to some people who said, hey, with all due respect, Cassie loved that shit. Like, like she was into it. Now, granted, did he beat her ass? Did he do all type of stuff to her? Yes. But they were saying that was one of her kinks. And I think when we try to look at it with a independent, vision, that's the most egregious part of it. Yo, you're doing these freak offs, forcing these innocent women into some shit that they never wanted to do, that they were not having fun, like you did it without their will. And then when you hear other things like, nah, some of them was into that shit, you're like, it makes us almost sit back that we got to just like, all right, let's look at the evidence that the police is going to have. And obviously, we're going to do that tomorrow morning, at least to some extent, but you don't really know what to think, right?
It'll be interesting if Cassie ends up being a witness in this investigation from the criminal perspective, which I know for a fact she more than likely at least led investigators to other witnesses, but because she was with him for so long. So she was probably a key cooperator in this criminal investigation where, she might have led the feds to other individuals that Diddy might have sexually abused during the course of their relationship. So it'd be interesting to see if her involvement in the criminal case and how deeply she was involved. Maybe she might have put in other people. She might have, be someone that's going to testify herself. We'll see, obviously, when the indictment is rolled out tomorrow. But we'll know for sure once Diddy gets his discovery and he reads those ROIs how deep it goes.
All right.
Yeah.
I just wonder for all of the people that went to Diddy's parties, right, that aren't talking right now. I can think of one person that we all know, Kevin Hart. You think he's like sweating right now, like he's like worried, or some of these people, other people that went to his parties, are not really?
Nah. I do believe that the level of craziness he got to, he kept that to a certain amount of people. I do believe that some silence or some lack of comment is always indicative of maybe a particular culture or lifestyle that maybe, again, we're in 2024 and there's a few lawsuits that he has that are in the 90s. Like I always said that, again, never defending these people, but just speaking just honestly how shit looks like, even say like Bill Cosby. Yo, do you think that Bill Cosby was the only nigga putting Quaaludes in women's drinks or Spanish, whatever the fuck he said he was doing? You think that wasn't a culture? You think he's the only one? Like, they got him and they be like, all right, well, we got everybody from, what was it, the 70s? All right, we got everybody who did this. I think there's a culture that was existing that maybe he was one of the more famous people who went crazy with it. But there are definitely people who skated by that who probably just shut the fuck up, laid low, or moved to Bali. So, again, I think a lot of people who are staying quiet on the Diddy stuff were probably like, yo, that's how we used to always party. Like, you know what I mean? Like, bro, like, if you've watched BET Uncut, some of the Freaknik shit, like, as we talk about consent, none of that shit sounds like consent. Niggas is swiping credit card through bitches' ass crack. You know what I mean? They got 5 niggas palming the ass cheek of scantily clad or dressed women walking down the street. Like, again, it becomes a very dicey situation. I mean, none of this absolves Diddy, but all I'm saying is that I think, people are going to go down by saying, nah, Diddy was the only one. I don't think so, man. I think a lot of them will freak. He ain't the only freaky ass nigga from the motherfucking 90s.
Well, maybe we'll find out soon, but he's the biggest catch right now, so.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, nigga. It's 2 a.m. here in Miami.
Well, Ak, any other things you got for me or anything like that, bro? I'd be happy to answer any last few, because we got a stream tomorrow too. We're gonna probably try to do like a little subathon.
Okay.
And then,
hey,
yo, are you going to TwitchCon?
I don't know, but I definitely know that in the morning I will be on for whenever this indictment will be on sealed. That's a fact. So
okay.
So either me, first of all, like I'll just be on. So it's either I'm not getting off a stream tonight, or when I get off stream tonight, I'm gonna try to use every resource possible to figure out when this thing will be presented in court, because that indictment is
Southern District of New York. Do this, bro. Just go on Southern District of New York right now, the website, and then look for initial appearances, and it should tell you when they have initial appearance typically.
Okay.
Yeah, go on there. Maybe that'll help you, save you some time, so that way you can get some rest and then wake up when they the initial appearance. I mean, bro, if I were you, I would see when it is, and bro, you should just go to the court and be like right there. It's open court. Like, you literally just go to the courtroom and you can sit there and see the initial appearance. It's not gonna be long. It's gonna be like 20 minutes at most. But
he ain't leaving the house.
No, I would for this. Now this is the joint. This is the joint.
Go to court. You're right there. You're not that far from the city.
The only thing about, and I think this, you just can't film in federal court. I've never seen federal court.
Yeah, you can't. No, you can't. You can't. They'll get pissed off at you if you try to do that. But you could be there and like take notes and shit like that, and you'll be fine.
What do you think? An initial appearance, he's like the only person showing up, or they're gonna have like a lineup of defendants?
They'll have other people, but it's the middle of the week, so I don't predict that there's gonna be many other defendants that will be there for their initial appearance. So it'll probably be just him and maybe a couple other. But yeah, I mean, it's not that busy.
Damn.
I remember when I was in Laredo, Texas, we'd have 100 motherfuckers in the courtroom sometimes that got arrested the day before.
Really?
Bro, I'd be at an initial appearance for hours, bro. That's how busy we were on the Southwest border. People getting arrested federally. Crazy shit, man.
Yo, this is like so unexpected. Like, I think we were all waiting for this, but like the timing, usually we hear about also indictments, like, announcements of indictments. Like, it usually comes to a press release the 3rd. And it comes in early in the day. we would be able to, the media is gonna dissect it. This one came this is after 8 p.m.
Yeah. I mean, and that's why, for me, I looked at when I found out that they arrested him at night like that. That tells me they had eyes on him. They had the arrest warrant in hand. That they just made the executive decision to pick him right there.
Yeah. Wow.
So.
Wow. All right. Listen, if you guys are available tomorrow, I'm gonna definitely
We're
be
gonna
live.
stream tomorrow night, probably around 7 p.m. Are you gonna be on?
Trust
we
and
could talk
believe.
more about this case.
Trust and believe I'll be on it at that time. Okay.
All right.
So
yeah.
Then hold up. Twitch gone, nigga. Twitch gone.
When's Twitch gone? I don't even know when it is.
It's
Friday to Sunday.
Yeah, Friday to
in
Sunday.
San Diego.
San Diego. Come with us, bro.
Face is gonna be there. Silky as well. Pulling up.
Man,
let's go, man.
I ain't gonna lie. This is like a Diddy-thon.
Nigga, you could stream that shit from there. Me and you could literally stream it together there. Pause.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I want to do some shit with you, IRL, and also kind of this type of shit. We're
have our man there, bro. So you can we could stream it to your shit and our shit too. We have all that with the backpack. So you can we could cover the Diddy stuff from San Diego, man. It's not a problem.
All right. Let's talk offline about it. Yeah.
Right.
We could do some.
You were supposed to be here in Miami months ago. I don't know what the hell you doing, man.
He ain't going.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie. I've been just kind of working. I was telling Fresh, I'm at the end of the year, I'm taking the biggest. I feel like I've been especially anytime bullshit comes up, whether it has to do with me or some other shit, bro, I just work through it, bro. I'm never the guy who'd be like, all right, I'll see you. You know, Dr. Disrespect got in trouble and you just all right, man, I'll be back in 3 months. I'm the person who just all right, cool. So if I was doing 4 days a week, all right, now I'm doing 5-6 days a week. I just work a little bit harder, but it's been all right. It's been all right.
All right. It was a pleasure, bro. We'll see you tomorrow.
I definitely appreciate you guys for coming on here and really helping dissect some of this stuff. All right.
No, for sure, man. This is, like I said, I love this stuff. It helps me kind of relive my old life.
And guys, Ike is a friend of ours, man. Go support him as well on Twitch, Rumble, and YouTube. And yeah, man.
Yeah,
good
man.
dude.
He's on there. So, Act, thank you, man. We'll close out on our end here, man. And I'll definitely talk with you tomorrow. We're going to be live on tomorrow night. So,
all right, definitely. All right, bro.
So, yeah, we can talk about the Trump thing, too, if you want.
Oh, yeah, we got to do that. Yeah, that's the crazy. This shit came up. I had a whole lineup of topics. I'll get to it after you guys get off. But no, I appreciate you guys, though.
All right, brother. We'll talk with you tomorrow. Peace.
All right, bro.
All right, peace. All right. I think we did a good job. Salute to Myron. Salute to Fresh. I think we did a great job of kind of breaking down as much details as we know. Tonight's stream was originally to talk about, I think I had a little topic list. And I think only thing with Diddy was just kind of expounding a little bit on the Danity Kane, lawsuit. But we clearly, 100% clearly got bumped to talk about what's more important, which is this indictment, which we've been covering this Diddy case for a long time. This was kind of unexpected. Okay. Let me see while I have you all here. By the way, if you're following or watching on my YouTube, please just make an account, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button if you're watching on Twitch, hit the subscribe or follow button if you're watching on Rumble, or even if you're watching on Facebook. I appreciate you guys for everything. I'm still going to get into a few other topics just because, we spent 4 hours on Diddy. Pause. We spent 4 hours on Diddy. Anything else that I missed? Let me read a couple donations before we get off of the Diddy situation. Okay. All right. Daft Parks, thank you for the $2 Canadian. He says he deserves it. He's talking about Diddy. He said, but why am I low-key sad? That's a great question. And there is a little bit of sadness, I think, genuinely, that hip-hop fans are going to feel, because this is one of our greats. And hearing the rumors and hearing the allegations is one thing, but then seeing criminal charges and now knowing that he's in custody, and I'm telling you, I'm sitting here with y'all and I'm like, I don't think he's in custody. I'm thinking this is rich nigga detention, where he's he's in his penthouse, having a bubble bath right now, like, you know what I mean, having like 20 concubines, Young Miami on the way. Nothing has changed. It's no way he's in cuffs in like some cell that looks crazy. No way, right? Like, it's like no, like I can't even believe it even now. So I understand why, you know, you have a mixed bag of emotions. Manny, thank you for the 10. He says they will grant him bail. Puff is not R. Kelly. That nigga is too damn rich. He got the best lawyers. I do think he has the best lawyers, but I think his bail is going to be more on that he was cooperating over the whole time, not present himself as a flight risk, and I think that helped his case. ENYC 83, thank you for 5. It says grand jury had questions in New York City for years they want to answer to. Sure, the grand jury was well informed act to make that decision. Okay, so basically saying whatever decision they made, they knew what it was. Wow. Lord Hybrid, thank you for the $100. I appreciate you so much. He said, the sad part is that Diddy's going down for hoes and drugs. I'll stop it with that comment there. I'll read the rest in a second, but doesn't it feel like every great man goes down for like hoes? Maybe not drugs, but like hoes, ego, but drugs sometimes is in there, right? He also continues by saying, R. Kelly's in prison for hoes. I see why 50 went celibate. Did 50 go celibate or did he just cap? Young Bam Bam, thank you for the 2. I don't know why your name reminded me of, and this is not a great memory, Africa Bambaataa. I'm like, Bam Bam? Like, I seen Bam Bam, I'm like, Bambaataa? I'm like, oh, hell nah. Somebody go tell, what was my man's name again? Hassan. Watch out. Okay, so Democrats' distraction. They shot Trump. Suppression. Okay. Lord Hybrid with another $100. He said, the chat niggas is begging me to ask you to turn off slow mode. I did this for y'all, chat, so big me up. Diddy gonna have freak offs in federal prison. Damn, and he says free Diddy in 2045. So that would be 21 years from now. Okay. All right, take off slow mode for a second. Let everybody cook up. Superfly reactions, thank you for the 2. It says no Diddy right in front of Diddy. Yeah, that was that video. This video right here where Diddy was clearly, you know. Can I find it again? They basically said no Diddy to Diddy just standing there. I can't find it. Whatever. Daft Park says, genuine question. And I think he's trolling. He says, why are freak-offs illegal? Freak-offs aren't illegal. If you want to have orgies, threesomes, whatever you want, you have to have willing participants. And I guess maybe those participants said they were willing then. Again, I'm not going to put that on them, but clearly we're having people who said that they didn't do it willingly. They say they were coerced. They say they were forced. They say they were, you know, so that's why these freak-offs are not good. Skip Flanagan, thank you for the 20. Says, yo, thank you for being, what is that? Thank you for being you. Okay, appreciate you. State of the Art Visual says, the waiting room on Clubhouse exposing everything else, everything already these rich-ass niggas do. Okay. Daft Park says, when is Cat Williams closing a portal? Damn. Well, Cheers Club Media says, feels like Puff pissed off someone powerful. I mean, there is like a working theory that maybe not pissed off someone powerful, but like once he fell out of favor with Diageo, which is a liquor brand that, you know, Ciroc and De Leon was like tied to, they didn't have much more need for him, and maybe that's why this happened. I don't know if I fully believe that, but it's something you could think about. Daft Park says, well, Rich Guy Rich says, answer the question, why didn't Diddy decide not to leave the country for a country that doesn't have extradition? Rich Guy Rich, I think we said this before. It's impossible that he was going to just ditch the country without being arrested already. Like, again, this is grand jury process. isn't the only way you could arrest someone. And if they felt like someone was going to run, they would just arrest him already. And again, if he tried to leave the country, they were probably monitoring him or surveilling him to a certain extent. And by the way, the mere fact that, they went and did a search after the arrest, it means that like they were keeping an eye on him. They weren't going to just let him go to another country. Daft Park says abuse of power like Weinstein, though. They know. Okay. Lady Chan says, always love your breakdowns, and your work rate. Love you. Okay. Hey, thank you. Whoa, geez, 1010. He says, academics, beg, please forgive Caribou when you get to the topic. She know not what she has done going against Big Ack. I will actually speak about that before I get off today, so I appreciate you. State of the Art, he also said, State and Waiting Room on Clubhouse spoke about this last week. Okay, great. Perfect. Now, I did have a bunch of other topics, and I know a lot of you guys want more on the Diddy situation. I think we exhausted this. I don't think there's any stone that was unturned. Trust me, I am looking for it because I want to make sure you guys are always in the loop. Also, keep in mind, tomorrow our schedule is going to be at the exact moment this indictment is unsealed. We're going to be live. So whenever this indictment is unsealed, we already tapped into the federal government court system. So when they unseal the indictment and we get the indictment, we're instantly live, right? But until then, we can't do anything until he's shown up to court. And when he shows up to court, he's gonna be able to, he's gonna see the indictment in front of him. Hold on, give me 1 second. Yeah, I'm just seeing if there's anything more with the Diddy thing. If not, I just wanted to get to some of these topics. Okay? Okay. Wow, I took four hours to talk about that. Well, it is what it is. Okay. Let me hit these topics real quick, chat. Please, bear with me. Please don't leave if you're watching this. Please make sure you hit the follow button on whatever platform you're watching. Please. Let me. Okay. All right. That's this other window. All right. So first and foremost, I think I want to start by saying this. Remember last stream, and I didn't stream for 2 days, but I told you Kanye West invited me to China, right? And his invitation to China, first and foremost, I was thinking about it. Now, this is before I found out that, I thought I was a special hoe, right? I thought he just invited me because, Travis Scott manager hit me and said, Ack, Ye says he needs you. He wants you to come stream his first concert in 16 years in China. And I said, me? But of course, just like as I tell you with rappers, if you're a media personality or you're anyone who's in this game, work your way to the point where you're not these people's bitch in the sense of whenever they snap their fingers, you move, because you'll be very disappointed. Now, I'm glad that I'm at that point, and I do like Kanye West, and of course, I do want to I want to have an opportunity to either stream maybe an event of his or maybe like interview him, whatever the case is. I like Kanye, even though he has his faults. But a couple things came to mind, and I did not go to China, people. I'm gonna tell you why. The reason why I didn't go to China, and this is before I knew that he invited like 10 other people, is like, yo, you ever see a girl show up to your crib or show up to like some event and she think you only invited her, you invited every bitch in your phone? Yeah. So that would have been me. But here's the thing. The reality is this. Kanye West, and shout out to John Monopoly, who's his manager, and shout out to, David Stromberg, which is Travis Scott manager, and everybody else. Kanye is an absolute wreck, right? And for somebody, and I've talked to other streamers, including Aiden and other people alike, for us to fly fucking, matter of fact, hold on, let me see if I can call Aiden. Is Aiden around? Because we could talk about this one. Don't worry, chat. I know y'all hate when I get on the call with people because I just stray off the point. I know. But Aiden was also invited. He was also invited. Is he still alive or did he get off? Don't tell me you got off, my brother. He didn't get off, did he? Oh, he did get off. Fuck. Yeah, he got off. It's cool. Okay. So, yeah, he invited Aiden. He invited Kai. He invited me. He invited Joe Budden. He invited everybody. And before I even knew it, I was thinking about going. But they said they wanted me to come there to stream. Here's the problem. Logistics-wise, there was a problem. First of all, me being on a plane for 12 hours is crazy. Like, I have severe, like, I don't know if it's claustrophobia or just plane phobia at this point. Me being on a plane for, like, I think the flight is 15 hours from JFK to China, and then I would have to make it to a place called Hainan. I don't know what Haiku or Haiku, China. Like, what the fuck? I don't even know what the hell that is. Anyway, the reason why a lot of streamers didn't go, with all due respect to his managers, Kanye is too sporadic for people to make these big commitments to. A lot of the streamers and a lot of the people of influence told me this act. Yo, the same reason you ain't go is why we ain't go. I said, why? They said, we all felt like we would have probably took that time to go, spent a day in travel, wasted our time, and we would have got there like we've got to other places he's invited us to before, and then he cancels the performance, or he's just like, I don't feel like doing it no more, or he's like, oh, no, I'm just only dropping merch, or whatever the case is, or, oh, everybody got to go to Yeezy.com, and that's already a thing. So people think Kanye is unreliable. The second thing is that when I heard that Kanye wanted me to stream it, I said, well, okay, that would be a good stream, except we're in fucking China. How the fuck do you stream in China when they blocked every place that I want to stream at? Can I stream from YouTube in China? Nope. China blocked it. Can I stream on Twitch in China? Nope. China blocked it. Can I stream from Rumble, Facebook? Nope. China don't fuck with none of it. So basically, I was like, well, why the hell would I go? China don't make it easy for you to stream from. I know people saying VPN, but god damn it, if I got to do all that, it's like, come the fuck on, bro. Come the fuck on. So I was just like, this is already a logistics nightmare. I don't know what the internet's going to be like there. I don't know what anything. All I got told from Kanye's team, yo, we'll pay for your flight and travel. Please just come to China. And I'm like, yo, what? Then people are telling me, oh, yo, you got to get a visa when you get. I'm like, bruh, I'm sorry. Like, with all due respect to Kanye, if you want us to come to China the day after, don't tell us a day before, right? Like, it's also respect, right? If Kanye had any ounce of respect for me, for Kai, for Aiden, for Joe Budden, you knew about your performance supposedly weeks in advance. Like, you booked it. Why would you think that these media personalities that do all love your music, why would it be fair for us to drop everything we got going on and fly 15 hours across the world and with no logistical help, not knowing what we're going into, just to make you happy? So I wish Kanye would contemplate that part of the equation. And apparently that's why none of the streamers or none of the people who we invited to supposedly document the moment went. So Kanye, we love you, but you could definitely, absolutely do better, brother. Okay? And I don't think that's us being big-headed. I just think it is what it is. If you're wondering how it looked, apparently they said Kanye, this is a stadium, and Kanye had them import a rice field in the middle of the stadium. Look at this. That's supposedly rice. Okay. Then this was Kanye showing up there. Where's the Bianca girl? Bianca Sensori. Okay. Then, hold on, I had a few more. Then this was Kanye performing in front of 40,000 people. So this is the full performance. Not full performance, but the actual performance. It does look dope. They got my niggas walking in the rice field, bro. They got my boys just in the rice field, just cooling. That's it. I guess when you're Kanye, you could do that, right? This is another video from it. Nah, this look AI. Ain't no way Kanye dance like this. No fucking way. Okay? And I think this is the last part. Well, not last part, but this was the vision or the view. Did look visually appealing, right? Apparently, he got showed a lot of love. I was told that his concert was a success. So, even though people like me doubted that it would go down at all, and possibly that affected why I didn't go. Clearly,
we pass on the hand. I'll never go.
Yeah, clearly it went down without a hitch, and I gotta say congratulations to Kanye. By the way, they said there was a new restriction in Haikou, China, since Kanye's arrival. Taxis had to play his music. I didn't know that, like, a fucking place could just like tell their taxis what to play. Adidas stores are closed as long as he's there. Wow. And some cars even have a fuck Adidas written on them, like this car right here. The city revolves around the rapper Ye. Wow. This is him at the hotel. Wow. Yeah, I guess they do love that nigga. Okay. Not salute to Kanye, but now you know why me or other influencers couldn't go. I did want to react to this video real quick. Did y'all see this, chat?
Team that nigga for tickets.
Hold on. This has been a viral video. They said, yo, damn, Loki feel bad. Academic starts to get sad on stream after realizing Drake might be a fake friend that's using him. Let me play a slight bit of this, and then I'll react to it.
The concert. He 21 Savage had to get you them. Act, this shit like that.
He didn't see it. He didn't see it.
He didn't see it. Now, Act, you see everything else you sent him? Now all of a sudden he didn't see it. Act, he's treating you like how when a thought's in a DM.
Stop.
Oh, I ain't trying to link her tonight. Keeping the book.
That don't make him a fuck nigga, bro. Like that.
Act that does though. Act that does, cause when he needs you, he'll send you DMs. He'll play old buddy with you, but he really don't fuck with you. That's why niggas are treating Drake like this, cause he's a fuck nigga. How you showing him mad love? He don't show you no love. You think Drake shows you love?
Drake showed me a lot of love.
How? What's he do to show you love?
I got exclusive info.
Act, that's not love. What do you do with that exclusive info? You say it to the world, you gas it up 10 times more. He's using you as a free a billboard, free promo. Showing you love is, yo, Act, I'm in the city. Here's 10 tickets to my show. Backstage, pull up. Yo, Act, pull up to the I got the OV. He sent Ice Spice a jet before he sent you one. Act, you're the biggest media.
Nah. AJ did have some bars, man. Hey, chat. Hey, let me ask y'all a question. Do y'all think AJ should start streaming? I think AJ been putting a lot of work in. He got some viral clips. Him versus OT7 Kwani, that tell you OT7 Kwani like on his head top. Him versus Whack 100. Him with this. I think AJ might have to start a little stream, man. Let's see what AJ got going on. He's always been a person who been on this stream and kind of showing a lot of love. I think you should start streaming. Anyway.
Your platform, man.
What that got to do with Drake? He's the biggest rapper.
Oh, Act, you're promoting him. You're making Act, that nigga be dropping ass music. But you won't say that because you're a number one fan, my nigga. So you be like, yo, even if this shit ass, you might get offline, might tell niggas yo, that shit was ass. But nigga, you get online, nigga, you fucking jump into it, doing backflips, nigga, all type of shit. That nigga can't give you no tickets to his show.
Bruh.
Act, The first nigga he should be hitting up when he tapping the city is you. Yo, I'm in New York. Yo, act. I got how many tickets you need for my show tonight?
Yo, okay. Let me react to this clip. Yo, chat. Number one, if anybody knows me, the reality of this is, like, I've never been different. I always told you, if I'm ever have a downfall, it's going to be my loyalty. I'm a very loyal person. I'm somebody who, once I start liking either your music or I take a liking to you as a friend, I fuck with you. And it's usually not conditional on what you do for me or whatever. It's usually on just my loyalty, period. Y'all have seen this before. You know, with 6ix9ine, I don't care if y'all don't like him. I don't care if y'all think he's a snitch. That's a guy who I think he's been good to me. I don't care. Like, I'll promote to my last day. I'll promote 6ix9ine. That's my boy. That's just my boy. Like, it is what it is. Again, has people said crazy things about him? Do I agree with everything he does? No. But, like, you know, I'm a loyal person, bro. Like, you know, I'm just not the person. And what I mean by loyal, like, you know, bro, I'm just, like, I'm supportive too. Because also, and here's the thing too, you know, just to let everybody know, I didn't get to the position that I got to by doing transactions, if that makes sense. Like, like it wasn't transactional energy. I didn't have a friendship with YoungBoy, Playboy Cardi, X, 6ix9ine on some, yo, y'all give me this and I'm giving you this, right? Like, I've done like multiple interviews with YoungBoy. I've never put one out, you know. I have them. I just haven't put them out. I'm not trying to monetize like that. I care about the friendship a little bit more. You know, X, that was somebody who just genuinely I rocked with as a person, right? Like, you know, Drake, I'm a fan of his music. And I get it. It's right now it's cool to hate Drake, right? But I think me as a media personality, I don't expect, like, I feel like people are trying to impose their expectations on me when it comes to Drake. I told y'all, like, I'm okay with not meeting him, and I had multiple opportunities to meet him. Like, I fucked up every opportunity. I literally was too drunk. I fell asleep. I went home. Whatever. Here's the thing: I don't expect him to gift me nothing, right? Like, you know, it's so interesting when people look at it so transactionally. I never look at the artists that I support on a transactional level. You know, if you think about transaction wise, I'm tied to 6ix9ine's career ascension. Yo, I've taxed these labels millions for that. Like, you know, like, I've never gotten a dime from 6ix9ine, but I taxed everybody else for it. You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't need to get money from Drake. Nigga, I'm gonna tax everybody else the same. You know why? Because everybody wants me to be tapped in with them. Like, how they be like, oh, well, we'll just leave. So again, I don't look at it as transactional as people might think. Now, again, what people think I should require from these guys, I just don't honestly think that's the thing. Man, I think Drake deals with me as a fan in a good capacity and deals with me as a person in a good capacity. We're not friends like that. You get what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't have to come to the city and be like, let me suck your dick for a sec. Like, no, that's not how it is. Like, and I'll still stick to that. And also, me supporting his music isn't conditional. It's kind of crazy how, like, yo, there's niggas online who's like, they're dying over, like, supporting another artist, and it could be any artist, it could be Kendrick. Kendrick don't acknowledge them. Like, you know what I mean? Like, is y'all support conditional? My support just isn't conditional. That's just what I have to say. I like Drake's music. He's my favorite musician. And by the way, I also want to put it out there in the air because the people who try to make this viral are the people who, like, part of their plan is to see me flip on Drake, right? Like, that would be a great way to be like, yes, we got him now. Like, he's almost dead. Like, if I come out and I'm like, fuck Drake too, like, I know y'all are waiting for that. Again, he's my favorite musician. And whether me and him are friends, whether he gives me tickets or not, still my favorite musician. I'm sorry. So, again, I know people, like I seen people tweet this and I had people hit me and they were like, yo, bruh, there's, again, I'll continue to say, if I'm gonna ever have a downfall, it's gonna be my loyalty because again, I'm not here doing transactional friendships or relationships. If I show somebody love, it's because I want to show them love. If I like somebody's music, it's because I like it. If someone's my friend, it's because they're my friend. And I know y'all are like, oh, Ack is getting used and he doesn't know. Y'all don't think I'm getting used in a professional sense. Do y'all? It's no way y'all think I'm getting used in a professional sense, right? Like, I'm the most successful media person now. I don't know what these other niggas is doing, but I'm filled with success, okay? When these niggas is complaining about shit, it's only rains down on me, okay? Like you can't name none of these media personality of contemporary level and be like, they got anything more than me. What more, like, how ungrateful do I have to be? Right? Do I think I'm owed to be like BFFs with a nigga? No, bro. So it's like, again, for the people who want me to, and there'll be more people trying to point out whatever, because I see people saying it, yo, Ack, this is time to jump off the Drake bandwagon. This is time to say fuck Drake. This is time to, that's just not me, bro. Like, I like the dude's music. I just don't think he's as bad as y'all think he is. And, that's not, I have pity for a lot of y'all who have conditional relationships where how you think of somebody or your relationship with someone, and I'm not even talking about friendship. I keep saying I'm not friends with Drake. I'm a fan, but I'm also a media personality. And I do think I do benefit from my association with him, just like he benefits from the association with me. If y'all are conditional where y'all like, oh, somebody doesn't treat me like this, so I'm going to say fuck them, that's all you. That's just not how I've been, you know what I mean? And, again, to bring the young boy point up, when I went to Gravedigger Mountain, the first thing we looked, bro, I'm telling you, me and young boy, there was a moment there. There's like a real tense moment. I ain't even going to lie to you, like real, like, again, maybe one day I could really get into it, but it got emotional eventually because it was real tense at first, but and it was just like, he said, bro, like, you've been rocking with me since 16. He's like, yo, you one of the major reasons why I kept going when everybody knocked me down. He's like, when you criticize me, it feel different because I feel like I know you. I don't know them other niggas. And yeah, so, I'm a little different in terms of archetype, in terms of media personality. But for anybody who took this as like, yo, Ack feels sad. No, I'm not sad. I'm not sad at all. And I don't go to sleep thinking that Drake owes me anything. I think I'm very privileged. I think I'm the best media personality possible at the moment. So for the people who are, who wanted this to be like, oh, Ack finally is about to say fuck Drake. No. Still my favorite musician, so I'm sorry. Maybe another time I could jump on that bandwagon, but it is okay. All right. I'm just knocking down topics. That's one of my topics. I'm sorry. Then, and this has nothing to do with the last topic, but this is one of my topics, is the Kendrick Lamar situation. And I hate the fact that rap is these days all about, bro, I hate this aspect, bro. I really do. Like, y'all don't understand. I hate the fact that I feel like we're in politics when I'm talking about rap. Like, just truth be told, like a lot of the bullshit you even hear about me these days, and you know what's so funny? If I said, and this just goes to show your conviction and your persona. Half of the bullshit they say about me these days, bro, it's Kendrick fans saying it. Bro, they're treating me like, okay, well, since Ack is this big media person, we got to get him out of here to help get Drake out of here to make our guy win. And like, honestly, I would probably be seen 30 times better if I just said, fuck Drake. I'm rocking with Kendrick. Y'all do notice, right? This is the path of least resistance. Like, it would be very easy and I would get favorable things said about me if I just said, fuck Drake. I don't like his music no more. my new favorite is Kendrick Lamar and he killed him in the battle. You know what? All the people who are spreading lies about me, they would all just either love me or say nicer things about me. But that's whack. That's just not real. You know what I mean? And also, I've been the person who have gone up against the Barbs. Like, y'all Kendrick fans is weak. I went up against the Barbs. Like, you know what I mean? Y'all niggas can't get me to full bend or nothing. Pause. So I'm just always stick to my convictions, But these days, when I do report something, I see people like coming with the wildest things. They think if I say something, I report or I say things negative about Drake too, right? I said if Drake turned the Super Bowl down, he's stupid. I really wholeheartedly believe that. Like, why would you do that? I don't care how big you think you are, right? But if I say something like about Kendrick, everybody think that I'm making it up or this is like a Drake type of psyop, right? For example, let me bring this up. So, did y'all see this? Bro, I got killed for this. Right? Give me 1 second. Where is it? So, I posted this to my Instagram, right? It says Compton business owners say they lost thousands of dollars when Kendrick Lamar shot the Not Like Us video in his hometown. If you look at these comments, they're brutally killing me. They're acting like I made this up. I've never seen a grown man pole ride another man so much. Drake got you in a choke. This is not unfollow because, bro, you on Drake dick. This would have been news the first week. Here you go making up. This is what they're saying to me. Like, I'm just completely fabricating shit, right? Leave that man alone. This not helping Drake. Yo, y'all should have went outside some. Yo, okay. Here's the funny thing about it, right? Bro, and maybe, because, and I'll take maybe, I don't know if, really, I shouldn't, there is no blame for me to take. Because usually I would put via, but this was not a academic story. This story came out, and by the way, it says it here. This story came out in the Los Angeles Times. They're acting like I'm fabricating newspaper stories. They only blamed me for this when an entire reputed publication, remember this whole thing about talking heads versus media personalities versus journalists? They usually say to people who write for these outlets, New York Times, LA Times, journalists, I copied and pasted. I changed not one word. They said that I made it up. And I said, is rap really in this space? Did y'all think I made this up? Look, it went to the point. By the way, let me put up the real article. Look at this, chat. You can't even see it for free. It says LA Times. Look, go to the website, www.latimes.com/California. Basically, what I'm trying to tell y'all, chat, I didn't make this up. I copied and pasted off of a LA Times website. It wasn't old. Let me see if I could, I need to find a way how I could show y'all. It's not old. Look, September 14th. Look, September 14th. My bad. It just, once it does splash screen, it's going to bring it back. September 14th. I posted it 3 days ago. I posted it on the same day. If Toronto comes with an article saying, yo, Drake lost New Ho King $5 million, I'd post it too. But we're in the time of just, this is politics, bro. This is politics. Bro, people think that I made up this website. Like, I made up this article. I just want to, for people who are on YouTube or who are going to watch this later, I want to show y'all. I want to, look, this is a Los Angeles Times credible website that made, this is not me. This is a whole article. This is not me, right? Anyway, people just said, Ak, you're making shit up. Here's the funny thing about it. Bro, on Twitter, they start going crazy on me. Yo, Ak, why would you do that? Ak, yo, you're lying. Look at this. Then you have the stand pages. This is Kendrick chart data. Kendrick Lamar updates. So they posted a comment supposedly from the place that's quoted in the article, saying this entire post is misquoted and pushing a narrative that we don't represent. People, Please don't believe everything you read. Words have been twisted, and that's not right. The city should have made better decisions with notification on tax-paying business owners. We in no way, shape, or form have any negative commentary for Kendrick. This was a city issue and academics. You better be careful about misquoting people and twisting words. We never spoke to you. Alma food for the soul. Suck a cock. I hope y'all go out of business. Like, it's only so much y'all could keep coming at me. Like, I didn't say I spoke to you bum ass niggas at that trash ass soul food restaurant. I wouldn't come there to feed my dogs. Pluto couldn't take a shit on y'all floor. Please don't ever think that I would be talking to you fucking bum ass niggas. I just want to make it clear. The LA Times talked to y'all, but y'all not attacking them. Because in reality, they got a quote from me, and I guarantee they didn't misquote y'all. But y'all start to get Yelp reviews because Kendrick is hip-hop Jesus. You can't criticize him. And rather than stick to the convictions of what you said, look, your store, your restaurant, which, by the way, I hope the Yelp reviews go down, and I hope it go to zero. I hope y'all go out of business. I don't care. My dog couldn't take a shit in the middle of y'all floor. That's my opinion. Okay? I would never reach out to you bum ass niggas. Let me pop my shit. Let me stop playing with y'all niggas. Cause y'all must think it's a little act instead of the big one. Whoever runs this shit, black, white, Spanish, you could be albino, suck 15 cocks and die. I don't care about your establishment. It's probably trash. I looked at the pictures. It didn't look edible. My dog wouldn't eat there. I actually suggest that everybody who listens to the sound of my voice should probably give you a thumbs down on behalf of me. Fuck off. Your problem is with the people you spoke to, bitch ass niggas and bitch ass, whoever the fuck owns it. You spoke to the LA Times. Academics would never speak to a bum ass establishment like you. That's a fact. So you spoke to the LA Times, and then you didn't like what they said, and it's not, well, you didn't like how they quoted you, and it's not because they quoted you wrong. I guarantee it. It's because Kendrick fans started saying, how are y'all criticizing our Jesus? You pussy. If you're going to make a comment, stick to it. But please, for the life of y'all trash ass restaurant, please don't ever mention my name. That filth y'all cooking up in there, I wouldn't eat it. My dog wouldn't eat it. So whatever money y'all lost, I hope y'all coming and talking about me incorrectly. I hope I could cost y'all a couple of thousands of dollars. Bitch ass niggas. Because y'all just cost me some reputation points by basically saying I lied on y'all when I never fucking said I spoke to y'all in the first place. Okay. So, fuck this place. Matter of fact, let me put it up. Let me not try to get sued. You know these motherfuckers are sue happy these days. But fuck these niggas, man. Anyway. So, LA Times put something out. Let's blame Mac. You know why? Nobody could print anything negative about Kendrick. He's Jesus. Cool. What's the next thing? Oh! So then, I knew this shit was bad when even the chick with probably the most biased, biased fan base started getting attacked by the Kendrick weirdos. Nicki Minaj. So Nicki Minaj basically said, that Jay-Z was picking, right? She says one nigga took the knee, the other nigga took the bag. He gonna get you N-words in line every time. And then basically saying that, yo, got everything in the world, still spiteful and evil, discussing. Go be fucking happy. You in rap business, women business, when you got politician and police, you good though. Plus that ugly Laffy Taffy alien. I think this is talking about Desiree Perez. Okay. She continued basically just accusing Jay-Z of, essentially not picking Wayne because he had an agenda. And here we go, denying a young black man what he's rightfully put into this game for no other reason but your ego, your hatred for Birdman, Drake, Nicki, and Wayne got you punishing Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne, the GOAT, NOLA was good. Eminem stood firm on having 50 Cent come out. A white man, shit sad. House nigga things. But good for them. No loyalty, welp, then niggas gonna keep sunning you. Okay? Essentially, she said that Jay-Z had an axe to grind. I put that out on my Instagram because this is what the Queen of Rap said. I put no sauce on it. I just said Nicki Minaj said this. You know what the Kendrick fans and the weirdos of the internet said? Act! You and Nicki are wrong. Jay-Z don't make no decisions. It's the city that chose it. New Orleans. They're the people who didn't want to see motherfucking Lil Wayne. Then they said it was a panel. Hold on, I got to look. Okay, well, we can't find their fake news anymore because now the truth is out. Now, here we go. Somebody named Jay Cicero, who's on the Super Bowl committee, said, because it said Jay-Z defenders deflected blame by saying the Super Bowl host city chose Lamar. The president of the Super Bowl committee, right? The president and CEO of Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation and a Super Bowl 59 committee member clarified that selection process is the NFL decision alone for all entertainment for the Super Bowl. Basically saying that the city do not matter. Okay? Now, remember, so you've eliminated the city, but you hear what the Kendrick fans said, well, it's still not Jay-Z. It's probably Roger Goodell. He picked it. All right. Here we go. Then we get a nigga. I'm just telling you, man. It's sad that I got to clear some of this shit up. Like, it's really sad. Then the Super Bowl halftime producer, Jesse Collins, he told Variety, and by the way, let me just go to the actual post because I want to make sure I read it in full because I keep hearing people saying it's taken out of context. So let us go down. Y'all should follow Academics TV on Twitter if you don't. Jesse Collins was the go-to producer behind the scenes. Okay, come on, we got to turn the ads off for this one. All right, sorry. Pause on this site. I can't believe that stupid-ass restaurant had the fucking audacity, man. I hope y'all niggas go out of business, man. Bum-ass niggas, man. Fucking bum-ass niggas, bro. They so fucking scared of Kendrick Lamar, nigga. You should have never said nothing about it then. You know it's going to be read the way like, yo, y'all are dissing Kendrick. Why? Like, if you fucking so pussy and scared of the nigga, why even complain? Nigga, the $3,000 y'all lost today, nigga, eat that fucking loss and fucking crip walk to not like us, you bum-ass niggas. The fuck are you over here acting like, oh, no, we didn't say nothing about Kendrick. We didn't talk to you. Bitch, I never said I talked to you, bitch-ass niggas. Fucking trash-ass restaurant, man. God damn it. Anyway. It's been less than 24 hours since production of the Warped, since production Warped on the 76 Emmy Awards, but Jesse Collins and his fellow executive producers are already on the go, specifically to New Orleans. They're flying to the Big Easy on Tuesday to scout the Superdome as they plan the next February Super Bowl 59 halftime show starring Kendrick Lamar. It's her first time with the artist team, notes Jesse Collins. Entertainment Prexy Dion Harmon. We've actually been a few times already in preparation since the announcement, it's the first time since Kendrick team and us will come together. Ads, blah, 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 da, da, da. She's not wrong. Also, Monday, BT, blah, blah, blah. All right, fuck that. Okay, cool. It says, between now and the Super Bowl on February 9th, Collins and company additionally have a trio of holiday specials in the work, including two. So basically, this guy does a bunch of shit, right? Let's just go to the Super Bowl, right? I just want to hear the Super Bowl. Super Bowl. Where is the Super Bowl? Like, I don't want to read all this because I don't give a fuck about this other shit. Where is it at? No, that's American Music Award. Damn, this nigga does a lot. Okay. Collins won an Emmy in 2022 for the Super Bowl halftime show. More on that in a moment. It's safe to say Collins had plenty of pinch me moments as a producer for some of the biggest spectacles on. But he still remembers opening the 2016 BET Awards as a particularly magic moment. That year, all right, come on, let's get back to the Super Bowl. Okay, cool. Okay, Lamar, of course, will once again be center stage in February with Collins at the helm, this time as a featured actor in the Super Bowl 59 halftime show. He knows that Lil Wayne fans, as well as Lil Wayne himself, are disappointed that New Orleans native did not get the gig, but Collins is confident that Lamar is the right choice. We love Wayne, Collins said. There's always Vegas odds on who's going to get to perform it, but I think we're going to do an amazing show with Kendrick, and I think everyone's going to love the halftime show. I know Kendrick's going to work exceptionally hard to deliver an amazing show. Lamar has already had good luck charm for Collins, who won that Super Bowl, halftime show Emmy in the Outstanding Variety Special Live category, which included Compton's native contribution. The event served as a tribute to hip-hop that included Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, Mary J. Blige, Eminem, and 50 Cent, as well as Kendrick Lamar. Collins has been an executive producer on the Super Bowl halftime show since 2021, joining Jay-Z and his Rock Nation team in molding one of the most anticipated highlights inside TV's most watched event of the year. It's a decision that Jay makes, Collins says of choosing the annual halftime act. Since we've been on board with that show, he's made it every year, and it's been amazing. He's always picked right. For all the delusional ones in the back, ain't that what I fucking told y'all? Jay-Z picks. Now, I seen a couple half stupid niggas, and I want to say the R word, but I don't want motherfucking Twitch to get mad. But you niggas deserve to be called goddamn. Exactly. Fuck. Bitch ass niggas, man. I seen some dummy said, oh, well, Jay don't really have all the say. Like, I don't think Dre could just up and pick like Kodak Black. And nobody said that, you fucking idiot. Yo, the nigga's picking who he wants. And he's clearly picking up eligible candidates, but he's picking who he wants. That's the fucking point. Jay-Z's picking it. If he picks one nigga, it means he didn't pick another nigga. That's what it is. Like, it's kind of like now you have to, like, niggas ignore facts. They create alternate realities. They just like filibuster. Like, this is like, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on? Meanwhile, even as Collins and his team pressed for the holiday, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I think that was the only thing. So for you fucking retarded ass motherfuckers, man, I didn't even want to say the word, but god damn it, fuck! You dumb ass niggas in the back. The reality is this, man. Jay-Z picks. It ain't the city, ain't no fucking panel. He's picking, okay? So if niggas said later on he didn't pick Wayne, but he picked Kendrick, it's because it's fucking true. It is what it is. It's true. God damn it. Tell you, man, these motherfuckers, bro. Now, to get to Lil Wayne's statement, right? Shit, I don't even know why I'm so tight, bro. Like,
first of all, I want to say forgive me for the delay. The delay on, just the delay. I want to say I had to first of all, I had to get strength enough to do this without breaking. I must say thank you. I must say thank you to every voice, every opinion, all the care, all the love and the support out there. Is your words turn into arms, and it held me up when I try to fall back. That hurt a lot. You know what I'm talking about, it hurt a whole lot. I blame myself for not being mentally prepared for a letdown. And for just automatically mentally putting myself in that position, like somebody told me that was my position. So I blame myself for that, but I thought that was nothing, I thought that was nothing better than that spot and that stage and that platform in my city. And so it hurt a whole lot. But y'all are fucking amazing. It made me feel like shit not getting this opportunity. And when I felt like shit, you guys reminded me that I ain't shit without y'all. And that's an amazing reality. So, like I said, it broke me, and I'm just trying to put me back together, but my God, have you all helped me. Thanks to all my peers, my friends, my family, my homies on sports television, everybody repping me. I really appreciate that. I really do. I feel like I let all of y'all down by not getting that opportunity. But I'm working on me, and I'm working. So, thank you.
All right. Once again, I ain't gonna lie, man. I might have to pour some more liquor because I'm just giving it up raw tonight. I ain't gonna lie. Pause. No Diddy. Really, no Diddy. Yo, Wayne. I ain't gonna lie, bro. This was goddamn fucking pathetic, bro. I gotta keep it a beat. I love Wayne, but Wayne, somebody gonna have to tell you the truth, and I don't know if it's me or somebody else, but somebody gotta tell you the truth. The reason why you're broken, nigga, is because, nigga, you haven't given a fuck in a good couple of years. We do love you, and the fans do love you, and you are a legend, but god damn it, nigga. You're like the old uncle that shows up to the cookout, and everybody talk about you behind your back, but nobody want to tell you what the fuck we've been talking about, so I'm going to tell you. Wayne, they say you suck at performing, my nigga. They say you don't remember your lyrics. Yeah, you got great songs, but they say you suck. Literally. That's all they say, nigga. You're trash. I'm sorry to say. They say you're garbage. That's one thing. Now, do I believe you deserve to perform, or you are off deserving to be performing at the Super Bowl headlining in your city? Yes. But not only does that first point that you fucking suck at performing currently matters, the next point matters that I'm about to make too. And I do love you. This is tough love. I get it. You're a legend. You've given us so much. By the way, ever since you had that health scare where we thought we've given you a lot of grace. But here's the thing, and here's the reality of it. Wayne, you suffer from a severe case of not giving a fuck. And when a nigga don't give a fuck, he can't wake up to great things just falling in his lap. I love you, Wayne. But my nigga, you got to go watch what Usher did to go get a Super Bowl performance. And you are in the Usher category, brother. A legend. A living legend who's still active. Mount Rushmore type. But you know what that nigga had to go do? That nigga had to go to goddamn Vegas, do all type of residency days. He even says he stayed there for months. Like, the nigga was putting in work. I don't even know if Wayne could successfully finish a tour and perform all his songs, either word for word or even... Bro, that's the reality of it, right? Like, clearly, I want him to get this opportunity, but Wayne got to stop playing victim right here. They're saying you suck at performing right now. You need to get better. This whole thing like, I rap too many shit, I don't remember my lyrics. That ain't gonna cut it, brother. We ain't gonna cut it, nigga. Nigga, bring a pen and a paper out to your performance so you can read it off there, nigga. Read it off. Matter of fact, You know what somebody, I seen him pop up at Drake's show at the motherfucking Prudential Center. You know what somebody quickly pointed out to me? They say, yo, those monitors around the stage, that's for when Wayne comes out that he can look at his lyrics right there. I said, what the fuck? That's a fucking problem. If you can't remember your goddamn lyrics, like, what we talking about? So that's number one. You need to fix that. Number two, you got to start giving a fuck about this shit, brother. I'm sorry to say, my nigga. The reason why you Kobe and the reason why I think Drake surpassed you, and really Drake is the one comparing with Jay, not you, competing with Jay, not you, even though you've had a phenomenal career and we do love you, is because you've shown time and time again you don't give a fuck. That's just the reality of it, bro. Like, my nigga, like, bro, the nigga made a video saying, I'm surprised I wasn't picked. Well, nigga, here's the funny part about it. Nigga, they picked Kendrick like over a month ago. Like, this is how you know he's not tapped in. This is how you know he doesn't give a fuck. They told the nigga a month ago he had to shoot the video a month ago. Or like he was told he had to shoot a video a month ago. He shot the video supposedly like a week ago, or not a week, 2 weeks ago, or something like that. But it was after Drake did some of the week 2 shit, or no, the round 2 shit. But the nigga knew a month ago. So if you finding out on TV, it tells me you're not giving a fuck personality thinks that a Super Bowl headliner performance is going to fall in your lap, which is just not going to happen. You got to start giving. You got to start giving a fuck. No, I'm serious. And I'm not saying any of these things to clown Wayne, because, like, I think that's the saddest part about it all. We all love Wayne. We all make excuses for Wayne. Wayne went through a health scare. These days when we look at Wayne, we just got to be very clear, chat. Like, I know. We got to be very clear. When I look at Wayne these days, I be like, yo, I'm glad he's looking sober. Like, let's be honest, right? Like, we're getting like these little trinkets of, oh yeah, no, he's looking sober. Oh shit, like, again, I think Wayne has a lot of work to do on himself, and he still has work to do, not necessarily in terms of catalog with his career, but being a legacy act, you gotta at least present yourself a certain way, my brother. Like, you shouldn't be just showing up, picking up a mic. Like, this is your first year on the job of being a performer. That's why they're not picking you. Did you see how that motherfucker Kendrick came out to that when he was just the guest appearance during 2022? Was it 2022? Nigga had soldiers with him. They got they were doing choreography. Like, come on, bro. Don't gaslight us in like, yo, we want you to get it. Like, bro, you deserve it. You're one of the greatest. We want you to get it. But it would be a disservice if we just said that you didn't have to present yourself in a certain way just because you got to this point. This isn't a Lifetime Achievement Award. This isn't like some type of, oh, okay, great, your career was good, so just give it to them. Like, yo, niggas is showing multiple performances where they say you can't remember your lyrics, your performance is trash. Okay, so that's one thing. Number two, they say you're not even, like, a lot of these things you got to pitch to these people. You gotta put on an exhibition that you are the suitable candidate. You got to be in contact with these people. You clearly, like, I'm going to fall back from the, oh, you and Jay-Z got an issue, but if that's the case, Jay-Z's one of the influential people that's making the pick. Show the nigga something. I'm pretty sure he would have picked you. Maybe not this year, because I don't think you want Drake getting no shine, but come on, bro. You could do better, bro. Like we got to give Wayne a little tough love. Like, you know, again, we give Wayne a lot of passes, but yo, Wayne, niggas saying you can't even remember your lyrics, bro. Like, come on, bro. Respectfully, bro. That's a problem. trust me, I hated even criticizing Wayne because I do love Wayne, and me criticizing him feels like it just feels blasphemous. So I apologize as much as but it's kind of true. Like, Wayne, you got to do a little bit more effort, bro. Please, bro. Please, dog. Please. Okay. Next topic real quick. Man, oh man. You know what? Listen, first and foremost, me and this individual got no more smoke, no more beef. Jay Critch came on here. We hashed things out. We shouted. We screamed. We got at each other. It was cool, whatever. We left with a better understanding of each other, so I am no longer in the place of saying, fuck this guy. So that's not my demeanor. And anything, I'm going to report on this news, but it's not. I'm actually not happy about this at all. If you guys don't know, my man, the hood fave, Jay Critch, looked like he was caught lacking by some unscrupulous individuals in a video that was posted to social media. I only seen 6 seconds. You see Jay Critch, he's seen shirtless. Where the fuck? Oh, my bad. No, okay. He's seen shirtless, standing outside of, I can't picture where this is. This looked like it might be either a venue or something of the sort. Regardless, the video goes like this.
What you wanna do, bitch? What you wanna do, Critch? Fuck out of here, nigga. Sign that.
Okay. Number one, looked like somebody hit him with a shoe, which is kind of crazy, right? I'll give him some credit. He smiles afterwards, and the dude even says supposedly his favorite saying afterwards, sign that or whatever. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you, brother. I hated to see this happen. I think this is about the third or fourth time we've seen Jay Critch getting physically attacked in public. And I gotta say, yo, Critch, listen, I'm not even clowning you, brother, but where's your crash dummy at, brother? Like, you need a crash dummy to make an example out of these niggas. How is everybody seeing you and thinking that you are a pinata? Like, this is not the wave. Now, by the way, I know that there is some complexities to this because apparently, he commented and he said, yo, bro, nigga, I popped on y'all niggas first. So 1 versus 6. And apparently he was outnumbered 1 versus 6, which also I'm asking questions about that. Like, Critch, like, why or where are you showing up to Dolly that you could run into 6 people that might not like you? Was this completely unannounced? Did you know that maybe your ops is going to be there? How are you alone? Again, things happen, but damn. Now, as far as the logistics, okay, I'm gonna give him a little credit. You said it was 1 versus 6. If you walk away from a 1 versus 6, not bleeding, ribs not broken, all your jewelry not confiscated, you're not walking. Well, I guess he walked away without his shoes, but like you should be walk away without your teeth, damn near naked. So perhaps he stood his ground, 1 versus 6, right? He said he left with all his chains. I don't see no chains, but maybe he had his chains in his hand. He said you lost. And I guess the guy name is what? Dotty Dot. He says, I beat you out your sneakers before they even got there. And I let you have your chain. I took it off your neck. You thought it was lit when you backed out that camera, dummy. Okay, I don't know who this guy is. Oh, this is the guy. So you saw me dolo pull a camera out trying to troll me. You can't world star me, nigga. Signed that. He said, nigga deleted my song after I paid him for a feature because this girl was in my section with her friends. And I used to talk to her friend. And he know that. You want to show your bitch you was so tough / tender and she was just chilling? You too jelly, bro. Signed that. I guess they had a song together. Nigga said, nigga's crazy. I was just dead getting a hot dog. Pause. So it was just getting a glizzy. Then I guess this was the video, or no, a photo. Jay Critch look kind of clean here. I'm not going to lie to you, bro. Like, I ain't gonna lie, yo. You know, I gotta say, shout out to Jay Critch. If y'all beat his ass 6v1 and he looked like this, yeah. Now, granted, this is a catch-22 because you never want to start clowning niggas who doing the jumping. Be like, oh, you ain't fuck him up enough. Because now when niggas start stabbing niggas, start doing all type of weird, dumb shit, we're going to be like, why are you doing all that? They're like, well, I thought you said us punching on him before wasn't enough. So we stabbed him this time. Oh, yeah, all of us stabbed him. So now we're really trying to encourage that. But yeah, yo, Jay Critch, man, good job for surviving the 6v1. But bro, please, my nigga. Please, if you got these enemies like that, nigga, watch how you go outside. He says, and I ain't running to him. He ran into me. You see how I worded that? Very mindful of how it actually happened. I don't go to the gram saying I ran down on ops. Ops run into me and have a bad day. Showtime. Okay. Okay. All right. I don't know. This is this guy right here. Remind me if this nigga ever paid for a song, I'll make sure this nigga's song does not get deleted, man. This nigga look like he is a demon. Okay. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I'm not giving Jay Critch the L on this one. Now, I will say, though, I'm hoping the reason that this dude is saying that Jay Critch was mad is not true. If Jay Critch is mad that his girl was in a section with this guy, yeah, again, you got to be mad at your girl more than you mad at the guy. So, yeah, I can't knock it. But please, y'all leave Jay Critch alone, man. All y'all niggas leave Jay Critch alone, bro. All right? Leave Jay Critch alone. Either that or Jay Critch, I'm going to keep it a bean with you, bro. You need a permanent nigga around you. Like, that nigga name should be, you got to call that nigga Example. Like, his name should be Example. Like, Jay Critch, all of this fuckery stops when you make an example out of somebody. You got to make an example. You see, right now, they think they're making an example out of you, Jay Critch. I'm going to keep it a bean. You, like your nickname is Hood Fave, but they thinking you like not the Hood Fave. You gotta make an example out of these niggas, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. You gotta make an example. Either that or holler at me and I'll call the cops for you, nigga. I get all 6 of them niggas locked up with a case. Assault and battery with a deadly weapon. You feel me? Nigga hit me with my own shoe, nigga. That's a deadly weapon, nigga. You're going to jail. You're fighting the case now, nigga. You better get your YSL Woody on, nigga. Yup. Yup. That's what it is. Yup. Yo, listen. Jay Critch, man. If I find out all 5 of them niggas' name, I ain't gonna just complimentary tell. I'm not on the YSL Woody, but you know what I mean? I'm saying. If you can't make an example out of one of them, I got you, bro. I got you, okay? Now, again, I got no problem with Jay Critch. And again, maybe he took a W in the situation if he said it was really 1v6. But again, we don't know these guys who start getting at you. So you got to think about it in the bigger scheme of things. That you look worse than they look, right? Because even if you beat them up, you can't put up a video because we're gonna be like, "Who'd you beat up?" But they get to put up a video that they hit you, right? It is what it is. My man Bobby Shmurda. Did y'all see this? Look at this shit.
Tell all the bitches in Miami, Shmurda don't buy no pussy. Get your motherfucking ass out of here. Get your ass out of here, bitch. Get the fuck out of here. That dusty pussy. We don't want none of that shit. Take your ass to the shelter. I be getting pussy before I even link certain bitches. I be like, this bitch probably sell pussy. If I get some pussy for you, like the. Tell all the bitches in Miami.
Okay. So he said 10 a.m. they trying to hit a lick. What the fuck is going on in Miami? Motherfuckers trying to sell pussy early in the morning. Attention to all the broke girls in Miami. We buy buildings, not bitches. I'm gonna go back to New York and buy some more buildings. Okay. He posted that, and then the girls try to respond to him. Okay. One of the girls says, "Yo, tell us, girls, there's an after party." After booby trap at his crib, us girls pull up and all he got is hard D and his little tighty whities. We walked our happy fat asses out the front door. You're lucky we didn't slap you for playing in our face. You're so mad you had to go to sleep with a hard pecker that you go to the internet like the ugly little nerd you are. Ha ha ha. I'll pray you really thought you were him and you could pull off the strength of yourself. Laughing my ass off, go to bed, loser. Then he says, a mess. You're not him, babe, and it's tearing you up inside. Put the phone down and get some rest, babes. Then she says, not having sex with Bobby Shmurda is something worth going viral for? Have you seen him? Tag me something juicier next time. Now, first and foremost, man, I'm going to be honest with you. This is clearly, a woman who is into that, like, bro. Bro, this BBL bandit, this is some diabolical shit, bro. Nigga, the curvature on this goddamn BBL right here, nigga, it's like the curvature on the goddamn, the horizon or the goddamn sun, bro. This is crazy, nigga. Like, to calculate this type of ass, nigga, you gotta, like, put pi squared. You gotta find the hypotenuse. Like, nigga, you gotta get on some algebra shit, nigga. Some geometry shit to find what the fuck she got going. The circumference of this dumb shit right here. Like, does the ass match the thighs and the legs? This shit look crazy. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you, Bobby. If you were trying to solicit vagina from this chick right here, nigga, I'm sorry. At some point, you gotta start, like, knowing your worth. Us men, we gotta know when it's better to just beat our dick more than just fuck anything. Like, god damn it. Yeah, I see why he ain't want to pay, but holy shit, nigga. Is this where you were trying to bring home in the first place? Like, nigga, she looked like she got a loaded diaper, nigga, except this is skin. Like, this looks crazy, my nigga. And honestly, I can't even blame this girl that much. You know why? Bro, we got to stop blaming some of these chicks who you know what they're doing. If they're selling that, you can't blame them for what they're doing naturally. You gotta blame yourself for indulging it or for being fooled. You're in Miami. You done partied till 8 o'clock a.m. You're bringing a girl home from a strip club, 8 a.m. She probably works there. Actually, there's videos and pictures of her there. I don't know if she works there. Yeah, she probably thinks that you're going to pay some shit. So again, this is not my cup of tea, but I can't shame her for doing what she normally does. We've already came to the conclusion that a lot of these women out here, they're glorified escorts. They're selling that, And if that's the reality of it, why the hell are we that surprised that she's doing something of the sort? I think we just have to just openly accept it for her. And then, Bobby, you got to come back to New York and pick better, bro. Okay? Or, I don't know if Bobby was trying to do like the Shannon Sharp. Nigga, just find like one of these mid-New York chicks, nigga, and just accidentally go live and do your thing, bro. I don't know if that's what he was doing. Anyway, he was deciding to kick game to the pussy purchasers, and this is what he said.
Niggas out there buying the coochie, right? Y'all niggas can fuck the game up. Just drop all the girls, right? All the girls, if they ask you out for money, that means they need it. That means they ain't got no money, right? So if they ask you out for the money, they ain't got no money, or they going down on their money, you know what I'm saying? They got a little loan from last nigga, but that shit running out. And they ain't got no motherfucking residual coming in. You know what I'm saying? Now you talking to a nigga that got residual income, so I be good, you know what I'm saying? But long story short, what I'm gonna tell y'all niggas is, tell these bitches $100 for the pussy, they gotta agree. Tell a bitch, go get your dildo and go to the shelter. You gonna get your shelter, go to the dildo and go to the shelter, $100 a pop. I'm giving this to all the basketball players. Listen, I know y'all niggas went to college and shit. Y'all niggas is college niggas.
That's where you fucked up, Bobby. The basketball players, these are who to be blamed. The athletes, because they deal in discreetness, the athletes are paying top dollars for mid pussy. If you guys don't know. So the majority of women these days, they're operating as quasi escorts or prostitutes. Their sexuality is up for purchase. Their vagina is up for purchase, right? And the reality is that because it's so easy and accessible to get to athletes are the main ones who are paying for vagina because they're paying for bitches to shut up, not have an attitude, not expose them, not tell to their girl, and just do the freaky shit they want to do for the moment and just get the fuck out of there. You see a rapper think he's that cool. He think he getting pussy just because of his hit song that they played in the club twice. That nigga was Schmurda walking in booby trap and thought that all the bitches was gonna suck his dick, right? When they said no, he starts exposing them. That's the thing with rappers. Rappers don't got a problem with playing the shame game because they gonna look like more of a pimp if they're like, man, fuck this bitch. This bitch is blah, blah. So, again, that's the problem. But these girls already getting paid, even as ridiculous as Shorty looks, she getting paid by some of these athletes, man. Trust and believe it, okay? So, Bobby, listen, if you're not, don't try to reprice what she got going on. Fuck with bitches that either gonna be in your price. If you saying you pay $100, or it seemed like you were saying you don't pay nothing at all, good. But you're not gonna fuck that girl at Booby Trap who has gotten her ass as big as a beach ball. She didn't do that for no reason. You know what I mean? So again, you're either gonna pay the price or nigga, you stop trying to get with the girls who are trying to get niggas to pay. Okay? It is what it is. I can't even fault the girls because these days, vagina selling is very popular, man. Vagina selling is very, very popular. I don't know how profitable it is, but it's definitely popular. Okay? All right. Did y'all see this, man? So, YSL Woody, he did a no jumper interview, right? And the no jumper interview, this is classic.
No jumper. Wouldn't have been able to.
Let me try to go to the interesting part. Here we go.
I didn't talk to them.
Yeah.
But somebody else was like, nah, you know what I mean? Whatever. So I went. And then next thing you know, they let me go, but they started.
So they asked the nigga why he started snitching, man. Here we go.
Busting one or the other.
Here we go.
It's freedom, you know what I mean? They bonded. I was on there. I ain't hanging with nobody type of time. But when my best friend got killed, me and Tit was just, I don't know how we really just locked in, but we locked in and shit, it been there ever since.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right here.
So you and Tick still got like a relationship to this day, or?
For sure. But you know what I mean, due to his freedom, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's no communication with us.
I'm about to ask you right now.
So how do you feel with the jacket that's been labeled on, you know what I'm saying, with everybody, the interrogation videos leaked and everybody have this, have their way of thinking about you now and shit. Like, how do you take that? How do you feel about people calling you, labeling you a snitch?
It's on the internet. I haven't ran to one person that said it to my face. And I ain't saying like on no gangster stuff. Like, I pray that nobody don't provoke me. You feel what I'm saying? Because I ain't messing with nobody. I ain't looking for trouble, so. If I'm out and somebody walk up and say I'm a snitch or whatever, I'm slap shit out on. I'm a bust one up.
I'm gonna be honest with you. There's an endearing part of like Woody's personality where like obviously most people, if you're from the streets, you probably don't like the fact that he told, but it's he's still kind of talking tough, but he's also kind of have like this innocent thing to, bro, I'm not looking for no trouble, like, bro, I just want to be left to like. It's kind of like. He's also he has a humbleness to him where he's like, yo, I'm not looking for no trouble. You know what I mean?
When did you actually have to start like going to the police station and they started contacting you?
Yeah, what was that decision like?
Yeah, when was this decision and like what year would you say like they started really just like contacting you a lot?
When that certain stuff took place.
Yeah. So after Nut passed, that's when really they was on you?
Because you got picked up that same day, right?
Now they didn't pick me up, so something happened and somebody called me like, hey, the investigators want to talk to you. And I'm like, what they gonna talk to me for? You know what I mean? I ain't going down there to talk to them.
Yeah.
But somebody else was like, nah, you know what I mean? Whatever. So I went. And then next thing you know, they let me go, but they started. Everybody in Atlanta started saying, I did this. That's why I don't care. Everybody in Atlanta said, I did this, I did that, I did this, I did that. They could kiss my ass.
Yeah.
Y'all be talking, everybody dry snitch. It was not one person from Atlanta was saying my name. So it's just like, y'all, the police out the real. Fuck all y'all.
So you felt justified in talking to the cops because there were so many people talking in general?
Nah, I didn't feel justified. My whole thing is get them off of me. So it wasn't being justified. I didn't believe in none of the stuff, but it's just certain stuff. Like, I ain't no fall guy. You feel what I'm saying? And I'm not going to let nobody treat me like when I have own.
That was also very interesting. What he's saying is like, he didn't really go too much into like, his issues with Thug, or at the time with Thug. He said Thug didn't live up to his word a lot. That's why he started feeling a way about Thug. But he essentially said, you heard what he said then. And I think this is a part about being a street dude that I think some people like. He says, I'm not a fall guy. I'm not the guy who, I just go do life in prison while y'all keep making money out here and fucking bitches. And that's how it goes. He's like, that's not me. And I think the street life is predicated on somebody like Woody being the fall guy, right? Where it's like, yo, you'll keep it real, you'll hold it down, you'll take the charges and go forever rot in a jail while Young Thug keep buying foreigns for his 6 bitches out here. He keep living life and keep doing whatever the fuck he want to do. So that was kind of interesting where I'm like, maybe the street dudes are kind of involved and be like, nah, I don't got to be no crash dummy. And if y'all gonna call me a snitch for that, fuck it.
Independent mindset. I'm going to treat people how they treat me. So this what really led up to a certain point. Like,
but you probably never in a million years thought that the tapes would come out either, right?
Right, I knew they would.
Oh, you knew they would.
Yeah, but I didn't think they'd make an arrest. So what I'm saying, anytime somebody talk to the police, it's almost impossible that it's never gonna come out.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? So, and I'm a type of person I already be prepared. I think things through. So I'm gonna think about 10 steps ahead just to be on the safe side in every which way.
But all right, so did any of your homies know? Because I seen somewhere where I think Moontuk, he said that Doug actually advised you to go down there and talk to the police that night because they said, y'all, we ain't got shit to do with nothing. Go talk to him. That's what he said on the stand.
Still an open case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's what he said on the YSL trial stand like the other day, but that's what he said, but I feel you on that.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna speak on that because this I don't recall it.
Yeah, all right.
That nigga love saying I don't recall, man.
I feel it. So yeah, early days. When did you start like really?
Yo, I ain't gonna lie. Shout out to Remo, man. Remo takes a lot of the control in a lot of these situations. And I don't know if like Adam's a pretty good interview, but I don't know if sometimes Adam is not prepared or Adam is doing like a classic move where you let your new guy be the bad guy while you be the the smooth criminal and kind of just keep conversation in terms of extracting. But Remo be doing a good job.
Going to the studio and just being around the guys, like what year would you say?
Of course, his question's a hella federal though. Like, you know what I mean? Like, shit, if he was white, he'd be Vlad Jr., but not as Remo.
2019, 2020. It kept me out the streets.
Okay, we're not gonna watch all this. There's a part where like, I guess Adam paid this guy. Actually, I talked to Adam and he told me how much. I won't tell you how much, but and his manager jumps in like, yo, basically saying, yo, we went past the time y'all paid for. I guess it was a miscommunication. They thought he only paid for like an hour when I guess Adam paid for 2 hours. Here we go. So they jump in.
Been around him a few times.
He was nobody you was kicking it with back in the.
We not.
Here we go.
They could turn that into. That could be a whole this interview.
Here we go.
20 more minutes.
I don't know if he still is or whatever, but everybody rocking this. So if you blood, won't care where you from, what hood you is, that's how we was until they started divided. You feel me?
Yeah. And
Pause for a second. Another 25 to make it a full hour and a half.
I thought it was supposed to be an hour.
Oh, I thought it was supposed to be 2 hours.
I thought it was gonna be 2 hours. I got some more questions though, some good shit.
So what you just say?
Shout out to Remo Adams standing on it. Hey, whoever that's Woody's manager. Hey, listen. Let me just give y'all some game right now, okay? Hey, Woody's trying to be an influencer. I know Adam paid y'all, but when you're on a platform like Adam or like No Jumper, bro, you let that shit cook, okay? I don't know what, like, I hate when hood niggas become managers of people because they fuck up the artist or whoever they're managing by trying to tax for every little minute. Yo, we're 2 minutes over. Nah, you gotta let it rock, bro. Like, you're like, really, the opportunity is being given to Woody here. Like, No Jumper is No Jumper, whether you want to think it's lit or not. No Jumper is no Jumper. You have to realize Woody's no longer on a stand. Every moment from now until Thug's verdict, he gets more and more irrelevant. He wants to be an influencer. He's doing 20v1s. Again, this whole pay-for-play culture with, like, interviews is cool when you're just selling a story. But if you're trying to be an influencer, you kind of want to, the right platforms, you want to do it for free. You got to do it for free. Which, again, I'm not saying they should have did this for free, but still, like, I hate when people are like nickel and diamond. Like, this guy has, whoever this guy's manager, Woody's manager, probably knows nothing about this type of shit. He's over here just trying nickel and dime. Like, yo, let's get another extra 3K. No, nigga.
Well, he was trying to say we got to wrap it up, but I thought we were doing a full 2 hours. But
So what you trying to do now?
Anywhere between an hour and a half and 2 hours is cool.
How much you trying to pay?
Well, we already paid.
He said, how much you trying to pay? Yo, they're about business. Yo, this is why I can't do this type of interviews, bro.
That's an hour.
So what you just asked for?
20 more minutes.
All right, they do it.
Cool.
All right, but listen, stay away from those questions y'all trying to go around, and we're not doing the Mechanicsville shit, because that's extra for him to go, for y'all to follow him in the hood. That's too.
That's extra for y'all to follow him in the hood. What?
That's too personal.
That's too personal. Yo, they just trying to squeeze some more money out of this. Yo, just give us some more money. God damn it, bro. I get it though. You know what I mean? Like, they don't got much. But also, like, you know, y'all gotta respect the platform that y'all on. Like, you know what I mean? This is a huge interview. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I don't care where we vlog. We were just supposed to go out and do some shit.
Y'all only paying for this.
No, the deal was this.
Yeah. I've got to tell you.
You talk all that?
I want to take them to Mechanicsville.
Okay.
That's on me.
That's good.
I know I ain't tell you, my bad. That's on me.
Okay.
There's something on me. I've got to tell you.
Okay, that's cool.
Okay.
Cool. All right, cool.
But you gotta have access to that footage. When they go to the Mechanicsville, you gotta have access to that footage.
Oh yeah, we'll send you a draft to make sure you're cool with it. Yeah, we don't want to show any.
Man, if you realize, I don't give a fuck about none of that. Yeah, but now you right though. My bad. I first told you that. Yeah, they my fault.
They could turn that into I'm saying this the truth. They could turn that into a whole documentary on you. That could be a whole. This interview could be one project, and them going to Mechanicsville and all that other shit. That could be fucking 100,000. That's a whole nother situation.
Nigga said 100,000.
We won't go that in depth,
cool.
yeah.
You right. I'm explaining to you my mindset.
Okay, cool.
You feel what I'm saying?
I just wanted to put that out there.
Right.
Yeah, like I said, I'm explaining to you.
You got it.
Yeah, gotcha.
Did you ever feel worried when Thug would put your name in certain songs?
You was smart for this, Woody. You was smart. Anyway, they also did a vlog. Y'all can go watch these full things on No Jumper. I ain't gonna lie, I was more excited for the vlog.
Yesterday, had a great time at the Juicy event.
This is Woody in the hood. I ain't gonna lie, man. Atlanta, man, I thought Atlanta was a bunch of niggas with Dracos. Like, bro, this is the king of Atlanta.
Note the callous disregard for the law. That was a red light. Woody threw it up. Look, he get asked for pictures. All these people hollering at him right away. A total local celebrity. Hey man, the world has changed. You know, I can make a meme right now and watch me hop on the back of this. No, I'm not gonna do it. But imagine. I don't want to have to hold on for dear life with my booty scraping the ground and
Come on, keep walking, guys. 12 right there. I don't want to bother him. Yeah, street.
Damn, this nigga Woody, man, he the king of Atlanta, bro.
I don't know how to ride this.
You don't know how to ride.
Wait, is this a nigga with a bulletproof vest? Oh, this is Adam nigga right here. Yeah.
Everybody who does graffiti here, you got to give them a permit? I thought he was done. I was like, that's karma for what he just said to me. Hey, man, he keeps saying shit like that. Oh, man. I'm going to do what a lot of people in this city are too scared to do. Woody, get over here. I'm going to put you on a headlock. I'm going to hold it in for a couple extra minutes.
Yeah, they wanted the Mechanicsville sign right here. When I pulled up on here, when I had the watches in the money.
Bro, this sign is so camouflaged from the street. They're not able to see it because there's a fucking giant tree in front of it.
Yeah, that was stupid.
Yeah, what?
This just one of them. We got a couple of more though.
Oh, okay. This is a weed and seed community?
That's what they say.
What the fuck does that mean?
I don't even think they gave us an explanation.
I was gonna say we should take a photo in front of the sign, but we got.
Nah, Woody really the king of Atlanta, bro.
How to be?
How often you come here? Like, what does store mean to you, though?
Oh, I come here. They sell nachos here. I come eat that shit.
Oh, word?
Yeah.
That's the main shit you come get out of here? Some nachos?
Yeah, nachos and them slush.
Word. With the slush?
Right up there.
Sure. Imagine hitting the jackpot here. What do you gotta do? Where do you go to cash? Good story. We're doing the piggy out here too. We really made a hell of a decision by doing the hood vlog on the same day as the Falcons game because everybody's out, everybody's posted up at the sports bar, and then not to mention you bring Big 22 to the section, it kind of turns into a block party. You know, they like my energy. They see my pornos, they know I serve good dick. Woody told everybody that's his daily grind. You know, hit up plug.
I say thank you, God. Thank you, God. Thank you for your love. Thank you for your mercy. Thank you for one more day, one more chance. Thank you that our last day wasn't our last day. You gave us another opportunity, and we don't take it lightly. So we out here giving you glory, honor. God, I thank you for my brother, God, that you bless him.
Wait, is this the police?
There you go. Dear Heavenly Father, I thank you for my brother, God, that you bless him, God, mentally, physically.
We can film Woody. I want to see how good your stroke is. Pause.
I'm on the way.
What's
Hey,
get it.
I'm gonna kill this motherfucker.
I'm like Larry Bird.
Oh, everybody.
Oh man, internet celebrity.
Get him. Get him.
I'm fast. They gotta
Yeah,
catch me.
they gotta catch you.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you said your hand swollen or something?
Yeah, when you slapped me.
I didn't hit you that hard.
Why you look different?
Cause I
came from LA? You from LA?
No, I'm from here. Well, I'm originally from
you
New
put
Jersey.
your hands on me? Oh, you from Jersey?
I'm from
okay.
Jersey.
Oh, I knew it. You couldn't be from here putting your hands on me.
I'm north side though. I'm north side, baby.
What's the difference between the north side, the east side, and the west side?
Gwinnett.
It's like Gwinnett County?
Yeah.
Oh.
I just want to call the cops on you.
God, I don't do nothing illegal no more. I am a.
He said, "Oh no more."
Huh?
I put the box on so we can slap box.
Come on, let go. I'm about get this on camera. She want to slap about me. Y'all heard her call me out.
Hold this. Well, hold this from me real quick.
Yeah, them hoes done pulled up. You ready?
Is that Brick Baby?
That box.
Oh shit, Woody.
Nah, Woody a savage.
Where you ran into? Tell him.
Nigga, equal opportunity guy, man.
Fuck when you get. I'm on smart ass. That motherfucker, that shit took me instead of reach home. Bitch, you gonna pay for that?
Hey, wait, Smart said that?
Yeah, you see the post? He posted that.
Two biggest gangsters right here, man. Brick Baby and Woody.
Yeah, he played too much.
But why he think it's cool to just be popping up on 20 V1s on the
He done fucked up. He done fucked up.
I said,
I keep telling him,
you
so
didn't know
y'all
he
be
was gonna
talking
be
about
there?
Yeah, they told me.
I was about to say.
I was about to say that's some foul shit.
I didn't know he was gonna pop up like that.
Yeah.
So they made me think that he was just gonna pop up like.
And at this point, I don't even think that nigga Woody snitched, bro. Like, that nigga is a real nigga, bro.
What's wrong with you?
What's your plan?
Yo, I'm gonna be honest with you. I want to stamp Woody as the 2024 Alpo. This is Atlanta's Alpo right here. Real as the real ass nigga from the bone gristle. You know what I mean? A nigga holding it down. Atlanta, this is y'all Alpo. I keep telling y'all the snitching capital. We glad that y'all finally got the trophy I've been working so hard for. Y'all could never out-rap New York niggas. So y'all found one thing, and y'all can't outdress New York niggas neither. Don't listen to Yachty. Y'all found one thing y'all could do better than New York niggas, and it's snitch. Good job, Atlanta. Y'all amazing. Y'all have now taken the Ratatouille title from the Big Apple. You know what I mean? Y'all just the big cheese down there. Good job for y'all, okay? Atlanta, this is what y'all work very hard for. Y'all Alpo is right there. He's popping wheelies in the streets. He run Mechanicaville. He's the real nigga out there. I'm sorry, okay? So actually not until nothing, because low key, I watched that full Adam interview. He said if a nigga come around playing with him, he down to make examples, okay? He said he's down to make examples. So yeah, shout out to Atlanta. You know what I mean? Y'all worked very hard to dethrone New York as the home of snitching. 6ix9ine don't got nothing on y'all. And yeah, cool. Listen, a hell of a reputation. Y'all known for Batiman and rats. Beautiful. It's beautiful. Shit. Atlanta could not be known for anything better. Good job, man. All right, let's keep going on. Oh yeah, he did speak on Charleston White in the full interview. I don't know what the timestamp on that is, but he did speak on Charleston White.
Certain songs.
Man, all they was they feel like they could tie me to. If you watch me in the trial, you see this is my person. Get there, cause they wind the whole. That's why I went like 8 girls tried to leave with me. But how you sleep at night knowing like she had to, everybody heard of him. You feel what I'm saying? And I ain't bragging like I'm happy that people in jail or anything, but I'm slow though.
But do you feel like he kind of like pushed it up to the limit of like trying to like almost tempt people into doing that with like the dress shit and everything?
Relationship with her. Did you ever see those rumors?
Yeah.
I'm trying to find where you're talking.
Whoever want to be stupid and come crash out on me, that's on them. You feel me? They just better succeed because they got family and they got people that they.
I ain't gonna lie, I like even how this nigga talk. Pause.
Like, man, you ever get tired of? I mean, yeah, I'm just trying to stay free.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Living my life in fear of this.
I'm trying to find it. Bro.
I was in jail and everybody knew who. And at the time, my best friend had got killed, so they gonna regret it.
Miss Love and somebody else, where you'd be locked up and shit.
A conversation I've heard a lot of people having while we've been out here is like, how is Woody really moving around like this?
I respect everybody. See, like I said, like how Atlanta is, right? I don't walk around just saying, "Oh, F these niggas or F these niggas."
Yeah.
I respect y'all. Even if somebody mugging me, I just look at them, watch me, and go about my business. You know what I'm saying? Because, like I say, I grew up in a lot of hoods, and a lot of people from other hoods know how I get down, just like I know how they get down, and that's just it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I ain't look for problems. That's why every time I get on an interview, I say, "Hey, don't bother me." You feel? Thug was always a great person. So, for instance, right, if me and you rocking,
yeah,
if you fall short, I gotta be there to help you lift up.
People have mostly, maybe Atlanta and maybe be able to lock you up.
You know what I mean? Like I said, you get to a certain point, you gotta have an ace in your back pocket. You know what I mean? Just females and nothing like that.
A place where I don't think they're gonna catch feelings. Crazy, because it creates an environment for somebody like you to make content. People go crazy.
Mitch, he was out in the streets and stuff like that. Yeah, I guess.
Oh yeah. Oh, so he was nobody you was kicking it with back in the day?
I'm saying.
Or were you just complimented?
It wasn't true, so I didn't. He posted on social media, and we could be together. I still didn't see when he had it on. All that talking you doing, you for the bench stop that. Do something.
Oh yeah, this is what he tell niggas to crash out.
You been shot.
So you
hot. I ain't got a hole in me. So if you been hit up, go get some smoke, bro. You hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So that why y'all be mentioning people like, hey man, the boy got bullet holes in him. Don't forget that.
Well, a lot of real ones got bullet holes in them.
They'll make them real because they got bullet holes in them?
No, I'm just saying.
Oh, okay.
They're real and they have been shot.
Yeah, fool. You know what I mean?
But you can't respect somebody who's been shot.
Anyway, I ain't gonna find no part he talking about Charleston White, but regardless, yo, shout out to Woody, man. Yo, Woody, man, you've been really redefining gangster for me, man. Yo, Woody told on Thug and sent a prayer for that nigga. That's some real nigga shit, bro. To put a nigga in an indictment and tell and pray that he make it out. God damn it, nigga. God damn it, nigga. That's like setting a mouse trap and it catches the mouse and you pray the mouse get out of the shit. No, nigga. But yo, he say, yo, Father God, yo, listen, we saying the Woody Pryor right now. Father God, we need you more than ever. I pray that you answer our prayer and free Jeffrey and co-defendants. The world has seen the treatment of our justice system and has done to lock us up and force us to tell untrue stories. The mistreatment is crazy. Wrong is wrong. We got sympathy for all victims and their families. As kids, bad choices are made and punishment is acceptable. But this is kind of different story. This is corruption. This is madness and very personal. God, you know our heart and our mindset. You know our growth. Please touch the wicked and change their heart and release them 6 men that's fighting for their life every day in that courtroom. They have family that loves them and needs them. This isn't about justice, it's about power. And I pray those who think they have more power than God realize that for that pain and suffering they are causing as well. I ask for forgiveness every day. I refuse to sit by and continue to watch us hurt each other. It has to stop at some point. Father, in Jesus' name we pray that you take over the situation and protect us from all the wannabe gods. Free Jeffrey. Yeah, Thug finna do 10 years. I ain't gonna hold you. When a nigga who told you on you is praying for you, nigga, you're fucked. I ain't gonna hold you. The nigga who told on you gotta say a prayer for you, you're fucked. I'm sorry. Fucked. I ain't gonna lie. He gonna do 10 years time served. 10 years time served, probably do like 2. Get out of there. 15 years probation. That's what's gonna happen. But yeah, if the nigga told on you and prayed for you, this is why I say Woody gangster. Told on niggas and prayed for them. Real as it gets. You feel what I'm saying? Okay. All right. Actually, I'm gonna leave one more story for tomorrow. I ain't even gonna do it tonight. I'm gonna do the Pee Wee Longway story tomorrow. We're gonna get the indictment on that. So the federal indictment, I'll pull up on Pee Wee Longway tomorrow. Feds bust Pee Wee Longway with over $20 million in drugs. It wasn't just him, a whole gang of people, apparently 100 people. We'll get that federal paperwork tomorrow. Also, the indictment paperwork for Diddy we will get as well. So please go take a nap real quick. I will be waking up mostly in 4 hours to wait for the indictment and first appearance, not necessarily the arraignment of Diddy, but pretty much the arraignment of Diddy if the charges will be announced and the indictment will be on seal. So chat tomorrow morning, 4 hours from now. Okay, I'm gonna get a quick nap, drink some water, take a shower, and I'll be back on in like 4 or 5 hours, depending on what time we get to find out that the indictment will be unsealed. Okay, hopefully it's not an afternoon thing or it's not like a noon thing, but we will be on going through and scouring through that whole indictment. But yes, big story tonight, chat. We went over it. Diddy has been arrested on a federal sealed indictment at this point. Will be unsealed in the morning. Please, thank you for tuning in. Really quickly, I don't even know yeah. Oh, by the way, we're having a merch drop low key tomorrow, so I'll announce it tomorrow though. It's all good. Chat, love y'all. Talk to y'all in the morning. I guess I don't know if I should say pray for Diddy. We'll just pray for the victims. Pray for the victims, people. Love y'all. Thank you for watching. Hopefully I was entertaining and also informative in giving you all the relevant information relating to what we knew tonight. Appreciate you, and I'll see you in the morning. Okay, chat?